Special meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee to order. We have a quorum, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Brewer, myself, Bernard Parks as chair. We're going to follow the agenda as printed and start off with general purpose funds and then the Schedule H, and then we'll start the memos and we'll be led by the CAO on the memos and the priorities. For those who have not attended the hearings, you have to fill out a card if you'd like to speak. If you would like to speak on something within the jurisdiction of the Budget and Finance Committee, but it's not on the agenda, you can make a public comment. Also, if you have a specific item on the agenda that you're interested in speaking on, you give us the item number or the specific issue, and we'll call you up. We'll try to do all the public comments before the presentations are made, so we have access to your information. And so one thing, just to let people know, if there's issues that you followed in the budget hearings and we've asked for studies or for review or a variety of directions, those are items in which certainly if you have an interest in, the CAO or CLA have been given those directions to do those studies, and so some of these issues will not be implemented on July 1st with the budget. And so those are things that we've asked for, and as we continue through. So starting off, we'd like to ask Yvonne Autry on public comment, and also Deborah Burton and Mr. McQuiston. Those are three public comments.
Good afternoon. Thank you for another opportunity to have some input regarding just how our monies are being used for the budget and to better service and to serve and protect our communities. We'd like to remind you, of course, that in the issue of public safety, which again is what the police department is commissioned and to maintain standards of public safety for all of us. In the resolution of the rape kits and the outstanding sexual assault and DNA kits, these are very, very violent crimes. In comparison, I know that the city had no problem in acquiring uniforms and arms and equipping the police officers to implement the SCI, the Safer Cities Initiative. They had no problems in arming and in financing, again, Safer Cities Initiative, which basically entailed the harassment, the murders, and the abuse of people in the street. Why is it so difficult for the city to expedite and examine the rape kits, which is what it was originally financed to do? I think it just really reflects very badly, and I hope that you take these comments into consideration and work towards the immediate resolution of this most violent matter. Thank you.
My name is Deborah Burton. I'm a downtown resident, Central City East, Skid Row community. I'm also an organizer with the Los Angeles Community Action Network, LA CAN. I was here on the 27th, and I had an opportunity to hear the presenters with the police department telling us how much money is allocated to sharpshooters, how much money is allocated to bonuses, sign-up bonuses, but concerning the DNA and the backlog of rape kits, they say they don't have any money. I mean, we've been talking about this for 10 years. 10 years we have been asking for that department, the DNA department, to analyze these rape kits so you can get perpetrators off the street, for the victims to have their day of justice. But instead, they didn't think that analyzing the rape kit was a high priority. Giving money to sign up bonuses, that was a priority. Sharpshooting, that was a priority. But victims of violence was not a priority. We demand that this department finance the DNA testing department fully. All you need to do is to create a priority to have these kits analyzed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim McQuiston. Just a note to tell you what I'm working on right now. I'm concentrating on 4 departments, which I think I can get some money out of. Those monies are the city attorney, the building and safety department, the planning department, and I won't get any money out of them augmenting the human relations so that they can operate.
Thank you very much. We can start with the GCP, and we have a comment card on, Mr. McQuiston, you have a card in on GCP.
Jim McQuiston, I've given you a written statement and itemization when I went through the GCP, getting a little money out of that and readjusting some of the numbers so that they would be a little better. You notice that I treated most of those very, very cautiously, but I think that they're the minimum justified in recovering some of the money out of GCP that can be used somewhere else. One of the things that I was puzzled by, and that was there is definitely some money in there that should have been in department budgets that was put in GCP. I don't know if that was done because they didn't want to cut them 10% or not, but at any rate, I went through and applied the ordinary surgery, and I'm certain that we can get along with that surgery. You may want to even cut some more. Listening to Mr. Zine today, he seemed to be more eager in making some cuts there.
Ray, hire that guy.
Okay.
We'll put him on retainer.
Okay. Okay, we're going to start on page 883 on the GCP. So as we go page by page, if there's questions, the committee will ask, and so, Ray, if you can just give us a little blurb on each one. And page 884 goes 1 through 4.
Sure, I'll ask Jennifer Anxley to just quickly give you just an overview, and then we'll flip and go through the individual items. 2 seconds.
Jennifer Lopez with the CAO's office. Currently, for the 2009-10 proposed GCP budget, there's an increase of $22.24 million from the 2008-09 adopted budget, and that includes primarily the Solid Waste Lifeline Program at $16.6 million, the Solid Waste Fee Reimbursement at $5.2 million, the Consent Decree Program for LAPD, which is at $1.65 million, official notices at $120,000, and various city memberships at $45,000, and $1.97 million for net increase for Medicare, Social Security, retirement deferral, and pension savings plans.
Okay.
Do you want to go page by page?
Yes, if we can do that, and the committee members might have a question. We also, for the record, on 884, we also let the record reflect both Mr. Weezar and Mr. Rosenthal are present.
Okay, page 884 includes Film LA, the official visits of dignitaries, the council district community services, and downtown on ice and festival lights.
Okay. What I'd like to just ask on number 3, I don't know when that wording was placed in there, but we've worked now for 3 years to deal with the subsidy account, which is separate.
Yes.
And so that wording would not be appropriate.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and revise the wording. Actually, the funding that's included in the council district community services is for reimbursement for special events within each specific council district.
Okay. And the other thing is, I think we need a little footnote that says in there that these funds are not for personnel cost,
Okay.
so that we can clearly define what that's for.
Mr. Parks, are we-
Yeah.
so this one is solely now for special events?
Community events. Not reimbursement of special events, but community events and community programs and nonprofits that you support.
The same old GCP.
Same old GCP. So we just... No, we'll be getting to that in a minute. But I just wanted to clarify that there was wording put in there a year or so ago that was inconsistent with its uses, particularly now that we have a subsidy account. Okay. And the other issue I wanted to put in there is that we have found that there's been council offices that used it to hire personnel, which is not the purpose of it. Okay, any questions on 1 through 4?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So I'm just going to ask on Film LA, that particular one, which is being zeroed out.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. This is based on, as you know, we had a discussion not too long ago in council about moving forward with the RFP. And basically, we allude to the fact that we would like the next entity that would take over that function to be fully self-supportive at this point. And then it's been clearly delineated in the RFP and sort of outreach to the organizations.
And I know that on the RFP, and it'd be interesting to see who responds and able to do that, because the reason, I think it was
Originally,
5 years ago, we added in money because over the years, at that time, it was EIDC. They did not have, they weren't able to function for a variety of reasons within that budget, and we added in saying, you know, if you are in fact getting the contract with the City of Los Angeles, there should be, you're doing a service for the city as well as for the customer in a greater amount than the $572,000 that is here. So, colleagues, I'm just concerned that as we try to keep filming here and as we look at that RFP, that this may come back at some point where they're saying we can't do this solely by the fees, and it could have a negative impact on keeping filming here. So, just a
Let me ask,
friendly reminder on that.
in order to reserve something on here, do we have the ability to move one into the UB unfunded until the RFP is finished?
If you so desire, in this particular case, you would have to find $572,000, and then you would put that
No,
amount.
but
Saying unfunded at this point, but just so we don't
keep the
forget.
marker in there so that we don't lose track of it when the RFP is finished, that we'll know it.
We could, it didn't hurt to have the $0.
Yeah. So I mean, just so that we have a marker, wherever is the most appropriate place, because when the RFP is finished, we want to make sure it does all that it intended to do, or whether we have to revisit this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that on the community, on the council district community services, that we have a reduction of 10%, which is the SRS requirement on other agencies and bureaus. It's a little pain on us, but I think we should do it. I think it's our responsibility to show that leadership and that we do it like we're asking everybody else to do it, and reduce that funding 10%, which is only $150,000, and that you guys could hold that in reserve for now, because there's going to be requests as we move forward on funding other things that I've seen in some of the memos, and that could be some of that money. But I don't know how you feel about that, but I'm willing to give up my $10,000 out of that. And
Let me just say one thing. One of the agreements is that the council offices are going to take a 10% across the board, of which some may decide this is a appropriate source, others may choose to have it more in their personnel, others may use their street furniture.
So you're suggesting that the 10% council office cut would allow us to use some of that out of GCP as well as...
That's exactly right. That's why we did not want to identify a source for each council that we said within your purview of discretionary money, you would find 10%.
Is the total 10% inclusive of this 100,000 plus whatever the council budgets
Whatever the
are?
budget is, whatever you choose to come up with your 10%.
Okay, so
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. So that should be, 100,000 should be added to our council allocation, and then take 10% of that.
That's right.
All right, fine.
So that's part of your judgment in your council district.
Okay, I understand.
It ends up being 10% of this amount, right? Because if you add this to
Not
your total
necessarily.
allocation,
Yeah, you could keep all the 100,000 in GCP and take the full 10% in your office budget. Or you could take it and slip 20% in GCP and less in your council budget. But what Mr. Parks is saying is you add the 100,000 to your council office budget allocation and then take 10% cut of the total.
It could also come from your street furniture account, it could come from your other accounts that you have discretion on.
Well, with street furniture accounts, that's a different...
I'm saying you can cut those.
It's not the same for every office, is it?
Well, it may not.
No.
It may not be the same, but we're saying...
I don't think you should, because that's an unfair allocation then. There's some districts get a lot of that money and some get little.
With street furniture, the annual allocation is the same amount per each district, but some offices have used money from prior years and others haven't, and that's why the balances are somewhat different among districts.
So you just take it out of this year's allocation and add that to the total too then. You have to add that to the total. Do we even know what that is this year?
It's just an estimate for next year, because the payment comes in January.
Yeah, you see, you're taking a 10% of a guesstimate. And we have some issues still with that company.
Yes, we do.
And we may not get that money this year. So I would leave that out, because there's some real issues still with that contract.
I would not include that in
Yeah.
the total that you're looking at.
Yeah, I think so.
But I thought the total was from the 1.2 or 1.4 we get for both salaries and equipment. But now we're lumping all our categories into that?
Council members, with regard to the reduction was actually taken from your council office budget. So if you look in the council budget, there is a 10% reduction overall from within that account. So the 10% has been taken as part of the shared sacrifice. I think what Mr. Smith is suggesting is that an additional 10%.
No, I was suggesting 10% of GCP.
Right.
Mr. Parks is saying, let's include GCP in that calculation, which would raise the total amount, and then take 10% and let you move it wherever you want.
It would be the same thing. It's an additional 10.
The budget, the 10%, my understanding was the budget 10% was based on the office allocation.
Right. But if you take 10% from the GCP separately, it's the same thing. If you add it to the amount and then take 10%, it's the same.
But Mr. Parks is saying if you add them together and take 10%, then you have more flexibility, because you could take more of it into GCP if you chose to do that.
That's correct, except for your footnote that you just added, which says that it would not be used for salaries, that it can only be used for programs, then that flexibility is gone. So if you leave the monies within GCP, it still gives you that flexibility of using it for programs or, to assist in events in the community. If you move it into your office, you're not...
He's not saying move it in there. He's saying leave them separate,
Yeah.
but count that toward the total that you take 10% of. And if you choose to take more than $10,000 from your total paying and move it into GCP, you have that option. So there are some offices, I know a couple that just don't have hardly any dollars left in their office budget, and some have surpluses. Those that are really strained can push some of the pain into GCP and take it from there, and they'll still be okay then.
And that's correct. And the way that could be accomplished, as you know, during the year, frequently council members do move money from their salary accounts into GCP.
Right.
So to the extent that you wanted to provide more services in GCP, you could transfer monies from your office account into GCP. So either way.
Either way. But then the total reduction is going to, what's the allocation, the office allocation, 1.2 million?
Roughly 1.2.
Say that?
Right.
So it was 120,000 was our cut.
Right.
Now we're saying add another 10,000 into that then, because GCP will give you the extra option.
Right.
Okay, so as long as we're straight on that, then the total cut for the offices will be the 10% and $10,000, and you can choose which way you want to use it.
That is
Which
what
way you
you're
want to cut it.
proposing, correct.
Yeah, okay, I'm good with that. Just so that people, Mr. Zine needs to know that, because he brought the issue up today, that we are going to do that very thing, because it's not going to show it in this document anymore. We know it's going to be done, you just see it in a different way. You're going to have a $130,000 cut, but you have GCP to use. And it won't say that here.
Well, if you're proposing on reducing the $1.5 million, it would show up. It would show up as part of the committee report.
Yeah, it's tough to do, Mr. Parks. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, maybe we can have a conversation between now and next Tuesday.
Go figure it out.
But I think that is a little different from what Mr. Parks was saying, right? Mr. Parks was saying it's 10% no matter where the council members get it. And it's a little different from what Mr. Smith is saying, but we should probably have a discussion on
We're just trying to keep the flexibility.
The flexibility, Mr. Yeah.
You could footnote the 1.5 million and say some of this may be reduced depending on how much the council members choose to cut out of their regular budget. Just footnote or something, so you know that it's there and flexibility is there. You can take it out of this column or that column, but you're going to take that 10% over the total amount, 1.3 million, or 1.2 plus 10,000, whatever, 100,000, 1.3.
Just a question, clarification on it. The shared responsibility, shared pain is where we're at as a city. The 10% cut that we hear ourselves talking about right now, is this contingent in our minds that this happens across the board, the shared pain and shared responsibility? In other words, the mayor's office, the various workforces within that mix. What are we talking about here? Are we setting an example, or is this part of the play and depends upon, if everybody does it or not does it? I'm just curious.
Both the mayor's office and the council offices, in showing that leadership, are taking a 10% reductions in their office budgets. And in fact, because in the mayor's office, and I could only speak to the mayor's office, because we do have non-represented employees, we are actually already planning for our salary reductions.
And the reduction would be a 10% reduction?
The reduction would be no cost of living increase for us in the next year, which if based on tradition, non-representatives have received a package similar to some of the civilian unions, which would be equivalent to about 3%, plus an additional 7% real reduction.
And in that real reduction, does that include putting more money into the pension?
No, that would be a straight salary reduction.
A straight salary reduction of 10%?
Yes.
Across the board. And how many employees in the mayor's office are we talking about?
It's probably around 150 to 160.
Does that include all those from other departments that are assigned there? Are they included in that headcount?
Well, the other personnel from other departments that are on to the mayor's office are members of civilian unions.
I see.
And so those cuts would have to come through the labor negotiations that are ongoing.
And what percentage of the mayor's staff is from other groups that are there besides the 120? How many additional people are you talking about work for the mayor?
I would say the number's anywhere from 10 to 15. I don't know.
10 to what?
10 to 15.
Total, 15 people?
Yes.
Oh, so then the total package of the mayor's staff is what?
The mayor's office, and I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but we have, I would say, over 160 personnel.
I see. Okay, great. And Mr. Parks, because I know we discussed a few other issues there, I just want to make sure with Film LA about the cuts, which, $572,000. We've gotten some anecdotal assurances that this will work. Do we have any report back that there's no issue on this?
No, the RFP will be forthcoming, and that's why we're going to put a placeholder with no funding, and so we can ensure that the RFP resolves all of the concerns about cost neutral.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Clarify later.
Okay, so that's on 834 on those comments. For the first floor, we'll go to 885.
That's Latino Film Festival and Pan-African Film Arts Festival.
I just want to ask, we on these two festivals, we have literally thousands of people that show up to these, and because of many of them come from out of town, and although we've never studied them, there's some impact on bed taxes and all those other things. Is it just a cost thing that we cut them in half?
Yes, I think we wanted to do a similar reduction in both, for both items, and the reduction was going back to a proposal that we had initiated a year ago in last year's proposed budget.
Okay, but you're aware that we cut, I think at one time, they were somewhere hovering around, I think Latino Film Festival was 100,000, we cut it a couple of years ago to 50, and now we're down to 25, and I think the Pan-African Film Festival, I think we've historically, when it went back as a line item, was 50,000. And so I'm just wondering, do we benefit, that we're basically, and these are, what I understand, free programs. And so at the very time we have budget cuts and unemployment, we have programs that are free that we're basically cutting at least a portion of our allocation.
These are simply, some of the tough decisions we had to deal with in terms of looking at the impact, as far as services are concerned, and these did not rise to the priority of our list.
Okay.
To our list of priorities.
Let me just ask if I could have the CAO and the CLA look at that and see if there's any way as we stretch this that, I don't know if $50,000 is going to kill us, but if we can find a way to bring them up to last year's total, I'd appreciate it. And then we go to the next page.
Okay, that includes Medicare, retirement, and Social Security.
Okay, 886.
Again, with Medicare.
Yeah, this is something I think for clarity for everybody listening, as we debated at the council today, these are some of the major costs that the city is going to be forthcoming, and explain as to the cost of these Medicare issues and its relationship to size of payroll.
Sure. Medicare is actually a requirement that the city has to pay. It's a 3% of salaries. Half of it is funded by the city, the other half is paid for by the employee. As numbers continue to increase, as positions are added to the city and they're filled, the higher our Medicare contributions go. So along with the growing workforce and the increase in salary costs, this will actually get impacted as well.
Okay, and when we say Medicare,
Yes.
Is this also our medical plans?
No, it's not.
It's not the medical plans. It's an additional requirement.
Yes.
So that's, we're basically going up, what, 2.6 million this year?
Right.
Okay. And if the payroll continues to climb, it's 3% of salary.
So, well, yes.
Okay. Is that for sworn and civilian?
That includes all the city
All
workforce,
employees?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Any question on 7? We move to 8.
That's retirement contributions.
Okay, again, is a matter of discussion. We had the pension executive directors in, and could you give us the percentage currently and what we'd expect 09, 10, and then also 10, 11?
Actually, what we're expecting, because the retirements have been slowing down, we had actually anticipated 10 people per pay period retiring. However, it's been closer to about 5 to 7, and so that's why our reduction is not quite as high for next year.
Okay.
So as these people leave, our contributions will go down.
Okay. And then what is the percentage of salary? Is it 20, 18 or something for civilians? 16 or 18?
No, this is basically what we refer to as the frail. This is those pre-83 employees that pay less than the 6%. Some of them pay as low as 2%. And so this is the frail amount that the city is contributing, part of their contribution to LACERS.
Okay. So this is the frail, this is not the actual contribution?
No,
Okay.
no, this is the frail part.
All right. Any question on 8? Number 9?
That's Social Security contributions.
Okay. Any questions on 9? Move to the next one.
Okay. The next one is pension savings plans.
Okay, can you explain what that is?
The pension savings plan was developed in lieu of the Social Security contribution. Right now, the Internal Revenue Code requires that we have an employee benefit plan for those people who are not part of LACERS or pensions. So when this was developed, it would actually, what is part of Social Security is that we're required to pay 6% contribution, whereas with the pension savings plan, by moving all our temporary staff into that retirement plan, we're actually contributing for 0.5% of the salary cost.
Could you give us those percentages again?
4.5%. 4.5% is actually covered by the employee, and then 3% is covered by the city. So a total of 7.5% versus the full 6% in the Social Security account.
All right. And just to keep it in perspective, on the number 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all driven to some degree by the size of our workforce?
Yes.
Okay. Have we looked at any of these 4 items to determine how they're impacted either by furlough or layoffs?
As far as the layoffs are concerned, it's premature to determine what our workforce will look like after the whole bumping scenario as it cascades. So right now, we're estimating that there'd be no growth.
Okay. But the layoffs would impact them, but furloughs, if I understand it, would not. If they're on the payroll list?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any questions on 7 through 10? We'll go to number 11.
Okay, the next, is there anything? Okay. The next item is adult daycare centers.
Let me just ask, is there a rationale for discontinuing Wilshire? Are they closed or?
Actually, this reduction was actually submitted by the Department of Aging. What they had indicated is that the contractor running the center decided not to continue operating.
Okay, so it's not and so that reduction of $200,000 is just dealing with that particular contract or is additional funds?
Right, it's just that contract.
There's an additional reduction, as noted in the budget, less than $3,000 for the other 13 adult daycare centers.
So we reduced a
Yes. the
dollar amount
Yeah,
per?
$32,000 was applicable to the remaining 13 adult daycare centers, but they said that they would be able to manage that reduction.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, next item.
The next item is home-delivered meals for seniors, and the funding amount has not changed.
Okay, now, is that administered by Department of Aging?
That's with Aging also.
Okay, and then how, as far as those programs, how is that delivered? The meals, is that through a nonprofit or?
I'm not exactly sure if the department is here. The department is asked Sudi to answer that question.
Some of them are run by Park and Recs, some are run by independent contractors. So you'll find that, I know at the Rec and Parks facility in my district, which is a senior program, they run the meals program out of their city staff doing it. And then some of them are like Valley Interfaith Council, and others run some of those other programs. So that it's a mixed bag. So the question is, those salaries, they're absorbed in the grant, I presume, other than a match, some sort of?
Right. James Don, Department of Aging. You're correct. Our delivery is by both nonprofit contractors and the Department of Recreation and Parks in the Northridge and West LA area. So salaries are covered for direct service staff is covered by the grant. They basically budget within their allocation.
What is the grant allocations? Is it 80-20 or 85-15? What is the city portion?
It's just dependent on what the department submits to us. Again, it just depends on the cost of the salaries and the limitation of their funding. I don't have their budget in front of me right now.
But it should be based on what the federal limitations are. Whether you, the match is going to be 80-20 or whatever.
Right. There's a 10% match on the program side.
That's good money. Okay.
Is this on the, okay, go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, this is obviously something very sensitive. We're dealing with our seniors, and it's not like a lot of other folks within this mix. The getting rid of the Wilshire Adult Daycare Program, what was that program about? I see it's $167,740.
Right. That's part of our adult daycare program.
Yeah.
It's the facilities are licensed programs by the state. Unfortunately, just over time, as Laura Trejo spoke about last week, the funding has been eroding, and it reached a point where Jewish Family Services of Los Angeles could not afford to maintain that program at the staffing levels required by the state. So they basically turned in the program to us. So that's $165,000.
Yeah, how many seniors were participating in the program that are going to be impacted by this cut, and what plans or what connections have we made for these seniors?
It would have been about, on average, about 15 daily. Prior to them shutting down the program, they made arrangements with the clients and their families to transition them to other programs. So by the time they actually shut their doors, all the seniors were taken care of. They had found them new facilities to attend, and nobody was impacted.
Oh, that's great news to hear that. Can I get that in writing as sort of a report back on that?
No problem.
Know the particulars of that?
Sure.
The next one, which is number 12, is the delivery of the meals.
Yes.
The dollar amount hasn't changed, but does, prices go up in food. Is this means less meals for seniors?
Yes, actually, in the current year, our caterer costs across the board went up by 10%. We've been able to absorb that increase with a one-time waiver that we negotiated with the state for one-time only monies. For next year, we receive federal stimulus dollars, which we are now using to offset those increased costs.
Very good. So the federal stimulus is going to complement it, and we're not going to be cutting back on any of the Meals on Wheels.
No.
The same question with number 13, which is your congregate meals for seniors. These are two locations. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, down in the Harbor region and Central South Los Angeles. Traditionally, those areas overserved. We try to cover them during our mid-year redistribution process. This money allows us to actually cover the higher demands at the beginning of the year so that there's no interruption of services.
Very good. Thank you.
I have a quick question on the adult daycare centers.
Yes.
Historically, the one in the San Fernando Valley, that's on Colfax, we've had to be in a temporary facility and always had to pay lease agreements, but it's never included in this?
Actually, that's the senior center, which is separate from the adult day centers.
Okay. And is that included in the budget as well this year?
The lease amount?
Yes.
That's always something that we have to identify from savings. So for the 09-10 year, I don't know yet.
Okay, could you find out for me, because again, it's the only senior center in the city that is not in a city building, which we're trying to, of course,
correct,
change by building the new facility that's under construction right now. So we could find out how we're going to do that, or where we need to find, and particularly because of the vacancy after July 1, I don't want them to lose their lease or not have the funding to be able to do that.
Okay.
And then, I don't know if we got to item 14 on LA shares. Does that mean that $300,000 that is there is being funded in a separate category? It says it's being provided, transporting is being provided by the Citywide Recycling Trust Fund.
So the source of funds is the Citywide Recycling Trust Fund, as opposed to most of the other items on here, which are the general fund.
Okay, so even though it's not going to be a general fund, that $300,000 is coming from somewhere else?
Yes.
Okay. It's just a great program that if we can continue to fund, that'd be great.
Any other questions? I went over the actual service reductions for the adult daycare centers and the $32,000. This is across the board, right? So what services will not be provided now?
It's less than a $3,000 cut in each one of the
What's the total $32,000? It's not each. Okay. And that was...
We're expecting the sites to absorb that small cut.
Okay. But for $32,000, $3,000 each site, what are the total budgets for each of these sites?
I would have to defer to the Department of Aging on that one.
Okay.
If he's still here.
Because although we have to realize as much savings as we can, if we do a $3,000 cut per site, it might not be even worth the administrative trouble of doing that. So I'm just wondering, what do we hope to achieve? We have to do cuts, but we have to make smart cuts. I'm just wondering if that $3,000 per site, what is our total budget?
Not sure what their total budget is. They may have other state grants, as was indicated with the one that is closed. But as you can see, if it's an equivalent share to the one that was closed, it would be, their total budget would have been $167,000 from the city side. Not sure how much, if any, funds they are getting from the states.
Okay, so even if we assume it's $167,000 to run each site, and then we cut $3,000 from that,
I think based on the prior example, it's much more than $167,000 to run the site. The reason why the other one, the one that was mentioned, closed was because they lost state funding to the amount that even if they were to receive city funds, it was not going to be enough to continue the level of service that was expected and had been delivered.
can we have a report back on that? What service cuts we will expect from a $3,000 cut to each site? Thank you. And the total budget for each of the sites?
Yeah, we'll ask the department to provide information. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I had one further question. Why are these three aging programs in GCP and not in the department, since they administer the grant to begin with?
Well, that's going back a ways. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I think there was at some point a desire to sort of see these things broken out and have them presented, as information available. I don't know. I think
I didn't want to get lost in
we're
the
Sharon
weeds.
or Lynn, someone who's had a little bit more, a few more years of experience.
Are you saying I'm old?
I think experience.
Yeah.
Knowledge.
And they're leaving. That's not a good sign.
Yes.
The old person is here. I think
We did not use the D word.
I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, what'd you say?
No, I think what happened was originally these were added incrementally over the years. The funding was provided in GCP to call out certain programs that never had funding, and so it just continued. But as part of the budget, I believe there's an action to actually transfer these monies to the aging department, so they were just captured separately.
Okay, so that's good. I mean, as long as, and really as we get to grant management, which is something I've been trying to talk about for a while, that gets to the point of they should be over there, because then you can manage where the grants are, and eventually, when we have a grants management team, I think then you'll move that function to them probably. But for now, at least, it should be in the department, because they administer the grant.
Yeah, a number of these, the funding in GCP is transferred to departments, and there is a footnote in the budget which transferred the number of these program fundings to the administering
Because I have this
department.
question a few times through the budget, so I'll bring them up when appropriate. But that's good.
Actually,
That's good.
Sharon just reminded me, I think actually during the Hahn administration, they actually tried to move some of these programs out of GCP directly into the budget, and they were restored. But as Sharon indicated, basically on July 1st, the funds are transferred to the department.
Yeah, that's the way it should be from a management point of view, and just so people don't begin to say, well, there's a slush fund you've got of this huge amount of money, that really, some of it's departmental projects and programs, so the more we move to where they belong, the better.
Mr. Rosell, are you through? On 886 and 887, numbers 7 through 14.
I'd just like to get a better understanding of number 10, the pension savings plan. It's a reduction of $502,000. How were we able to do that?
It's basically based on actuals throughout the year. This year, it happens that our temporary staffing has actually gone down this year, so which hence results in a reduction in our pension savings plan, which is for our temporary employees. It also anticipates the reduced hiring in our sworn, because those who are in the academy are entered into the savings plan first before they go into the pension system.
Good. I just like to point out things when we see a positive spot there. Number 14, did we talk about LA shares? I heard Ms. Gould mention a comment on that.
Briefly.
Yeah, could you give me some more on it? Because as Ms. Gould said, it's a great program. It's staying static. Does this mean anything in the differences in what they do, or is this okay?
No, it's basically the same as in prior years. It's just Citywide Recycling Trust Fund, which is a special fund,
Right.
funds the actual LA shares. line item.
Okay, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll move on to page 888, items 15 through 21. Anyone have any questions on 15 through 21?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's for 18?
On item 16,
The annual city audit.
why did it go down 87,000?
The contract actually reflects in 2009-10 to be $678,000 per the council file, and the controller's office actually agreed to that dollar amount.
They agreed to that?
Yeah.
I can't believe that. So they think they can get the same service as last year?
The contract is still ongoing. It's still active, so I believe that it's just continuing with the existing contract we have.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was asking you about the homeless issues. Number 18. It's staying the same, but the economic stimulus money, do we see that happening?
I believe that LASA is expecting additional funds from the stimulus package. I believe they mentioned that in their hearing on Friday.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, on top of what we're providing in the GCP.
Are we assured that the $1 million match from the county this year for the homeless shelter program, is that happening?
What they've indicated to us is yes, because we've provided our match, so they'll provide theirs.
Good. It's very important if we did ours that we get theirs up front. For the City Volunteer Bureau, how many staff are associated with this program?
I would have to defer to the mayor's office on that.
I'm sorry,
Volunteer program. Is
City
that on this
Volunteer
page?
Bureau,
on
how
888.
many staff are associated with that program?
That's on a different page.
I'm sorry, I thought we were looking at the ones on page 888 for the time.
All right, okay, then we'll just stay with that. Okay, that's it for me on that.
Jose?
Just a notation on the LAFCO fees, and I gave the notice to the CLA about this, but the fees went down
Yeah,
$8,000?
Yeah,
You got
we were
that?
not made aware of the $8,000 reduction,
That's
so.
party time. It's the only good news I've
Bring
seen.
that down.
Yeah, well, anyway, just want to mention it.
Okay. All right, we move to page 889, items 22 through 27. Let me ask, on the land trust, last year it was cut back and we had a significant amount of community and folks came into the council and we moved it back. Is this just a cost saving, or have we made a determination whether we're not getting the service that we should or thought we'd be getting?
The actual contract ends June 30th this year, and what they had anticipated to use for next year is to defray salary and employee benefits for professional services, and I believe that the mayor's office, due to fiscal constraints, decided to not continue the contract for next year.
And you said that, I didn't quite understand.
It was a budget issue.
Okay. What did you say, that they were going to use another fund or something?
They usually, the contract specified that it would defray salary and employee benefits for professional services related to their accounting, their computers and consultants, and program supplies. So basically just administrative expense.
Okay. Do we have a sense on, because this is one of those programs like Lonnie, that they do so many of the architecture and different landscaping programs. Is there a sense of how many programs they participate within the city?
That I do not have the information. The Neighborhood Land Trust would be able to.
Okay, if we can get a report back on how much this 100,000 may leverage as it relates to performing services within the city of LA?
They also actually collect donations. Supposedly, $525,000 was provided through grants and contributions to assist them in
That's
the
outside
creation
the
of
city.
green spaces.
Yeah, that's outside the city.
Right.
Okay. Well, we'd just like to see what amount of service. I think they provide a good several tens of thousands of dollars worth of services in the city, so we can get a report back on that. Any other questions, 22 through 27?
We're adding, there's 2 parks being added to at the Park After Dark, correct, for this coming year?
Right.
And the money here, the additional money here is reflective of that, or is that a separate category?
Actually, it's just continuing the funding that was provided in the current year. So we'll continue the program in 09-10.
Councilman, I think you may be referring to the Summer Night Lights program?
Yes.
And that is separate from this?
That's separate from this?
Yes.
This is not part of the program?
These, I think, were initiated outside of the Summer Night Lights program, although they are very much similar in terms of their intent and the types of programs and services that are provided.
Okay, I thought they were kind of wrapped into one after, okay, that's fine, thanks.
Any questions on 22, Wendy?
Neighborhood Land Trust, every year, the mayor takes it out every year. We try to see if we can put it back in. I think, I'm not sure there's any money to do that, but other than have it on a wish list, because they do provide a great opportunity. We leverage our dollars, not just 1-to-1, I'm sure probably 10-to-1 with that. So as we go forward, it's another one to kind of put on our wish list, and more often than not.
Mr. Rosenthal? No. Great. Okay. We'll move page 889, go to 890, numbers 28 to 31. Let me start off on number 30, and this is to our city attorney. When we went forward recently on the day laborer ordinance for new home improvement stores, during that discussion, Mr. Smith asked about not having two separate guidelines for existing stores and new stores. And we're advised by the city attorney that they could create another ordinance that would be inclusive of the older stores or the existing stores. And then when we checked on it months later and asked where was that ordinance, we got information that they were not aware that they'd been directed to do another ordinance, but also they thought that the nuisance process would be sufficient. And we were looking to get that second ordinance so that we could eventually stop funding through city resources this $300,000+, where the whole interest was to ensure that the stores understood that they were responsible for the nuisance that they created in the community, and the city should not be using its general fund money to subsidize them. I'm just wondering if you could find out where we are on that second ordinance, or what would be recommended that we move forward on the existing stores, because the nuisance process is such a laborious process and takes so many years that it's not a solution that many people go forward. And I don't believe in many instances council officers would take that on with the ultimate goal of closing the store. The issue is you want them to take responsibility. So in that discussion about the new ordinance, we addressed or asked that existing stores be included, but we've not gotten a response as to the best way to deal with that. Okay, if you could follow up on that one, and then, because eventually we would like not to be in this business for general fund money, it should be the responsibility of the store, regardless of what home improvements chain it might be. So we can get that back. And then let me ask on 31, we are eliminating all funding from the Gay Lesbian Service Center. And from reading the note here, the funds were being used for some of their operational costs. Is this, again, just a financial issue? Yes. Okay. Because one of the things I'd like to do is that, particularly from the comments that were made by the city's AIDS coordinator, and particularly with the growing number of HIV/AIDS cases in the city, is that I don't believe that if we're dealing with testing, should ignore this totally, particularly when some communities are significantly on the increase. But I'd like, and what I understand, I don't have documentation, that generally our AIDS coordinator and Department of Disabilities probably outperform most agencies on the cost per test. And if we can look at a way in which for testing or the ability to have them leverage funds in the future to bring more testing to the city, I would like to see if we're going to be removing those funds from the Gay Lesbian Center to look at the AIDS coordinator to pick up that responsibility for testing and conducting tests in the city, citywide, as opposed to one organization, if we're going to be looking for, or looking at how we're going to impact the HIV/AIDS epidemic in this city.
If I could just bounce on that one for clarity here. Obviously, to me, the increase in women of color getting AIDS and young people getting AIDS is real in our city and has happened in the last couple of 3 years more than we thought would happen. So it's a serious issue. The Gay and Lesbian Community Service Center, how much other funds do we give them all together in this fiscal year?
The Community Development Department gives them about $75,000, and the Department of Disability gives them $40,000.
Frankly, as a policy, are any groups allowed to use that center if they live in the city of Los Angeles?
I believe they are, but I'm not quite sure. I'm not familiar with...
Yeah. Could we ask that group to give us a report back on their activities and how they use the 3 different funds of the city? I've heard complaints from some groups that they would like to use the facility. They're from LA. They don't get to use it. I want to know the policies and procedures of that center, since we fund them in 3 different pots there, how they operate, and how our money is spent, and what their general policies are. When it comes to this specific issue of the $75,000, I'd like to know, as Mr. Parks was saying, in lieu of that, how will they continue to aggressively go forward with the testing and all of the other things that they do? Because if it does impact it, this is one of those things that obviously, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of the other end. So getting into that is something I think we need to get some more answers on before we actually automatically do it. If that's okay, Mr. Chair, we get that.
And I think the issue that I'm concerned about is that our cutting of funds, particularly in the area of testing, is totally inconsistent with the health issues we're confronted with in the community. So it's something that, again, I'd like to see that we have our AIDS and HIV coordinator for the city be responsible for leveraging funds for testing throughout the city, and that way we can ensure that...
in fact, if Steve Simon is here, is he in the room from the... I
think the General Manager of Disabilities is here.
General Manager of Disabilities. Is it possible for someone to come up and speak on the record about this issue?
Tony Abraham, Department on Disability. Let me just announce that Stephen Simon has been called away. He's at a meeting on AIDS right now, so I will have to find out about his schedule and maybe put something in writing.
Okay. Yeah, but I'd like to find out what the testing, because my understanding, the city, with the Department of Disabilities, the AIDS coordinator, they've made a concerted effort of leveraging from free testing all the way to getting companies to pay portions. And from what I understand is that we have done a better job than most as it relates to the cost of test. And again, I'm just concerned that we are, even though it's a very minimal amount of money, we're cutting $75,000 out of dealing with AIDS and HIV testing, which is totally inconsistent with the growing health problem in the city. And so I want to be able to maximize whatever funding that we can pull together for that, and I just want to get a sense of whether the Department of Disabilities is in a better position citywide to address that.
Right. Well, that's my understanding from Stephen, is because there is no overhead and he is getting grants funding and he's able to transfer that money directly down to the testing center. The G&A is completely cut.
Okay. All All right, so if we can get something reported back, but again, I'd like to see if we can, on that particular issue, see if the department, the city's AIDS coordinator can be that testing focal point. Okay. So we pass page 80, 890, numbers 28 through 31. Any other questions?
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Parks. On number 29, before you move on from 890, can we get a report back if there's been an evaluation on the Learn to Earn program or performance evaluation on that? Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. We'll go to page 891, items 32 and 33. Mr. Roosevelt, this is the other part of that LASA allocation. So that initially we had on one page 500,000. Here we're a little over 10 million.
And yeah, this was a discussion that we had on Friday as well with LASA. So
$320,863. Will it have any impact, or do we get the federal stimulus money to come?
The $320,000 decrease is a result of a reduction of one-time money that was provided in the 08-09 budget for the biannual homeless count. The remaining $32,000 was a reduction just for LASA admin operations. I don't believe it's going to impact.
And we don't have obviously written in this yet some of the discussions we've had with the stimulus potential opportunities that could significantly complement what we're doing.
Right. To enhance it.
Thank you.
33. Just asking to use our file. Okay, the issue, and just to verify, there's no requirement, and the reason we're pulling the funds for the count is there's no requirement this year for count.
Right, because it's biannual, so it's every other year, yes.
Okay, very good. All right, so we're clear on...
And did we instruct on Friday, because we heard about this reduction in the program that seems to have been very successful, ways in which to look at other grant funding that might support it? I don't know if we instructed them on Friday to do that.
I believe there's a LASA representative here that may be able to speak to that point.
Good afternoon, council members. Steve Andrzejewski, Chief Financial Officer. Could you repeat the question?
Sure, no problem. I was saying, I thought on Friday we talked a lot about the success of this program, the one that's being cut, that $320,000.
The $320,000, as she explained, is 288 of that is a one-time reduction.
That was in the count, okay. Sorry, I'm confusing. We were talking about this in the ad hoc recovery, I think, on Friday morning, so it was about the same amount. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on item 32? On item 33, we'd just like to use council file number 08-1303 as the city council approved for the wording and such on the subsidy account.
Right.
And also, we need a report back on the status of street services as to when they will have in place the entry program as to the special events that require no subsidy but requires access to city barricades, so we can have some idea when this program will be functional and we can start directing community people to street services to get that particular approval. So we get a report back on that. But again, the funding and the structure of that number 33 should be guided by Council File 08-1303.
If I may speak to that, council member, regards to that council file, what actually was adopted was to establish a brand new fund for special event fee waivers. What you see in the GCP budget would actually just be earmarked for development subsidies and reimbursing departments like the Convention Center Revenue Fund.
What we advised, and let me ask Lynn, by the CLA, was that was going to be the same fund for all three, whether it was developmental fees, special events, and convention center issues.
That was my understanding. Perhaps the CAO can point me in the right direction if there is another separate account for special event
Our intent
fee
was to keep it
waivers?
all within one.
Because, yes, our understanding was it was all going to be one account.
Yes, it should have been all one account. The budget does not reflect really anything that's in the particular council file. So what you see is, at this point, all that there is available.
No, I think that's what we want to fix the wording in the correction so that we're all in the same understanding. Because I think when the council approved that council file, it was the understanding that that would be one subsidy
You're right,
account for
the
all.
wording needs to be changed as well. It's the old language from a couple of years ago.
Okay. And then again, as far as what was approved, if we could make that represent what's in that council file. Okay. Any other questions on 891? Okay, we'll go to 892, items 34 through 37.
Any questions?
Any questions? Bill? Questions? Okay, we can move from 892, items 34 through 37, go to 893, items 38 through 42. Let me just ask the mayor's office on item 39, with particularly Mr. Smith's motion recently regarding small business and such, are we really sending a message to the business community about our lack of interest in business by only putting $300,000 in that particular account for small and medium-sized businesses?
Not at all. I believe that this is an area that historically has been part of the mayor's office, and has the funding you see here is just a small portion of, I think, what we try to leverage across the city, not just in the mayor's office, but with the other departments that are involved with economic development activities, including the CRA and the CED.
Okay. Let me just ask, Mr. Smith, you have the motion regarding revamping that whole issue of economic development, and maybe we could ask, as you look at that through your committee, that maybe this fund could be looked at to see whether it's appropriate size for what you're trying to accomplish with that new motion.
And I think we'd also want to look at 38 as well, 38 and 39. So I'll ask Mr. Overham we'll arrange for Mr. Overham to come brief us in the committee on that.
So items 38 and 39, we'll ask the Jobs Committee to, as they look at this whole economic development motion, to pull those two in to evaluate.
If I could just say that, I mean, these are currently part of the mayor's office, and would require a review of the current functions in the mayor's office if they were to be put outside of.
Well, that's what we ordered in the community, the split the other day. So that's actually, and it's going tomorrow to Mr. Weston's committee as well. So that's part of that discussion. We've been discussing this with Mr. Overham. He's well aware of the discussion of the Economic Development Department idea. The mayor says he supports it. We just have to craft it, so this will be part of that discussion, that's all. It's only a discussion now, don't...
Okay.
But on this point, I would like to ask that on 36, 38, 39, and 40, that there's a footnote in page 212 of the budget book about funding being shifted to the mayor's office for these functions, but that would make sure that the personnel goes with the funding, and that those would then become part of the SRS calculations.
I can assure you that, like as I mentioned earlier, every employee in the mayor's office, every non-representative employee in the mayor's office is preparing to take a real salary reduction.
But that had not shown up in the past notations on these agencies. So what this does is, in footnote 212 did say the money goes over there. We want to make sure the personnel are included in the mayor's, whatever you call your staffing functions, and that the SRS is part of that calculation with them in it, because I do not believe they were.
What numbers were those, Mr. Smith?
36, 38, 39, and 40.
if I could just request the same flexibility that you were asking for your own funds relative to the community services be
No problem.
done here.
Ms. Grue, do you have any questions on?
No, I'm on the next page.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? 892, numbers 34 through 37. Okay, we go to 893, numbers 38 through 42.
I'm assuming 41 and 42 are just replacing each other, correct?
Yes, it's just a contingency.
Let me ask the CAO, do we have any additional information on when the next review for compliance, or is this an amount of money that will go through this fiscal year and we'll be looking at next, or is this the year for a compliance review?
If they meet the
In June of this year, that's when the next review is, and it's anticipated that the city will be released from the consent decree. And there's been some additional money programmed in the police department to take over the monitoring function.
Okay. Any other questions? 893? Items 38 through 42. Okay. 894?
On item number 43, I think last year in talking to Mr. Garcetti's office, we ended up, the actual budget was $500,000. So this would be, there was savings that we identified, so the actual budget last year was $500,000. So as we look at opportunities and work with Mr. Garcetti's office, if we can find additional savings to put them back up to the amount they had.
If I may, Councilmember, actually there is some savings for this current year in the domestic abuse response team line item that's available to be reappropriated to next year.
Can we add that then as part of our budget item?
Sure.
Okay.
And where's that coming from again?
Domestic abuse response team. Domestic abuse response teams.
So it's their own savings that they can then use back
Right.
to. Okay.
Any other questions on items 43 through 45? Let me just ask on 45, and the graffiti motion today was continued for another week, but we'd like to get part of the graffiti motion asked that the city take on the responsibility of a one-stop graffiti response, and that being that we are funding Clean and Green to this amount, as to how we might work with Rec and Park and General Services so that we do not have 3 or 4 anti-graffiti or graffiti abatement programs. So if we can have a report back on how they will transition to that one-stop effort. And we mentioned this to Rec and Park, and they did not have a concern about it. And I don't believe there's a dedicated staff for General Services, but we'd like to incorporate 45 as a city response. And again, that's a part of that new ordinance, our request on that new ordinance that was continued on council today. Okay. Any questions, 894? But 895, items 46 through 52. Any questions? Go to item, page 896, items 53 and 54. Okay. So we move the general GCP fund as with those comments and request. And then I believe the next item is we have the Exhibit H, which is, I believe, page 26 of the Gray Book.
Thank you.
Where are we going?
Page, I think it's 26 of the Gray Book.
Yes, it is 26.
Let me just start off on the conversation. One of the things that it appears a little difficult when you go through these items, and there's several pages of them, without knowing the background or the fee amount and things of that nature, it makes it very difficult to approve them in mass. And what I'm wondering is whether you have the ability to break these out to items that are absolutely essential to move to implement the budget, and those that might be policy questions that might better serve going to the policy committees. And so, as you read them, it's, like I said, very difficult to distinguish, in some instances, what they are after. We commented on one earlier, the fourth asterisk down, dealing with the TOT and the Cultural Affairs Trust Fund, or the Cultural Facilities Trust Fund. And on that one, after I did a little review, I think what was discussed a couple of years ago when funds were better was to look at a way in which this ordinance could be changed to where it would give the council more flexibility between 1% and 1.5, but every year the council would make a determination of what it would be. It appears now from the wording here that we're actually looking to lessen the amount because we're using words such as up to 1% as opposed to what was the standard 1%. And so these are the kind of things that I think require some committee review if we're going to be making these recommendations, and we not pass them in mass without further understanding and direction. Anybody else have any comments?
Yeah, because I've seen some things I want to change as we go through these, but they really relate to memos later on, so we should bring those up when we have those memos. Okay. And then you're going to do the rest as Mr. Park suggested.
Yeah, if we could break them out, it's telling us which are absolute necessity to move the budget, then what are policy recommendations that should go to committee that we can evaluate more closely, and then if there's already memos attached to the review of these, as we go through the memos, we can pull these out to understand them a little better.
Hopefully.
Okay, we can go through them. Actually, we are in the process of releasing a memo that actually goes over each one.
Each one? Okay. Unfortunately. Let me ask, and I just realized, let me go through a couple of cards that I missed. Mr. Sam Overton. Mr. Overton here. Okay. And then let me ask, Mr. McCosker, your card is on memo 24? Okay. We'll get to you as soon as we get to that. Yep. Now, Ray, give us an idea how you're going to walk us through the memos.
Okay. I was going to attempt with the first batch. This is through 90 to break it up by department. And I have some copies of a little, ask staff to pass around to sort of help us sort through the first 90 or so.
Okay. The one thing that I think all of us received, the first 68 or 69, so the remaining 30 will probably be a situation where we're reading them for the first time as you're going through them. So you may have to give us a little adjustment time.
Get time? You got time?
Is it tough?
Is this the revised one? Okay, all right. Do we have copies for everybody, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
I'm sorry. Scratch that, then. Yeah, actually, there's a revised one. I'm sorry. Here. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so you're just going to go down the alphabetical with the departments?
I'm going to attempt to go alphabetical. If, for whatever reason, you get lost, please let me know.
Okay.
And we'll go slowly. Those that are informational, I'll just quickly run through. Those that provide a little more information, we can have some discussion. So let's start off with aging, which is memo 53. And I believe this is just an informational memo. Does everyone actually have this sheet right here? Okay.
Okay, can we do one thing before we get rolling, is that this just show this committee is very sensitive to certain things. Mr. Lewis is always last.
Oh, we can do C next.
Can we do the zoo first? So he's, just as a courtesy to him.
Well, then we should start with, okay, we can go with zoo, and that starts off with memo number 30.
30, okay.
Okay. Okay, item number 30 is basic report back on recycling program. It is provided for informational purposes. If you have any questions there.
Any questions on 30?
I think the zoo is one of the better recyclers from what I've seen, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next memo is 31, which talks about the annual attendance. Department has provided some numbers over the last 10 years.
Okay. Let me just ask, any idea of what caused the significant drop in 0304? Is it what?
That was construction.
Is this construction?
Yeah. A lot of exhibits were closed. I'm sorry, 0304?
It was 0304 and 04 and 05. We had to see, and then we gradually moved back up in 05, 06 and continue to grow.
Part of that, there was construction that was beginning, and there was exhibits that were closed. I think that started in 04, maybe it was 03, but yeah, 03, 04, and 4 or 5. Yeah, that was when a lot of the zoo was actually closed.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions on 31? Okay.
Okay, item number 32 is report back on the zoo online ticketing.
Good idea.
Basically is a response on implementation.
Any idea, when we look at this, the costs that may be associated with implementation?
I think we can ask the department, we can work with the department on looking at that issue and see how quickly we can get something implemented and what those costs might be.
It'd be great to have it start before 2010-11, if there's any possible way to do that.
And when you look at that, there may be just services out there already we can just sign on to without creating recreating the whole thing of our own. I mean, there are a lot of ticketing services out there. It might be cheaper just to have them do it.
For you,
Okay.
Okay.
All right, any other questions on that?
Next.
Memo number 33 is report back on parking options on revenue. And provide the response.
Let me just ask, when we went through this, is there any legal issues about having or charging parking at that facility?
No, not that we're aware of yet.
Okay, any questions?
We did follow up with the city attorney on that, on this issue, so.
And they said, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer. There is no issue?
No.
It looks like it's going to be, with what they've written here, that they're going to do some construction there in this next year. So it might be hard this next year.
And also, I'm sure there's going to be some costs associated.
For implementing, yes, there would be.
Well, the letter does say they're also going to consider a proposal for a 2010-11 budget, correct? Is that?
Yeah, we're going to make this part of our work plan for next year and looking at ways that we can get something implemented if you so desire.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay, any other questions on that memo?
33
Yeah, that's the one we're on now.
Yeah. When I gather here, it says, while the zoo does not believe that it is appropriate to consider implementing a parking ticket for visitors, in order to do so, various factors need to be taken into consideration. First of all, I don't like a conclusion like that. I would really like to clearly know how many parking spots we have at the zoo. What is the average attendance like? And look at, and I've been saying $5 for, I don't care what kind of a vehicle it is, $5 to go to the zoo, give me $5, that kind of thing. I'd like to know what kind of revenue it could generate, and I don't want to wait another year to analyze it. I'd like a quick and dirty report back, if it's at all possible, under the constraints of reality here, to charge $5, that would be a revenue stream if it makes sense to do it. But I'd like to know what kind of money we're talking about. The only line they have in here is that they've annually approximately $25,000 for rental for such as film productions, Hollywood Bowl Shuttle. That doesn't help me at all. A better picture of the parking lot, a better appreciation, that $5 and what that would add up to. And frankly, if we could implement it, I would implement it as soon as possible.
Okay.
Obviously, if nobody agrees with me, that's fine. It's just that I want to get some real numbers.
Councilman, I believe that Sue indicated that in order to even start charging $5, they would have to restripe their parking lot and change the traffic flow so that it could be more controlled. So there would be some upfront costs, and certainly they can report back on those issues to you. But they would lose some of the spaces that they currently have because of the restriping.
I know, but I mean, it wouldn't be all that much if it's done properly, or it can be, at angles and stuff like that. I mean, I just want to know.
I'm sure that they could report back to you.
Yeah, a little more detail is what I want to know, so if I know if I have an issue here or not.
Councilmember, I think the zoo also raises a point relative to a project that they have already been approved for, a Prop O project, that would either, if the project goes forward, would hinder any type of parking fee structure, because maybe half, or if not the entire parking lot, would be under some type of construction. So I think that's yet another reason why additional study is.
That obviously has to do with visitors and the zoo itself and its robustness. That would be something else.
But we'll work with the department to report back and some sort of a game plan to let you know what are the options. We do have the Propo project that's being going forward, so we'll lay things out.
Okay, great, thanks.
And I think, Ray, also on both items 32 and 33, they're both of these they intend to bring back on 10-11 budgets. Okay. Next.
Okay, that takes us to memo number 36, was also for the zoo.
Let me ask you one other thing, a favor. We have the fire chief here. If we could do fire department memos at this time. I know fire doesn't come after Z, but...
No, I came down the elevator with one of the captains, and he was going to buy a soda if I do fire, so we'll come to fire.
If we can do fire now and then.
Well, let's do 36 first. This is a report back on the Glaza contract. You had requested some information about the status of the contract between Glaza and the Pachyderm exhibit.
Okay. Let me just ask you to remind me on one thing. What was I've kind of lost track of the dollars. Was it $20 million initially, and then they paid $6 to knock it to 14 or something?
No, it was only 14, and they were contributing 6 to knock it down. The 20 had to do with sort of the debt service for the 14 over the 20 years. Yeah.
But I thought that they were giving us a lump sum that would reduce the amount of money that we were going to Nicola.
It's basically an option that they were providing us, whether or not the lump sum or the debts, paying the debt service over the life, the 20-year life.
Okay, I thought it was both, but...
No.
Okay, tell me what it was.
Glaza committed to paying the debt service on up to $14.2 million in Nicola issuance when the project is complete and we issue the permanent MICLA, they at that time may provide a $6 million down payment on the MICLA funding and then finance the balance of it.
Go over that again now, slower. Okay.
Aglaza committed to paying the debt service on up to $14.2 million in MICLA.
Okay.
At the time that the project is completed, when we issue the permanent financing, they have the option to pay the debt service on that $14.2 million or reduce the total amount of MICLA that we will issue by contributing $6 million as a one-time payment and then financing the balance.
Okay, that's where the $6 million came in. So it's at the completion, they can have the option of $6 million
Or 8.
or 8.
14 or 8.
14 or 8. Okay, thank you.
Right,
That's what
and
it was.
they will pay the debt service 1 year ahead of time.
Very good. Any questions on 36? Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can go to fire, start off with memo number 14. I think we can provide some information back on the filming spot check fees. And this is where there's a proposal to raise some of those fees in the current year budget.
We start at 14?
14, I'm sorry.
Okay, this is, I think it was a request to determine whether the fees negatively impacted filming.
That's correct. Basically, the fee is, as proposed, is going from $85 to $126 per permit.
And that would accumulate to $100 and what thousand dollars?
$181,000.
$181K. And the question is, at $225,000 a day that's into the local economy, if we need to throw that little extra increase on there when we're trying to bring these industries back to California that have left California. And I would proffer that that's a bad message to send for the few dollars we get out of it. When our local economy is so heavily based on this industry, why do anything to perturb them if we don't have to? $181,000 is, I mean, even in today's budget, price is $108,000, more than it used to be. But is it any kind of a disincentive for filming to come back? And one of the things they have told us repeatedly, and Wendy's been the spokeswoman on this for a long time, is there's a fee here, a fee there, a fee there, a fee there. Pretty soon, it adds up to some real money for these production companies, and that's why they left. And that's why they'll continue to leave. New York's just eliminated funding for film industry, and now we can get all those people back when we start showing that we want to be film industry friendly. And that's what's been going on in Mr. Rosenthal's Public Works Committee, and with Film LA, and all that work that we've been doing, and Ms. Gruhl in particular has been doing for the last couple of years to make us film friendly. This, for $181,000, I don't think it's worth doing. So I'd like to hear from my colleagues on that, but I think $181,000 just ain't worth the message it's sending.
And you're right, it becomes a policy issue. This is a fee that when first proposed back in '94, it hasn't been raised.
That's because we had a policy of trying not to raise film industry fees.
Because I don't think it's also it's not a full cost recovery anyways, right? No, so it is a policy decision. So I would, second with Mr. Smith being the other leader now on this issue to keep it at its current.
I think that's fine, but at the same time, just like it would be, we would send a message that we don't want to send if we impose this increase the fee. We also need to send a message that we're not increasing fees, so this has to get to the appropriate agency, if it's Film LA or whoever it is, to remind them that this fee hasn't increased since 1994, and that's an additional incentive or additional support that the City of Los Angeles is giving to the film industry. So just like we don't want to send the wrong message, we also want to send the right message, and if we could make sure that Film LA gets this message and let them know, aware of, that we haven't raised these fees in '94. I'm sure there's a number of other things that we kind of advertised to the filming industry, and this could be one of those.
Yeah, we'll make sure we get the message out.
Okay, so the instruction would be to delete that increase?
Okay, the issue is it will remain at 85?
Yes, $85.
We cannot determine whether subsidizing the fire spot check fee would result in revenue offset. Is that how you feel about this? I mean, there's conflicting feelings within the industry, obviously. Some folks feel it's okay, others don't. We obviously want to bring our industry back to town. And I'm just curious how you put that sentence in there, which is fine if it works. Right, go ahead.
David Arano, the Office of CAO. Council member, we can't project a distinct link between raising that fee and driving business away, but we do know that anytime you bring business back into town, there will be an impact on the local economy. The type of impact and the size of that impact will depend upon the production that's brought back and the number of days of filming, the size of that production, and so forth, the types of cast and support crews that they hire.
Bottom line is, this is for full cost recovery, right? Or not?
Not, it's just
Then what is this then?
It's just increase.
We were led to believe from the fire department that this going to $126 would be taking it to full cost recovery.
If I could speak, just one of the issues that have come up in the past is that we'll have one production company doing, say, 10 different shots. We would charge one fee. We have to go to 10 different locations to do spot checks. Through the discussions with the industry, rather than charge for 10 different spots, we came up with a kind of a midpoint, be one cost that would cover whether you did one or if you did 10, you'd only be one cost, and that's kind of how we came to the fee amount that we came to.
Could you, sorry.
I'm sorry, Ms. School, were you speaking?
I was just going to say, if there is, if it's only one location, 85, if it is more than X number, then go up to the 125. I mean, I think there's some balance there rather than everyone else having to pay a lot just for those few productions that actually are going to have more than one site. I don't know what in relationship to how many of those actually have more than one site, but that might be somewhere in between, if you feel that
Well, the
that's
spot check fee would be for every site, wouldn't it?
The current configuration is only for one fee, no matter how many sites they were shooting.
What is it under?
If it was the same production, multiple locations, we would charge one fee.
What is it by the number of permits as opposed to locations?
Okay, you want to share how to...
Yeah, in this discussion with Ms. So, she suggests, and I think we could add in this discussion of multiple sites, that we say that the fee shall be $126 per permit and per site, but anything above $85 at this time is waived. That sends an industry statement that these are the fees, but we're going to start waiving this for you, at least for the time being, and we can always revisit later, but for now, the fees are waived. And that sends a very strong message that the fees are there, but we're going to waive them for you. And it accomplishes the same thing, at least some credit for finally doing it to that industry. We finally get a little credit for trying to help them out.
But let me ask, Chief,
You understand that, sir?
are we resolving your issue about multiple locations?
No.
Again, the amount of money that was stated earlier, the amount of money that's bringing in is a large amount. We were just trying to find some way of balancing the fact that we have to go to so many locations. There's only one fee. We're paying the inspector sizably more than that to go to all these locations. So we were just trying to find a middle ground to help, again, with the situation of the city.
So would it be difficult to do it in such a way that for just one site it is $85? If you have more than one site, you go up to the 127.
I'm sure that could be done.
That might be to, address that.
Kind of accomplishes that, yeah.
And then maybe next year, and maybe include in a report back in 6 months exactly how many fit into those different categories.
Yeah, and I think that'd be very good if we could show the industry what we've done for them at the same time. Get a real handle on the numbers.
And it would also help us with multiple sites and better understanding that issue within it.
Okay, next.
All right, the next memo is 22. This will report back on the protocols for dispatching resources. Basically, the committee asked the department to report back on their protocols, and I think I just want to mention that they use a tier dispatch system, and certainly the chief's here to follow up and answer any questions.
Sure. As Mr. Serrano just said, our objective is to provide the right resource for the type of call. We do have a tiered system based on the information we receive from the caller. Obviously, there's always an issue about balancing resources with liability. I advise heavily on our medical director, Dr. Eckstein here, who can talk a little bit more about the liability issue. Dr. Eckstein.
The issue of, to even consider adopting what we call a no-send category for dispatch is really fraught with peril. Many EMS systems have explored this possibility, and far and away, the greatest liability in emergency medical services, other than crashes, responding lights and sirens, is failure to transport patients. You have to understand that EMTs and paramedics are very highly trained, but their training is to resuscitate, stabilize, and transport patients. They are not trained to diagnose. Even beyond that, to try to diagnose patients over the telephone without sight unseen is extremely dangerous. And the cost in terms of human lives and potential lawsuits, if we adopted such a strategy, would far exceed any potential cost savings.
Based on what?
This is well established. If you look at EMS systems right across the country that have grappled with this concept because of increasing demand and dwindling supply, the only programs in a few cities across the country that have explored the possibility of what we call a no-send category involves expanding the current dispatch capabilities, where they take their existing call center and they hire specially trained nurses who basically do a very exhaustive interrogation of the caller. So when our call takers go through a screening process and the patients have no obvious high priority symptoms, and we categorize our calls in acuity based on low acuity to high acuity, and we have a tiered dispatch sending paramedics alone or EMTs alone with or without firefighters for additional personnel and manpower. When certain calls are determined to be what we call low priority calls, and we may dispatch an EMT ambulance alone, non-emergency, those few systems that have adopted this potential no-send category then send those calls to nurses that are stationed side by side with the dispatchers, who then go through an exhaustive interrogation with the caller to safely determine, with the nurse's level of training, if it indeed is safe not to dispatch any emergency vehicle, but they have to be able to provide the caller or their family, or the family member speaking on behalf of the caller, or alternative means of medical care, vis-a-vis follow-up appointment at a health clinic, a visitation by a home health care nurse, or some other health care.
That's all very well and good, but when we get a phone call, we do put it into categories, don't we?
Absolutely, that's correct. That's why we have tiered dispatch.
Right, so we already do that.
We do that to a limited extent, but we don't go as far not to send, meaning our lowest priority call will send EMTs alone, non-emergency, but they have to eyeball the patient to see if indeed what they described over the telephone matches their symptoms. It's well established in Los Angeles, as well as many other cities that have published their data, and I can speak clinically as a physician as well, working in the community. It's not infrequent that some of our quote-unquote low-priority calls with which we respond non-emergency, some of these patients do indeed turn out to have potentially or actual life-threatening emergencies. I think that's particularly true for patients in the lower socioeconomic brackets, where they have either under or untreated medical conditions and lack of access to health care or the medications, and that's particularly true for the homeless population.
Okay, and what's our transport policy when we send a BLS unit?
Our transportation policy for the field is the same for ALS, both advanced life support and basic life support. That is, our members have to offer transport for any patient who has a medical complaint. Because even what seems like a mild or non-life-threatening or a low-priority medical complaint, some of these patients turn out to have life-threatening infections, undiagnosed diabetes in particular, and particularly working at County USC, we see probably a higher percentage than most hospitals, but because we serve a large homeless population downtown as well. But I could tell you, paramedics or EMTs are not able to always identify these patients with their limited diagnostic tools they have available to them on scene.
What do we do with the guy who breaks a finger playing baseball at a Rec and Parks facility? We send a BLS unit.
Yeah, minor extremity trauma is the exception. They don't have to offer transport for those patients because it's an isolated injury. We typically do offer transport, and if the patient has insurance or Medi-Cal or Medicare, we are reimbursed for that transport.
If we collect.
Absolutely, if we collect.
That's a problem.
But those patients, most of those patients do indeed need medical care, but we try to have a tiered dispatch. So if everything's working correctly and the patient calls our dispatch center, our call takers go through the questions as they're trained, rather than sending fire engines and paramedics, lights, and sirens, we send 2 firefighter EMTs alone, non-emergency, for that injury in an EMT ambulance.
And they'll then assess, and more often than not, transport?
It depends. I can't say more often than not. It depends on the chief complaint of the injury you described. Most of those patients are not transported because most patients recognize the fact they want to be reassured by a trained medical person, at least an EMT. And if they realize that they'll need to go to the hospital, particularly an emergency department emergency, and they realize there is a cost involved vis-a-vis an ambulance bill that is significant, many patients will gladly refuse transport and seek medical attention by their own means.
What do you say a nurse or a trained medical technician would need to be at the dispatch center when we get these calls? When we wrote the Clausen protocols, was written by a predecessor of yours, a doctor, to ask the right questions to determine protocol for dispatch. That whole thing was written by doctors. I sat on that committee, by the way, back in 1983 or whatever it was, to determine what the dispatch policy of the city would be to meet the city attorney's concern, not the fire department's concern, the city attorney's concern that we have an overabundance of caution based on a lawsuit that was given, that we lost. The policy of the city attorney at that time was we're going to dispatch for everything and anything to be safe. The question is, can we afford to continue to do that? Or would the mere fact of one lawsuit that we may lose more than pay for the less overabundance of caution and do more than what other departments around the country are doing? And I don't think anybody dispatches, from what I recall, to the level we dispatch. Certainly LA County does not.
I would respectfully disagree. LA County, in fact, to my knowledge, does not have tiered dispatch. We constantly revise our dispatch system to try to send the fewest resources and the most appropriate resources possible. Dr. Clausen, who's a friend and colleague of mine, would tell you as well, the dispatch system which he created and we use, the National Academy Emergency Dispatch System, the main intent of that system is to try to triage the call to send the most appropriate resource or resources, emergency or non-emergency. It was never designed to determine which patients could be triaged out of the system to a no-send category.
That was because of the city attorney's recommendation that we did that.
That may be well, and that may be true, sir, but I could tell you as an EMS expert, an EMS physician, and an attorney could tell you as well that the single greatest liability in EMS, other than driving, is failure to transport a patient, and to fail to even send someone to assess a patient is extremely fraught with peril. I don't see how we could safely do that with existing protocols. I can give you any number of examples where we've had bad outcomes and we've had claims for damages for wrongful death.
And that's going to happen.
Because the patient with low back pain that turns out to have a leaking aneurysm, you cannot diagnose it over the phone, let alone the difficulty in identifying that patient on scene.
Okay. What I would suggest to you is this then, Doctor. You and I go out and spend a few days out in the field talking to your paramedics, because no offense, Chief, but your paramedics telling me that our dispatch system is a bunch of bull. And that's your paramedics, not mine. I mean, they work technically for us, but those are the people in the field doing this every day say we waste too much time and resources on things we don't need to do. And they've told me about people that are gaming the system, that use our dispatch to get a ride to the hospital. They don't even need to go to the hospital, but they happen to have an appointment, or they know exactly what they're going to ask the doctor, and they let us be their taxi cab. And this is the kind of stuff I'm hearing as I go to fire stations around this city. So that's what prompted this question. I'm willing to concede today in the budget the issue, but I'm not willing to concede the argument, because I think if our firefighters are telling me we have problems in our systems, then we need to look at it.
If I may, I think we need to keep the two issues separate. One is failure to send a resource, the so-called no-send category, is very different than having a trained EMT or paramedic evaluate a patient and refusing to transport. Those are two very different scenarios.
Yeah.
If I could speak real briefly, as Dr. Eckstein said, we are evaluating our resources and deploying our resources on a regular basis. We made some changes, I believe, late last year where we reduce some calls, not a significant number, but some calls. And one of the things I have tasked my people, and Dr. Eckstein is heading up the group, is to look at our dispatch, look at our resources, how we're dispatching them, because every year our call load goes up, and how we're going to evaluate this. So it's a project we're looking at. I think before we make any radical changes, though, we need to really evaluate all the ins and outs. It really comes down like kind of what you've indicated. It's a risk management issue. If the city is willing to take that risk, we can do that.
Well, I'd like to know what the changes in the policy have been, because I hadn't seen those, and so I'd appreciate seeing what that is, and we'll continue this conversation. And it is a risk management. That's why I brought the issue up, is there's a cost factor to risk management, and sometimes, if you change your risk aversion a little bit, you save more money. If you lower your risk aversion, you could put yourself a little more at risk, but how much do you save doing that? If you save $50 million doing it, and you lose one $10 million lawsuit, maybe not such a bad risk.
I think the point I just want to make is that if we decide to do it, we'll make sure we've evaluated everything and all the possible the options before we just make the decision to stop sending.
And Doctor, if you would later on make an appointment, I'd like to sit down and talk to you further about this. Show me the documentation you have on that, and
Absolutely.
if Dr. Clausen's still alive, tell him hello.
Absolutely.
That was a long time ago.
We've made concerted efforts to decrease the number of resources who respond to each incident, but again, short of not sending. That's the distinction. Thank you.
We'll consider
it. Chief, I was impressed in the number where it says since August of last year in your report that the new non-emergency BLS dispatch algorithm dispatches only the closest basic life support system. As we used to get a lot of complaints where people would say, why did you send a full fire truck out there in addition? So does this means that now they don't send the fire engine with them?
On certain types of calls, Dr. Eckstein can speak specifically as which types of calls we're not sending those things on.
But it says this change has directly resulted in 50 fewer responses for fire companies every day.
Correct.
Okay. So there's a savings in that, in addition, when you look at 35 fewer responses for paramedic rescue ambulance every day from another item. And I don't if that's reflected in your budget, that you're not spending as much gas and time going to those locations, but I think it's, for the public, it's important, because they did used to complain that why would you send a fire truck every time? Just want to highlight that. That's a good thing.
Any other questions? Next item.
It'll take us to memo number 23, which is just a report back on IT resources between fire and ITA. I think there were some key areas where some potential IT consolidation may be feasible. This was in the human resources, the PACER type of services, some of the data infrastructure and email. However, there are still concerns regarding dispatch support, some of the network staffing, and fire prevention areas as well. So,
I was going to ask, because I think ITA is going through some evaluation as it relates to this city CIO position. If we can send this memo to ITA, and as they evolve with their study that they're doing, that we asked that when they bring their proposal to to the ITGS committee, they can include this input. And I think what we also need is a similar report or identification of systems that can be consolidated from LAPD also. And I think one of the comments that the mayor asked, that we look at this centralized IT function with the exclusion of the police and fire. But I think this memo, at least from the information here, gives an indication that there is some ability to service the fire department without taking over their operational system. So we can send that to ITA and ask them to, as they prepare that study, to ITGS to include this and also get similar information from the police department.
And just a warning on the ambulance billing, getting it operational. I'm going to dog it whether I'm here in the council or over in the controller's office, and try to make sure that all of the departments are part of that, and that we can push it as a priority, because I think the numbers that you see that we can hopefully get by automating that is going to be very, very, very important.
I can assure you it is a priority.
Okay. Next item. Before we comment on that. Let me ask Mr. Bukowski to come up and make his comments, and then we'll go into the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, Pat McOsker, President of United Firefighters. Mr. Smith, I'm glad you asked the question regarding constant staffing on the fire department. I appreciate that very much, and I'm
That's
also
a later
glad...
question.
Pardon me?
That's a later question. Are you talking about this question, or, I'm sorry, what's...
The constant staffing question is the one I'm here to speak on. Is that the correct one before us now?
24 is dealing with the retired firefighters and office staff.
Okay, then my document is out of sync with your document, because mine is clearly marked that way. Can I come back and speak on,
What
on that
number?
item?
75?
75 then, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, the issue of the retired firefighters?
Yes, that's memo number 24. Yeah, you requested to take a look at this and report back?
Yes, as you can see in the report back, we're somewhat limited on those who even be eligible for something like this. According to what I've been told, the civil service rules, they have to be someone who's retired that's under the age of 55, captain or below, have been retired for less than 3 years, and if they participated in the drop, they were not eligible. I would say probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 98% of our people participate in the drop that retire, so we'd be very limited on being able to utilize these people, even if it was an option. I think, too, there'll be, the fact that we're hiring them back, because it's a 24-hour shift, trying to fit them in at 4 hours or some other incremental time during the day would be very difficult. Having them, our experience has been people coming in midday, it's just not something we can rely upon.
Let me just also, I would assume that these 4 asterisks there, also one of them would be a consideration of workers' comp or whether they're full duty.
There's a lot of sub-logistical and issues there as well, employee relations issues as well. So there'd be a lot of issues we'd have to work through, even if we had people eligible.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to the next one. Get that?
So a critical piece of this is how many recently retired firefighters will actually be eligible. And you're saying 90% already participate in some?
About 98% of our people who retire participate in the drop. If you participate in the drop, you cannot be brought back.
Okay, so it's very limited even. So you're saying 2 things. One is limited people to actually do this, and secondly...
all the employee relations and other work comp issues, all those other
require a charter amendment, so the benefits we realize from this are minimal, and even if we do, it's may not even work in practice. Yes. Okay, thank you.
A quick question that I know is controversial, and I don't think there's been a resolution. I'm not sure if it came to the audits committee then, or if it was earlier on the whole civilianization of the dispatch center and all of that. Was there any resolution to that, or is it still an outstanding audit? And just to, again, I know I've heard both sides, so...
No, we were asked to do a report on it, and one of the things we found, in addition to all the issues we brought up before, is to implement that, to train up civilians, right, for that to be EMD certified. It's going to cost us millions of dollars to do that, and with this budget, it's just not something we can do now, even if that was something that was a great idea. We're talking millions of dollars to train them up. We'd have to have 4 shifts instead of 3. There's a lot of issues with that, and so...
I'd be interested in just maybe sitting down with you separately and talk. And again, I've gone down there myself and seen them in action, and hopefully their surroundings are better and where they are physically having to live, so to speak, down there.
It's better, but it's not ideal. We're hoping to get into new dispatch centers slated for 2010, but because of the shortage of IT staff, it's probably going to be longer than that.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll not take another visit down there, but there was some argument to having them be still be within the, not civilianization. So just want to kind of close that loop.
This piece here, this item was a piece of that controller's audit, and those items are still pending to come back to the audits committee at some point.
I couldn't remember if we...
Okay. Ready for the next one?
Yes.
Okay, I think that takes us to memo number 72. And this will report back on...
Let me just ask one thing on Ms. Gruel's issue on the civilianization dispatchers. That's not a memo, but that was a direction to what? Come back and respond or report back? Or Jose, did you say that was in your committee?
It's basically, it was the controller's audit, and I was just trying to determine who has to report back.
Jose, is that in your committee?
Yes, it is in my committee.
Very good. So the issue's already in committee. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Number 72, this talks about civilianizing fire inspectors, and we've provided some information as to some of the challenges to actually civilianizing this function.
As I stated last time, there are some areas that we're already utilizing civilians in our Fire Prevention Bureau. One of the things that I failed to mention that really didn't strike me until after I left, we do utilize the inspectors to staff fire engines on heavy, brush fire days, major incidents like earthquakes. I did not factor into the fact that civilians would not be able to perform that function. So that's something I think is very important that I point out, and somehow I failed to mention that last time.
Is that what you're referring to in bullet number 4 about recall personnel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And then, Chief, why don't you just give us a thumbnail on what fire inspectors do?
The Fire Prevention Bureau and fire inspectors, they inspect large and complex occupancies. They're kind of broken up in areas of high-rise buildings, industrial commercial buildings, brush, hazardous materials buildings, schools and churches, and they're categorized like that, and they're large, complex occupancies. They have additional training. They're not even eligible until they have 4 years on, 3.5 to 4 years on. We send them through an extensive training program to know the fire code. They're sent out to ride along with other inspectors to get the skills and the knowledge to get to that level. And so they're highly skilled and highly trained. The other part of it is we have inspectors that are involved in the new construction area of the city, and they evaluate plans and make sure all the fire life safety components are in the building and that they're operating properly as the building is being constructed.
Okay. All right, we move 72. And next is what?
Next should be 75. And here we talk about the content staffing model. I think, as you know, basically the department follows national standards as far as deployment. Certainly, in the memo, we talk about the resources that are provided for each of the apparatus and engine trucks and ambulance and so forth. I think the department, from the perspective of the resource allocation, that certainly it's needed to staff the 106 stations throughout the city.
As I recall, our discussion last time had to do with looking at areas that are busy, areas that are not as busy, and deploying additional resources to those areas. That is something we do on a very small scale now. We do that with ambulances. Some of the ambulance areas we move up during certain hours of the day. There's basically several ways of doing that. Number one is taking on-duty companies and just moving them to different areas of the city based on historical data, by call load and so forth, by need. The other area is to, if you have a low number of staffing on duty and you want to augment an area, hiring people overtime to fill those hours that you have heavy call load. And the last area is reconfiguring the resources themselves. And of those three options, I think the best approach is the reconfiguration. As is mentioned in the last paragraph of the document, one of the ways we can do that, and we're looking at, is possibly looking at truck companies who are staffed with 5, light forces who are staffed with 6, and possibly looking at reducing certain houses based on need down to 2 engines instead of a light force and an engine. Another area we could look at, and we're looking at, I've got a staff really looking at all these different areas, is to look at, we have, say, a house that has a task force and an ambulance, possibly looking at having a task force fully staffed, the ambulance not staffed, and based on the call that's received. So I've got a staff looking at all that. They're going to report back to me in June 1st on all the different options, what the impacts would be, how we would overcome those, what things we can do immediately, what things through negotiations are going to could take time. And we're also meeting with labor to kind of get their input so we can work through any mean confer issues early on. We're trying to work with them as well to figure out what's going to be the best way to deal with the budgetary shortfalls, have the least amount of impact on the public, as well on being able to handle the logistic issues of the staff itself.
Okay, thank you. Before we ask any more questions, let me ask Mr. McCosker on 75.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was coming to the microphone to say that I read the report that the fire department turned back India to answer this question, and that I agree with all the facts and figures in there and was very supportive of it. I'm concerned with some of the comments that I hear now. But let me just say that I very much support the portion that says we should not understaff our fire companies and our fire stations. You know, if that happens, and let me just say that the conclusion here, it says decreasing the minimum staffing at any of the fire department's 106 fire stations would threaten our ability to deliver emergency services in a timely and safe manner. Let me just say that's an understatement. You know, if we were to do that, people would die. And by people, I mean citizens and firefighters. You know, citizens would die because if we understaff our fire companies, we're not going to have enough hands to get water to the seat of the fire, or open the roof, or open the exit doors, or do any of the things that we do as effectively and efficiently as quickly as we always have. Firefighters get killed because we'd sure as heck try to. You know, we take on the additional risks ourselves if you understaff our companies or our stations. We're going to try to get water to the seat of the fire. We're going to try to cut the hole open, but we're going to be doing it with fewer people. We're going to take on that risk, and you're going to see firefighters get killed. So I call on you to make sure that you don't understaff your city's fire stations or fire companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on 75?
Pat, if I could ask you, then what is your recommendation to finding ways to lower the constant staffing cost to the city? And the discussion never was about reducing fire company staffing. I do not want to see us drop down below 4 per engine or 5 per cat, whatever. That is not the recommendation. The recommendation or the request was, can you model the number of units assigned to certain houses during certain times of the day or certain days of the week, certain times of the year, to match the call load, which would then lower the need for constant staffing. Instead of having a full task force at a station, sometimes it only needs a light force or a single engine company. And I understand the chief's concern that if you made a single engine company out of a light force, that if you had to move them out, then you might leave that station house empty for a time till we can move a unit in, which is our normal process. As I look at the fire department, most of your work is not necessarily fire department work, it's more ambulance work. So I'm not so I think that risk would be very minimalized, but it does happen, and it happens anyway. I mean, when we're in a full call-up, you have a major brush in the valley, you're leaving engine companies vacant for a short time while you're doing your move-up and your callbacks. That happens in your normal staffing. Whenever possible, it should be avoided. But the question was, how can you reduce constant staffing cost and maybe more tailor them to the call load of the individual station house?
I would say that, first of all, I appreciate the need to reduce the amount of overtime on the fire department. You're spending too much money on overtime. The way that you do that is to hire more firefighters. You know, you're relying on firefighters plug-in. Remember, we have minimum constant staffing on the fire department. We basically fill each seat on fire trucks and ambulances at the minimum level every day, all day. And the city has calculated that it's cheaper to do that using overtime, and they've overburdened us with that overtime. You have too many vacancies right now.
So what is the number you think the department needs to be at then to avoid that kind of additional cost?
I think that the fire department ought to hire a firefighter for every spot that you authorize. All the spots that we have now, all the seats ought to have one live body, not 9 guys at a task force and 1 vacancy that we fill every day on overtime.
So then the only constant staffing need would be for sick, IOD, or vacation?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Let me ask if on this item, Chief, you're going to be doing some research on it, if we can refer this to Public Safety Committee so that when that report is done, that they can, as a policy committee, Mike, as I mentioned to you, Chief, my concerns are the fact that we've approached $100 million in overtime, and the other issue is when this system was created, was back in the Yority era that said, and the fire department was much smaller, and said basically, how do you deploy firefighters without having more firefighters? And I think, as I mentioned to you, where I think we made a mistake over years, is every new firefighter became a constant staffing firefighter. And so we've added to that, and so that pot has grown to where now we are obligated to fill each slot with a overtime slot. And so in your study that you're looking at, we certainly would need you to look at the $100 million overtime budget and how we might reduce that, and then also what other changes you'd recommend as it relates to provide full service. But as Mr. Smith has said, how do you deploy as to seasonal or station needs and not have the constant, every station is identical regardless of the workload? Those type of things. So
sure, we can do that. I just want to reemphasize when I mentioned some of those possible ideas, I'm not saying necessarily that's going to be the final result. We're looking at those, we're evaluating those, and it may or may not be what our recommendations are.
We understand that, and when you get finished with your report, we'd like it to be this memo to go to public safety, and my assumption also would probably go budget and finance because there'll be dollars, but that we transmit that, and then we'll put a timeline. What do you think on time on this study that you're doing?
Well, I've asked my staff to report back by June 1st.
Okay.
So that will be sometime after June 1st.
Okay. So we'll put a timeline where it comes to budget and finance, and or public safety first, and then budget and finance sometime in June 2009. Okay.
That'd be good. I think that the one thing that we should highlight as well, there were resources, monies to basically deploy some resource software, and I think that's going to be a good tool for the department to analyze the data.
That's in this year's budget?
It's for next year's budget. I mean, it's not going to help them probably for the report back for June, but for next year on a go-forward basis, I think it's going to be a
that's the technology.
Thank you.
Mr. Park, let me just conclude again. There's a public perception that there's a significant overtime reality in the fire department. And with that public perception, we see news stories talking about the average salary is $106,000, stuff like that. Debunk it a little bit. Would you hear in the committee about how we get into this overtime, why we're in this overtime, and give us any kind of a layman concept right now of how you're attacking that, because that seems to be something that people want to focus on all the time.
Oh, I think we've discussed it several times, not necessarily this year, but over the years.
Yeah.
And the term is used, and maybe I think it's a misnomer, use the term constant staffing. I think a better term would probably be minimum staffing. And because of the minimum staffing, if someone's off sick, someone's on vacation, someone's off IOD, we hire behind them to make sure there's 4 firefighters on those engines, 2 people on the ambulances, 5 on the truck, and so forth. In addition to that, we've had vacancies over the years, particularly when the drop program kicked in. We had a large number of people leaving and not as many being hired, and so the number of vacancies have increased in addition to what we call the compensated time off the vacations and holidays. And so there's been a significant amount of overtime. The number of people retiring has slowed down. We have been gaining on those numbers. It wasn't too long ago we were up over 160 vacancies. We're down somewhere under 100 now. So we're making progress on reducing those vacancies so that we can lower those numbers. I think one of the things that has to be factored into, when the dollar amounts are spoken of overtime is the salaries. I mean, salaries have gone up significantly over the years, and so the dollar amounts are going to reflect that. People, so the number of hours of overtime, I haven't done the crunch the numbers, probably hasn't gone up that much, but because of the cost of salaries, the numbers have gone up. We've looked at just several different ways of doing things. Some of them have been favorable with labor, some of them have not. We implemented a training program recently, a leadership training program, where we asked the members to come on their own time. Some of these major events that take place, we staff with inspectors to make sure everything is safe. Those things kind of get lost in the shuffle, such as the marathon and a few of the large marches that take place. We hire a significant number of public assemblies inspectors to make sure hallways are kept open and so forth. So there's a lot of costs of overtime that really doesn't get reflected. The other thing we do, too, is that we have projects. Because our administrative staff is so small, we'll have to hire people in the field to do administrative work for us because, again, we're not enough people on our administrative staff. And also, we do training for other departments. EMD has a training program that they do for Unified Command, and we use our staff to go and do that as well. So we're working not only for ourselves, for other departments as well. And like I said, keeping all those spots filled so we can respond to the public is very, very important.
Are you seeing stimulus money and some of this emergency preparedness stuff, some of this coordination efforts between various agencies here? Will you get a piece of it?
Stimulus money, we get UASI grants and SHISCAP grants and those types. Stimulus money has been very specific with relations to the fire departments, our fire agencies. There's one about fire facilities. A lot of that goes to the state. The state takes a significant portion. I do have my staff looking at where there are opportunities with the stimulus money, but there's no large sums of money that's coming toward us that's going to benefit us to a large degree.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on 75?
Just on the constant staffing, and we've spoken about how important it is, particularly with the national standards, and the fact, I think as described before, that if only 3 individuals get to a fire no one can go in, because you have to have 2 inside and 2 outside.
That's
So I
correct.
think that is important, as people talk a lot about not having constant staffing, what the implications are, so.
Right. There is a 2 in, 2 out safety recommendation of the NFPA that states for 2 members to go in, there have to be an equal number of people outside. So if we had a 3-person company, they would have to wait for another company to get there before they could safely go in and handle that incident.
I think that's an important message to send.
Thank you very much. That's item 75. Before we get to the next department, we have a couple of logistic issues. We have a couple of speakers who have to leave shortly, so we can ask them to come up now. Prior to the department being called is Camille Shahigan and Danielle Brazil. If you can come up, make your comments. And then the next department will be LAPD, and we'll get to them with their reports. But we'll take you out of order because we understand you have to leave.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Brazell. I'm the Executive Director of Arts for LA, and I want to thank you so much for taking us out of order. We got here late and we had to park in the lot down the street, and they close at 6. Arts for LA represents about 100 arts organizations, nonprofits, and nonprofit businesses, and they provide services to our residents and our visitors. As the creative capital of the United States, Los Angeles really deserves access to great art, all of our residents. And what we now know is that arts are no longer just a form of entertainment. We now know that they're actually an incredible piece of our business pie. They're a major contributor to our economic livelihood. As a matter of fact, arts and culture is actually in the top 5 sectors here in Los Angeles County. We also know that for every dollar that is awarded by the Department of Cultural Affairs, $30 is generated. And I'll wrap up very quickly. We started 3 years ago with a budget of $80,000. We got 1 grant from the Department of Cultural Affairs for $3,000. We're now over $250,000. We leverage support from Boeing, from the National Endowment for the Arts, from the County Arts Commission, from the California Community Foundation, all around this notion of creating access and equity to arts and culture. So I really want to thank you for doing this hard work. We know you guys are in a really tough budget year, but think about the arts as an investment, not as a handout, and Arts for LA does support the mayor's budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm Camille Schenken. I'm the Director of Development for Circle X Theater Company. I wanted to speak to the importance of cultural grants from the Department of Cultural Affairs to small arts organizations. Our total budget is only around $100,000, so the $3,000 to $5,000 that we get from the Department of Cultural Affairs is huge. And as Ms. Brazell just said, we take that money and we leverage it by, when our possible contributors see the Department of Cultural Affairs seal on all of our programs, on our website, that's an endorsement from the city, and that allows us to get many more thousands of dollars in individual contributions, corporate contributions, etc. We take the $3,000 to $5,000 that we get from the city, and we produce 6 weeks of programming completely free in a district other than the one that we normally produce in. So I encourage you to retain the funding for cultural grants, and we fully support the mayor's budget for the Department of Cultural Affairs. Thank you.
I think they each gave it
Thank you.
too.
Next, LAPD.
Yeah. They just said this on the too.
Actually, before we bring up LAPD, we have one item for the Harbor Department. I don't know if there's anyone here. It's Memo 93, and it's just a report back on the workers' compensation. It's just for informational purposes.
Let me ask you, Ray, is Harbor one of the departments that we have provided funds, or the city attorney works with them in their workers' comp program?
That's a good question. I don't think it's not part of Yeah, I don't think so.
I know they're involved, I don't know if it's airports or DW. One of them, I thought they were involved in workers' comp, and I was just wondering if this was one of them.
I think so, but let me follow up on that.
Okay. Airport, okay.
Okay, you ready for PD?
Yes. So you just handle the harbor?
Yeah, that was the only one we had at this point for the harbor.
Okay, very good, okay.
No, you had 75. You had
Actually, the harbor's here, if you want to.
Mike just stepped up, or Jamie just stepped up.
I think we're done with our...
Yeah, we just...
The question was whether the city attorney is working with us on our workers' compensation program? Yes, definitely. In fact, we have a city attorney on site at the port dedicated to workers' compensation.
Very good, thank you. That's all we need, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, for PD, we start with memo number 3, and this is informational on the CLEAR program. Any questions?
Thank you.
Next one?
Answer your question. What staffing reduction are proposed, given the loss of $3.4 million for staffing the offices working on the CLEAR sites? Will the general fund absorb them?
I'm sorry? Your question again?
Okay. 18 resolution authorities in the budget will be reimbursed by the state COPS grant. Supplemental funding to support police officers working with the CLEAR sites will require a general fund subsidy, what we're hearing, of $3.4 million. What staffing reductions are proposed given the loss of $3.4 million for staffing of the officers working at the CLEAR sites?
There are no reductions proposed for the CLEAR program.
None. So we'll just go forward and absorb it?
Basic general fund will absorb the...
General fund will absorb it.
Yes. Okay. Memo number 6. This is an update on the in-car video.
Yes, number 6.
Whatever next number.
Yeah.
6. Go.
Yes. Any questions? This provides an update for the program.
There is an update?
Do you have digital in-car, any questions?
No.
Just in FYI?
Yeah. And we're holding phase 2, so that's...
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Okay, the next memo is number 8, and this is talks about the relocation of SID.
Okay. This has money in the UB?
For the equipment and so forth, but we actually had released a report back on the 17th regarding the basic new location for SID.
So that's 37?
Yes, it's actually related to memo number 37.
Okay. Yeah, the thing is, what I think and my concerns are, this is a significant expenditure that we're being asked, and I think we're going to need, what we asked for during the budget hearings is some information on other alternatives and such, because, again, we're $22 million in Mikola, and we were 23% up on Mikola. We need to look at this a little closer as opposed to implementation.
I understand, and just to provide a little bit of background, we've been having a discussion regarding space for SID in the MFC committee for a number of months. We went back and forth. We asked the department a number of questions. Can you find space in Piper or elsewhere? And unfortunately, we've come to the conclusion that given the amount of space that's required, that we just don't have anything available, and we need to recommend moving forward with the purchase of that building.
Let me just say this. The two things I'm concerned with is, number one, even in the discussion about a purchase of a building, my understanding that there's conversation about Parker Center being, remain opening for that unit for in excess of a year, which is cost that is in addition to what we had planned for. Everyone, I think, was under the impression that the transfer in October was going to close down that facility, and now we have that cost. And one of the things that's kind of interesting, and although no one here has a handle on everything, but this item has moved through a process where it doesn't appear that it's gotten to ITGS or the Budget and Finance Committee or Public Safety. It's just kind of winged itself through, and I think part of it is just the surprise that we're talking about an allocation this large without any committee evaluation.
You're right. That basically, you're seeing some items in the budget. As I mentioned, we just released our report on the 17th, and so there's sort of a catch-up process. I believe our report is scheduled. Is it going to Public Safety or just ITGS?
It hasn't been. Melissa Krantz, Office of the CAO. The item hasn't been scheduled. It will be going to 3 committees, ITGS, Public Safety, and Budget and Finance. If I may add, this project should have come forward earlier, but we had hit some snags. It's been delayed by 5 months, which is why it seems rushed now. But as you mentioned, we had wanted to vacate Parker Center, which is sort of the push for this project.
The thing is, I think even if we were delayed, just some verbal heads up would have been great, so that we didn't read about it in the budget and not know that we're talking about spending $22 million. In the good old days, that would have been something that we'd talk about. But the issue is we're really in a crunch time to be saying $22 million, and then on top of it, we have to come up with money to even outfit it once you find a location.
That's correct. Just to clarify, what we're requesting is $14 million in NICLA funding. The other funding is available at this time.
Okay, but I think the 14 becomes what over time?
Oh, I'd have to refresh my memory on the impact statement.
Yes, it got more zeros.
Probably about $20 million if you do it over 20 years.
Yes. Okay. So if this is going to 3 committees, then we will allow it to work itself through the system.
Any other question regarding 8 or 37? Okay, next, let's go to 18. Or did you add anything on there? No. Okay. Memo 18 is basically a liability reduction plan for the PD, and we provide a response.
On this one, if we ask the CAO, CLA to create a litigation reduction plan for primarily the larger departments, so we'll just add this report to your task force to look into. The only thing in looking at the report that I had a concern about, there's a lot of programs, but I did not find any accountability to address for those that were in violation of some of these issues. So just move this all to that task force that we created in our opening statement.
Okay. All right, next memo is 19, and this memo refers to the fleet reduction in home garaging.
Okay. And I think on the last budget, did we give some direction to General Services, or did they respond to us about this whole vehicle issue?
About
the vehicle, I think we asked them for a citywide study on vehicles and then take-home cars and a variety of things in the last year's budget.
The controller's audit, and there has been some discussion regarding the civilian side of things. Certainly, fire and police manage their own fleets.
Okay.
I think that Mr. Weissar's committee, sorry, long day, in Mr. Weissar's committee, we had the controller's audit, which is requiring report backs on all of this, so that might be sufficient to come back to the audit committee and then come back maybe to the budget committee as well.
The one thing I'd like as it goes through audits, Jose, when you look at this issue, we're going to send this to the audit committee along with the controller's audit. The one thing that's not explained is the issue of the significant increase in take-home cars compared to the increase in the number of bodies. And so our greatest emphasis has been on putting people in uniform assignments and hiring them but the significant 40+% increase in take-home vehicles have been in non-uniform assignments, and that increase in personnel has not matched that. So if we can ask for that to be a part of the audit committee review.
The CAO could take note of that when we report back. We're having reports back in the committee, and if you could analyze that and bring it up as an item, please.
So we'll move that to the audit committee.
And also on that, the report I see here on fleet reduction, the numbers don't match, but the difference between 93 and 112, but the amount of the goal was over 24 months, 250 vehicles to be achieved. And you're about halfway through, so I want to see a timing on the rest of that as well, because I know you have meet and confer issues and notification issues too.
There's two issues. One is the number of the fleet reduction, which is the 250, and then the home garaging issue, which is that 112 that you see in the back of the home garaging vehicles that have been revoked.
Okay. I think if I understand Mr. Smith's issue is that there's still some work to be done on the reduction of the fleet. My issue is that we need to evaluate on home garaging where has the increase occurred, and is the body count corresponding with the vehicle increase.
But it should be noticed that we have reduced our home garaging authorities by 112.
Pardon?
We have reduced our home garaging authorities by 112.
Yes, I think what our issue is, in the last 5+ years, they've gone up 40-some%, over 1,000. And so I think at one time you had no more than 500 take-home cars. Now you're over 1,000. You reduced them down 100. So we're saying, where did that 40-50% increase go, and does it correspond with the increase in personnel?
Right.
Okay, next item.
Okay,
So that's going to go to audit committee with those additional questions.
Okay, it takes us to memo number 20. And this is a report back on DNA analysis, staffing, and backlog.
Thank you. This is a very comprehensive report, which I'm not sure has been done before. I mean, it's been in pieces, so I think this is very helpful. Does this include then the budgetary items that are in this budget? Does it include the $2.3 million? So this is all-encompassing.
It includes what we're going to get from the city and what we anticipate getting from our other sources that we encumbered over the past year. There's also, as you'll see, if you and I apologize that this is so complicated. There's just a lot going on this. I tried to make it simple, but I couldn't do it. So I apologize for that. But it also talks about some expected sources or some possible sources through the.
Are these applications submitted but not yet awarded?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So I didn't count those in our plan reduction, but as you can see, this gets us by the end of the year to about a 2,100 backlog, and if you look on the one page with the chart on there, what it shows you is that backlog would contain no open cases, only closed cases, and the vast majority of those closed cases would have been outsourced already. So, I mean, I think it gives the council something that is much easier to explain. There's no strangers, no unprosecuted cases, none of that in the backlog if we adhere to this plan.
Okay, and then you go to 2120 backlog at that point, and then you're saying then within the next year you would backlog would go to zero?
Make another request. This is a conservative. I believe this to be a conservative estimate. We used our more expensive costing, so I'm hoping we'll do somewhat better. But I want to over-deliver, under-promise a little bit if I can. So I think this is something that we can live with and stick to, and make the city council content. And then we'll ask for additional funding. We'll probably have a larger discussion at this time, because I'll be able to tell the council exactly what is the backlog, what type of cases, what it would mean to eliminate the backlog, and how that would help either building the database and or re-prosecuting cases and or bringing justice to victims. And with those three-pronged things, then the council can make up its mind about how it wants to prioritize funding.
For budget for next year?
Yes.
For 2000, okay. Great. And are any of these require matches that we haven't already taken in consideration? Any of the funds, the applications not yet awarded?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, Chief, if you would, I think it would be in your best interest that we continue to get a lot of people come to council meetings and other meetings and talk about what we're not doing. And I don't think we've got enough credit for what we are doing, and particularly, I know you've struggled for months trying to get your arms around this whole issue and understand it and the intricacies of it.
Yes.
And build a game plan, which is now being built to respond to those concerns and those charges. I think it would be a great idea if you take this information that you got here, take it over to your PR people in the chief's public relations office, and ask them to put together just a white paper discussion of the issue and the plan of the departments to get out of it and bring equity and justice to those people that have been criminalized, victims, because I think you're on the right step, you're going the right direction. I don't think the news media or a lot of other people give you credit for what you have done, and I want to see you get that credit, and I want the department to be seen as being proactive on this rather than hiding with their heads in the sand like it's been the charge by a lot of people.
Yes.
I think it behooves you, it behooves the department, it behooves the city council to get the issue out there with a really clear policy statement on where we're going with the government, how we're going to resolve this issue, and that we don't want this to be our problem. We want to fix it.
And we agree 100%, and that's part of the plan of the task force that Mr. Chaliff and I chair, is that we'll have a finished report, which is our plan of action, and which lays out what we've done and where we're going and how we're going to get there. And this is a piece of it for certain.
So you'll issue a report to the public?
Yes, absolutely. And obviously, if I can clarify these issues before any group or gathering, I'd be glad to do that.
I think a regular, I'm not saying a monthly, a regular reporting kind of status, and maybe it is to budget and finance, I don't know. Yeah.
It comes to our committee every week.
Yeah.
Poor Councilman Smith has to look at me every week.
But I think it would be helpful in the effort of transparency, and maybe every 60 days, that we look at least a report that says, here's where we are, here's where the financial spending is, so that we could do that. So that would be my recommendation.
I kind of hope that this chart, and I'll try to simplify a little bit, but this chart will give you, the council, mileposts that you can gauge our performance on, and I can report to you. So, whatever time frame.
The hope is it would be, a very simple process in which to come forward.
I would
and
love that.
That you can literally see the results with the numbers, and there wouldn't be a lot of explanation required other than to say you've reached your goal. But I think, at least initially, to start every 60 days, I won't be here. But I do know that the controllers, before she left, and we chatted about it, and they had gotten the letter, it was that Friday afternoon, I think, sent the letter saying there was going to be a follow-up on it. So that
we would be glad. That would be great, because as Councilman Smith said, I'm very proud of what the men and women involved in this have done. And I think it's important that people see that there is a way out of this, and there's a lot of jurisdictions that have this problem. Some admit it, some don't.
Yeah, we just need to get out of it, and that's the biggest issue. So I think that every 60 days with this kind of format, this kind of report that gives everyone a picture, we might not need a lot of discussion if you're moving forward on that.
That'd be great.
On that, too, as the human rights folks were discussing it, my phones still have been ringing off the hook by people wanting to know when we will know, what we will know. So a 60-day report back would be extremely helpful. And of course, you the other day saw what DNA can do even when it's cold. What was that phrase? Cold?
Yeah, no case is too old or too cold.
No case is too old or too cold.
That's
right. I know. And that was quite a reality check to see how DNA can be used effectively, even going back into the 70s.
And that's what all I would tell the council, if you give me 1 second, is that this is not just about DNA backlog. We will get through this, but this is the future of what your police department is going to do for you, because this capacity that you're building in this lab will address the DNA backlog, will get us out of this, but it also prepares us for the future. And I think that will be the legacy of this council moving forward.
Our basic position, I feel, it's basic police work as this technology and scientific stuff comes available. That's just part of the
identifying perpetrators. That's what it is.
Good. Thanks.
Jose? Let me just ask, I got a couple of issues I'd like to ask on, is that in looking at the funding, and I know that as the law continues and we have more potential candidates that are in the DNA file, it's pretty clear we're not going to buy our way out of this by hiring people. And I'm just go back to the theme, and one of the footnotes on here says that we're hiring people because we have less funds available for outsourcing. And I'm just wondering why we won't continue to look at outsourcing, which cuts down, you don't have to pay overhead, you don't have to pay anything but a per analysis cost as to looking at that, as opposed to keep hiring people that can only do so much and for so long.
Well, sir, I think that our goal has been to have these two converging paths. One, outsource the backlog and reduce the backlog. I see a significant number of our criminalists, this is what they do, is process the backlog that comes back from the outside labs. So once we reduce that backlog, I will free up significant criminalist assets that are involved in the backlog piece of it. And then with the additional hiring, we anticipate that we will be able to handle what comes in the front door on major cases. Now, you're right, if we move into the property arena, if we move into an all crimes DNA arena, then we'll have to look at continued outsourcing. But the other piece of this is that, this is a significantly changing science, and it is our belief that as the science changes, it will become less time intensive for the criminalists, and so hopefully these things will converge 2 or 3 years out, and we'll give you a lab that has to outsource very little, and I won't be coming to you for outsourcing money in large amounts.
We're going to move this report to public safety, but the two comments that concern me is on the last page in the one paragraph where we comment twice about the reduction of funds available for outsourcing and that we will reduce the cost of outsourcing. It seems like, unless I'm missing something, it's more expensive to hire people than to get X number of items tested by outsourcing. And it seems that it's a one-time cost, a one-time expenditure, and it's not pension-related, medical-related. So I'm just would like to make sure that as we move forward, that we not lose sight that outsourcing saves us a ton of money.
Well, sir, it does to some extent right now, but the reality is that what I would like to press forward with the council is that there's changes in the federal law that allows us to privatize a lot of this. What happens now is we outsource, and it has to come back to us. Then we have another day's worth of work to upload the findings into CODIS. So when that happens, we're really getting taxed on two ends for that. But what we need to do is change it so that the private labs can upload into CODIS, and then allow private enterprise to be the engine that speeds up this process. This process is way too laborious now, and it won't be in years to come, but we need to put some impetus to that. So, your point is very well taken, obviously.
Just as you not lose track of that, the other one, let me ask CAO, are these resos or permanent positions? Permanent position? Okay. And then let me just ask one other question on, we hear a lot of letters come in about the DNA for rape cases. Where are we on homicide and other crimes against person as far as cases that we have a backlog or?
Our current homicide cases are backlogged within about 90 to 120 days, depending on the type of case. Our cold cases, as you well know, that is there's a significant a number of those that we are resourcing and investigating to determine, what is actually available in that evidence to be submitted into the DNA testing process for backlog. So it is it's a rapidly moving number, because so many of those old cases, like the one that's been in the press lately, are not your typical backlog case, because they take a detective opening up all the evidence and creating his own new evidence kit and new testing procedure.
But I think the issue that I think we'd be concerned with, I think all of those cold cases are gravy. If you solve them. You've done a wonderful job, and no one expected you to solve them, 20 years, 30 years. But as you build up your workload, the backlog we're concerned with would be the recent cases to give crimes against person and homicide the same level of attention so that we're not picking a crime against person and giving it more value than another when we have homicides that might be the same age.
No, we stress the homicide, and believe me, the homicide backlog is very low, and I'll get you, as part of one of our regular reports, I'll get that to you.
Maybe when you do your weekly, you can...
When I do my weekly and 60-day and my...
has been that the rape kits were greater. I think the issue has been that the rape kits DNA testing was much greater. This is I'm telling Mr. Parks, was greater than the homicide, and that was where the problem was.
Yeah.
And that's why there's so much focus on it, because it was not the same priority. So nothing against you. I know you're dealing with it. So what I was saying, Mr. Parks, is the DNA for homicides, the backlog is much less than the other side.
That's what I think we need.
Current homicides.
Current homicides.
Current homicides. The cold cases is a whole different story.
That's a whole different story.
Different story. The thing is, it's just so people are aware, as we ask for these questions and transmit this report to public safety, it does not impact the funding that's in the budget, so that people are aware that it doesn't short-tail that. But no, those are the three things I'd like to see as you report on your weekly, that we can start talking about current homicides, other current crimes against person, and again, the next explosion would be when you have property crimes and the larger number of people that are in the system. So, and then the issue is just keep ever present the issue of the vendors versus people, and how much could we use the same amount of money to get cases resolved and not hire people and pay pensions and all that other. That's what we'd like to keep some balance. Okay, so we'll move that to this memo to public safety, and also Mr. Smith asked for that public report as it relates to...
Right.
And so that would be the only request addition to this report.
We would just ask that be our task force final report, which we will be doing in the short term.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, the next memo is memo number 89, and we will request a report back on the responsibilities between Inspector General, the Consent Decree Bureau, and the Audit Division. And we were to look at any opportunities to achieve some economies of scale. After taking a look at and review of those units, basically it's apparent that the duties of the units are complementary to each other. Each unit has sort of their own defined set of tasks, and they do not duplicate those tasks. While further review may be warranted, we believe the combination or consolidation would not be appropriate at this time.
Well, the thing is, I don't think the request was to consolidate. It was a matter of looking whether they're, in the sense of whether there's duplication or whether there's economy of scale, as opposed to adding a position per unit. Did the Inspector General, in looking at these separate units, do we get economy of scale if that body can do a similar task within that operation? And I think there was one other that we forgot to add, and that was the position that dealt with the new reports dealing with the integrity.
Performance auditor?
It was one position that dealt with...
Financial disclosure.
Financial disclosure.
Those are the kind of things we wanted to find out, if they, rather than add position to units separately as though they were independent, if they're in the same operation or they're dealing with similar things, can we get some synergy there and to where they can absorb tasks as opposed to new positions? That's what we're asking for.
You want to make any comments?
Looking at the positions, just to address the financial disclosure, that's essentially one person. I don't remember which division that's...
Internal Auditing and Inspection Division.
What's listed in the Blue Book as Audit Division, but it's not Internal Auditing and Inspection. That's one person that is within the Audit Division, though it's not covered by those Audit Division positions. That's a new function for the department, so it's not something that the existing audit staff could handle. As it comes to the Inspector General positions, I think the point to be made on the IG is that when we exit the consent decree, the IG will be taking the place of the independent monitor, and that will put a pretty significant additional workload on that office in addition to what they're currently doing. So adding additional positions is kind of ramping up in anticipation of that adding of duties.
Okay.
And I think in terms of historically, and I think on a go-forward basis, we would encourage the independence of the IG as well from these units.
Yeah, we're not talking about merging the IG, but as you go forward, let me ask the CAO, as we go forward and those duties are assumed from the consent decree, that we keep looking at whether we're just adding people to units and functions, or whether people can assume additional functions without people. That's what we're asking. Okay. Next item.
I don't see anything more on LAPD, but I did ask a question about human trafficking and what the cost of that particular position was. I haven't seen that on any of the report backs, so we could ask for that too.
I'm sorry, we didn't realize you
I was serious about that? Okay, yeah.
It didn't show up on my list.
It's okay. No, I know. Sorry.
It's a senior project coordinator. Off the top of my head, I believe they make about $40,000 a year, roughly.
You just let it, I know we're probably going to have a
top of my head.
follow-up.
All right, that's the last one on the police department. We can go back to our list and say it very loudly if it's information only, as we can move
And
forward.
just keep going if no one says anything. Just keep moving. Don't pause. Just go.
Okay, well, that takes us back to aging, which is 53, which was us on informational, and so we can move to animal services. Is that fast enough?
Okay, what number?
Animal services starts with 4. And basically, we're just requested to provide some information on substitute resolution in the new regular authority positions and the costs.
On that one, I think, for lack of a better term, the preamble, as we start preparing the budget, and this is for the CLA, these are the kind of things we asked in our original comments, to tell the council what are the number in the budget as new positions, new sub-authorities, new resolutions, and so this is the kind of information we want to add to that. Okay, next item.
Okay, memo number 12, and this is basically report back on the strategy for managing the volunteer program.
All right.
This is informational as well. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, great.
42?
42. This is report back on potential consolidation with the department with the county. Though there are certainly, there could be some synergies, this is one area that we'll need to have further study and conversation with the county before we pursue.
So you have further study. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay, building and safety memo number 15.
What did we decide for 42? What are we going to do?
On which one?
Let's see.
Okay.
This talks about the off-site sign periodic inspection program. I think this is one that we had discussion on. The proposed budget did not include positions or the associated revenue with those positions, and then we are making a recommendation to basically add the positions, the revenue, and the appropriation.
And what was the fee that is finally decided?
I'm sorry?
The fee for this fee-supported program, what is the fee?
Yes, basically the off-site sign periodic inspection fee.
That is a cost recovery function.
What is the amount?
699,000. What's the fee?
It is $681,000.
$681,000?
Yes.
Okay, but what is the fee per inspection?
Oh, the fee for $186 for 3-year cycle, so it is $63 per year.
3-year cycle, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions on number 15? Okay, next item.
Okay, 46, I believe. This is the response back to the impact of 10% reduction.
And on that item, Council Member, we have been working with the CEO staff in the back of the room. We haven't had a chance to brief Mr. Serrano, so perhaps I can give you some information on that item.
Okay. The thing is, what we're going to ask, because we've asked for on the letter on the 24th, we asked for the authorities, and we've received all of them, I assume, Lynn?
Yes, we have submitted that.
Okay.
However, I want to make some comments about that, if I may.
Hold on 1 minute. Lynn, have we gotten all of the April 24th responses?
There are some departments that either haven't responded or the information that was submitted is not very specific. But we'll recontact those departments and try to get better information.
All right. Okay, now, and then you're dealing with the 10% revenue, reduction in revenues.
Yes, we responded to CAO on yesterday and to Tyler in CAO. Let me specifically discuss that item. During the budget process, the Department of Building and Safety has lost 135 positions total. The 135 positions lost, that is before the 10% which is being discussed right now. The additional 10% represents 96 additional positions. In terms of the building and safety, the initial 135 positions we can handle without a great deal of impact. The additional 96 positions are going to have severe impact. As a matter of fact, all of them are going to translate to potential layoff of the employees. In terms of those positions, 86 of those positions are fully cost recovery. This goes back to the series of questions that Honorable Councilmember Parks, you asked me last meeting and I didn't respond to. In terms of the enterprise fund, we are currently, as I sit here, have a fees paid, services not yet rendered balance of $40 million. So we have a total of $40 million fees that we have collected, services that we have not provided. That is adequate to pay for our services for the next 12 to 13 months. As such, it is not prudent at this time to cut those positions right now. I believe it is best that we, rather than cutting those 86 positions or 96 positions, we keep monitoring our revenue and revisit this subject in the August time frame, because our highest month of revenue is month of May, June, July, August, because those are the months which are the peak construction activity. Additionally, it should be noted, if those 86 positions which are fully cost recovery and we have already collected fees for, if those positions are cut, that will create some legal problems, because we have collected fees for them. In addition to that, if those 86 positions are cut, because they have an overhead, that means that in addition to those 86 positions, 35 positions, additional positions, need to be cut from the general funded positions, because enterprise fund positions pay for general fund positions.
Let me just say this. I think we said in one of our earlier hearings that the way the budget was constructed on the 9 to 10% shared is a different concept than the Budget Committee has to look at as to a 10% cut. And our intention, as we mentioned earlier, is not to cut revenue-producing positions or those that are funded by sources outside the general fund. We'll have to find other positions. On the budget, the way it's constructed, it was constructed on the basis of everyone giving up 9 or 10% of their salary, which is a different concept. So we understand that. We've asked the CAO and the CLA to be cognizant of that, and that our intent is not to get rid of positions that there is funding available.
And that is exactly what we have worked out with the CAO staff, or I believe we have worked out with CAO staff, and we will be glad to sit down in coming days with the CLA staff and work that out, because the impact of eliminating those positions is not just eliminating 86 positions in building and safety, but because those positions, through their overhead, they pay for general funded position, it is 35 additional position on top of that has to be eliminated in other departments such as city clerks and elsewhere because of eliminating those positions.
Thank you very much. I think we got the picture. Next item.
Great, so that takes us
The CAO and the CLA will work with you on that.
We appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Memo number 38 is report back on basically the request on salary, basically structural changes to reduce the impact on the city's retirement system. And we've provided some information on some potential structural changes, but bottom line, it's in order for us to reduce costs both next year and future years, it's all about salary.
Okay. I think in our original statement, starting the Budget Committee, we asked for you and the CLA to get together and begin to research restructuring of LACER's police fire pensions for future employees. And so we'll have this report be transmitted to you and that task force.
All right, will do. Thank you. Okay, City Attorney, memo number 9. Number 9 is simply the costs and positions to restore safer cities. Just informational purposes.
Is this something the mayor want to put this back in?
Yeah, where does it come from?
I don't know if they had identified something.
The discussion was who has to put this back in and where's the money going to come from? So that's the bottom line for all these, but who requested this?
You and I do not recall who requested.
Yeah, I don't either. Nobody takes ownership?
Weezer?
Put back in, right? The mayor's...
The mayor's office wanted this back in.
Yes, we noted in our opening, I noted in my opening remarks that this was an omission by of error, and we indicated that with the support of the council, we'd like to see if this could be added back in.
And as Mr. Smith said on that, is there a recommendation of funding source?
We'll have to work with the CLA to find some money.
A lot. Okay.
Okay, next memo is 101. I'm sorry, do you want to say maybe the...
Little horse trading?
The parking meters, I think, would provide sufficient funding for this program.
Is that a give back? You want to give back some of that? No? Okay.
Memo 101. This is the question on the legality of using Propo funds to conduct an audit of the program. City Attorney has provided a response.
Where's my 101?
That basically the Propo and other bond funds can be used for the audit of, basically for auditing individual projects, but not for the program itself.
Why is that, Mr.?
The obligation to audit the program itself is seen as an obligation of the city and its general administrative oversight over all of the bond funds and programs, so that for any individual project and to ensure compliance with the requirements of the program, there is the ability to audit and use bond funds for that purpose, but not for the overall program. This is a question that we have visited a number of times.
Did the language in the item that went before the voters specifically say you could not audit the entire program?
In fact, the language that went before the voters said projects, consistent with the applicable law.
Well, at least projects, okay.
Right.
And is that consistent with any bond program that?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
It just seems a lot more costly to do it that way. But if that's what the rules say, that's what the rules say.
Again, because the requirement, the legal requirement is that the funds be spent on the capital projects themselves. And it's perceived that the city has the obligation for the administration of that program like it does all other city programs.
Okay. Okay, any other questions on 101? Could you move to the next item?
Patty may be a date for me, but not...
Next department.
I'm sorry, actually we have 116 as well. This is basically the report back on the outside council funds in the UB, including the workers' compensation piece. department provided a response.
Okay, this is where we asked them whether we had received any savings since we made those changes last year.
And it's my understanding that we have in fact received some savings that's pointed out in the memo, and I think Rich Llewellyn is just now walking in, so you can address that point if you have questions.
I just want to get an idea of how much and whether that would reduce, that we're now recommending that we reduce the fund from $4 million down. Is that what the recommendation is?
Councilmember, the proposed budget already reduces the fund, and as you saw, I hope when you had a chance to read the memo, because we're actually very proud of it, the caseloads have gone up dramatically, and the costs have gone down dramatically. Exactly what you want out of those efficiencies out of your city workforce.
Didn't this have to do with switching it from personnel?
Yeah, we went through some expense last year of adding people so that we can ensure there were city attorneys at workers' comp, and also that we brought cases in-house. And that's what we wanted to find out. With those changes, would that reduce our recommended outlay of funds for next year for specifically outside council workers' comp?
Councilmember, the outside council proposed budget by the mayor is reduced by $250,000.
Okay, is that attributed to the workers' comp or just a normal shaving?
It's certainly not normal. Some of it's attributable to workers' comp, sir. As you see, we actually have not gone to outside counsel other than conflicts cases, which you know we have to, and pre-existing cases at all this year. We haven't sent any outside. And as a result, our staff is working harder, but there are still open cases that are on the flat fee basis that are continuing, as well as you recall, out of our earlier outside counsel hourly case project, a small number of those were left outside because they were the stage of the case they had to be left outside. So we do have ongoing outside counsel expenses.
Okay. Let me just ask on number 116 that we asked for a future report from the city attorney's office specifically addressing the impact of the 08-09 budget and the changes that were made in the workers' comp area to see whether we continue to show a decline in outside counsel for workers' comp specifically.
Happy to, sir.
Okay. Okay, next.
Okay, the city attorney requested that we take up discussion of memo 107, and this has to do with street lighting, the assessment districts. And they provided some information. Basic services must be provided in line with the assessed fees.
Now, which one are you on?
This is 107.
And what department?
This is actually street lighting, but it basically attached a memo that we received from the city attorney.
Okay, I got you.
Okay. And I think the key line is in that third paragraph, if the service being provided greater than the benefit, then the fees and the cutting positions could be consistent. Let the expert here.
Should I go ahead with the
Let's see if they have questions.
Do you have any questions?
Is that yours?
No. I think it is. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Smith. Thank you.
It was mine?
Yes, can you
the legality, I'm sorry, the legality of deleting those positions.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and essentially the requirement is that we spend all the funds collected in the services for the district. If the city's providing services beyond the monies that are being collected, then of course we can reduce those. But we do have an obligation to use all the funds for services to the district.
Okay, so we could reduce we could do an SRS and reduce the employment base and just not collect as much money then. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. what we can't do is the opposite. We can't collect more money and put it in the general fund.
Yeah, nor can we increase the program without a 218 vote.
Correct. And so it's, I think it's up to the department and the Bureau to let you know whether, in fact, we are collecting too much or too little.
Well, assumably, every year we collect just right, because then they go back and ask for adjustments every year on 218 when necessary.
Yes.
So theoretically, every year should be pretty much right on the work program.
It should be, and we should not be reducing, if we have the fees collected, we should be reducing the services
Which
provided.
would be crazy.
And if I may, actually, there are a number of assessment districts within the city. Now, as I understand it, there is an assessment district 1 that's been in effect for a number of years, that basically we have not been able to increase the fees because it is subject to Prop 218 votes. And actually, that's one of the issues that's been coming up and why we've gone down the path of the LAD to try to help reduce some of our costs.
But what's happened in those cases where we have an assessment district that has not gotten sufficient 218 votes, we end up turning out the lights. We have blackouts in some of those areas. Yes.
We reduce the services.
Yeah. If the voters in that area did not approve an increase and they couldn't maintain it for the amount of money, we've turned off the lights.
Correct.
So the question is the entire system being funded adequately? And I think you want to answer that, or is someone here from Street Services want to answer that? I think the answer is probably yes, but...
Well, it's important to remember that at the time that Prop 218 came into effect, we had existing assessments that are now frozen, and that is for, at this time, the majority of the lights in the system. And so the department has been very creative in creating efficiencies to try and stay within its existing budget. Now, when they do go out for a vote on new assessment areas, as they put new lights in place, I believe those assessments come with a CPI adjustment built in, so we do get the increased costs on those. But at some point, on the larger assessment district, we're going to have to deal with some kind of an increase.
Well, we were doing that. We were doing 218 votes initially, and they were having problems because they couldn't get enough people to respond.
But those were essentially for new lighting systems that they were putting in.
No,
were not for the
no, they were
lights that
existing
in place.
systems. Because when I was chairman of Public Works, we dealt with this, and I suggested, and I went to a conference on Public Works in which many cities said, LA, you're doing it backwards. You don't ask for people to vote yes, you ask them to have a negative vote to get to 50% no, and then you don't have that problem on Prop 218 on assessment districts, and that's what other cities are doing. So I thought we had switched to doing it that way, but there were some cases where we didn't get enough responses to go either way, and then they were defunded basically. So some have been turned off, and then we went back and when people complained about their lights being turned off, we said you didn't answer the vote on the 218 to increase it for the CPI or whatever, and the votes would come in.
We can refer the question to the department. I think part of the issue is there was existing lights in place that have been in place for a long time, and then Prop 218 came into being. And my understanding has always been, and this is what I believe the department has conveyed to us, is that larger system, the Los Angeles lighting system, those assessments are frozen. We can't increase them without going to a vote. As we've gone in and put in lights, or I don't know if it's all new, it may be some replacements, they have done some votes, but we still have a large number of lights that the assessments are frozen.
Okay, and that's really not what the debate here is anyway. The debate was the legality of not using, or of having reductions in this program for SRS if we were legally mandated to provide the service for which we collected the money for under the laws of the assessment district. And the answer to that is yes, and assumably they're charging the right amount. Correct. Basically. So we really cannot, we can choose to reduce the SRS, we can reduce the amount of money, but we're going to have to go back to those voters and say we're cutting the fee then, commensurate to the reduction of service. Would that be correct?
if in fact we're not using that money for the service, yes.
Yeah. It's a tough argument to make in court to say, last year we used this amount of service, and this year we're not going to give you that amount of service. We're still going to collect the money.
It's what the fee pays for.
Yeah.
So if it paid for 5 people and now pays for 4, they get 4. Right.
Any other questions on 107? Okay, next.
Okay, I think we have a request to take memo number 95. This, by the city attorney, this has to do with the discussion on the flexible demand pricing.
What number is that?
This is 95. And I think we had a good conversation yesterday regarding this particular issue, regarding some of the issues involved. Certainly, the flexible demand pricing, the department would certainly like to pursue that. However, there are some potential legal issues that do need to be explored and resolved before we move forward. So.
Basically, the city attorney's office and the CLA have offered several options to the department that they can either choose one of those options regarding the flexible pricing scheme, or they can choose a combination of those options. But in order to do that, they need to supply us with supporting documentation for a legitimate public purpose. Because the bottom line is that we would be charging different licensees different fees for the same space in some instances, and sometimes at the same time period.
Okay. And that's not impossible, but the question yesterday was, where's the answers to the questions you've been asking? And so, Mr. General Manager, are those answers coming forthwith? Okay, good. And that will be taken up as a separate file matter anyway, not in the budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a question. I mean, hotels do that. I mean, if you come early, if you've made your reservation early, you might pay more. All kinds of private sector does that. What's the difference between, from a legal perspective, of, it's close to the date, we do a different fee structure?
Well, hotels and airlines are privately owned, and the convention center is publicly owned, and as a public entity, you can't, there's a matter of equal protection. You can't treat people who are similarly situated differently without having a legitimate public purpose.
And the answer to that is the public purpose is if the property's gone beyond a certain time frame and not been rented, we're given a last-minute offer, we can take it.
Well, we're thinking that could be, but we're also thinking of situations where there are cancellations at the last minute or the 9th hour, and, perhaps it would be prudent to rent that space for a lower price. Or at certain time periods where they're just low rental periods traditionally.
Flexibility, right. And don't we have an agreement with LA Inc. that they have a certain time frame that they can work, and after which we can then take control of the property too, it's ours, but we can go out and try and slash rate if we have to get somebody to use it after LA Inc. has run out of their time frame. So, there's opportunities, or you just have to do the legal language to make it work.
That's correct. If I may add, that's the type of information and for the proposal that we've asked the department to bring back and to say, this is what we propose, and this is why. This is the factual circumstances under which we're working and would mitigate for doing that. The additional aspect of this is that it would be the council delegating to the general manager some authority for this type of action, and that delegation of authority needs to be done within certain parameters that are specified by the council, that's the legislative body. And so when we have that information, we will gladly work with the department to formulate something.
Is your conclusion, do you have that in written legal analysis on that?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a legal written analysis on this conclusion that we can't?
We help the CAO formulate this memorandum. Okay. That's what we have. Under these circumstances, that's that's the best that we could do. But we have been working with the department, the CLA and the CAO's office on this, as well as the mayor's office.
Can you forward the authorities that say we can't do this under the Equal Protection Clause? Can you forward the authorities and the analysis that made you come up to this conclusion to the committee, please? On how this is...
The delegation of authorities as well?
The authorities, the legal authorities.
Oh, sure.
On how you came up to the conclusion that the Equal Protection Clause would not allow this. Okay.
Absolutely.
Come on up for a quick second on this. We have to think out of the box, obviously, and we have to be more creative. Any opportunity we can find that changes the dynamic is something we want to do. I mean, you're a great general manager. You put it in the black, a couple of million each year. When you're thinking that, know the council, we're the policymakers, obviously, but we certainly want to encourage you to be more entrepreneurial. As Ms. Gould was saying, that flexibility of working things out. What's your gut tell you right now? It's an opportunity, actually.
My gut tells me two things. One is I'm extremely appreciative of the Budget and Finance Committee bringing this matter up and encouraging all of us to work together to get to a point where we where we can actually enact something that's out of the box.
You're hours away.
On the second level, I just hope that we can get this done within this fiscal year so we can take advantage of the additional revenue opportunities that are out there next fiscal year. Every day that we delay on this is a day that we lose revenues.
Attorney, we have to reach a certain point where either maybe privatization becomes the answer that gives more flexibility from that perspective, if in fact we're hamstrung in trying to think creatively like him. Is there some way to work that out so he can just turn him loose and let him come up with ideas and imagination that meet this great LA city and its imagination and provide revenue?
Let me clarify, if I may. I mean, we're responding to a question from the committee.
Yeah.
And what we've said is that we've asked for information that can be provided by the department, and that we would be more than willing to work with them with that information being provided. To clarify the question about equal protection, we're not saying that this cannot be done. We're saying that people in similar situations will need to be treated differently. I think we can get there. We can give discounts to somebody who comes at a later point in time when we've had a cancellation. We need to know what the parameters are, what the circumstances are that the general manager is looking to manage, and what tools he's looking to get from you to deal with those situations.
We're able to say, we'll give you the tools if you tell us what the tools are. We're not brilliant scientists here when it comes to these things. It's something that really becomes a collaborative effort. And what we need from the city attorney is that obvious flexibility within our dream sheets of trying to get beyond. Now, if he comes to us and he says, I got this idea, that idea, we want to, let him go and do it if we can give him that cover to do that.
When you're talking about delegation of authority, you can let them go within the parameters that you as the legislative body have defined. And yes, and we're asking for those parameters to be provided to you, so before we can say that that's not a lawful delegation.
Collaboratively discuss it and maybe come up with some of that. Okay, that's great. Okay, good.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
In other words, it's not a great. There's got to be some way, some loopholes, some different circumstances why we would find an exemption under that. It's hard to believe that that would be the case, but, we need to find some way of doing that.
We have offered at least 4 options, and all we've asked is that staff provide the data that would support a legitimate public purpose so that we can move forward. And they merely need to select one or a combination of those options.
I see.
Lowering the flat rate, providing the cancellation periods in which they'd like to have some flexibility to lower the prices, and a number of other options. And if they can just cite specific examples that have occurred, and I think that they can, I just can't do it for them, we can move forward on this.
These have done this, correct? Okay, we start off on the wrong impression that we couldn't do it, so, okay, there you go. Yeah, fine.
There have been other public venues that have undertaken this. Again, they might have different legal framework, but it has been done in the past.
Any other questions? We're going to refer this to the Tourism Committee to pull this together and to come up with recommendations for the council. as a policy.
Yeah, it's still in, tourism. Okay, if we can, since we have convention center here, if we can talk about Memo 96, this has to do with the, basically the Visitors Bureau, LA Inc. I think there's a question about the 9100 in the schedule.
I think we can move on.
Yep, that's an easy one. And then we can go to Memo 111. The question came up regarding consolidating LA Inc. and Convention Center marketing sales staff. I think we provide some information.
I think this is one that we can't resolve here, but we'll refer that to tourism. Ask them to look at that question and report back.
Yes. Okay, if we go to
Let me
city
just
clerk.
ask, can we take one out of sequence and go to transportation?
Okay, we start with 52, I believe. Okay, 52 provides some information on the stolen vehicle recovery program. As you're aware, the program was not continued in proposed budget. We provide information on the staff, the staffing and the costs. Any questions?
So, will that $200,000 that they produce in the stolen recovery, I mean, I guess they'll do other kind of citations, but that's not lost revenue? Is that just they'll get it from other ways other than the stolen vehicle recovery program?
Which question do we have an account? Did we count for it? I don't know if we did or not. I'm sorry, I actually don't have the answer to your question right now.
Okay.
To ask. We can get back to you on
Get
that.
back to that, okay.
I don't think we made an adjustment for it. I don't think we made an adjustment for elimination of the program.
Okay. Maybe, I know we have DOT staff. The question is whether or not the $200,000 that we get in stolen vehicle recovery program, the citations that you give, will that be lost revenue, or will that be, you'll get a percentage of it back because those officers are going to give citations somewhere else?
Good afternoon, council members. I believe that would be lost revenue. That will be lost revenue.
So my point would be, if we're going to lose $200,000, again, it provides a service if we can see how much $200,000 actually purchases for officers, if there's a way to see that.
I believe we probably did provide that information to the CAO, and we can work with them on the report back if there's more specifics.
Yeah, your cost is about $350,000, it looks like.
Right.
And the $200,000 is what the citation revenue is.
Yeah, and that unit also does the license plate recognition. So there's additional scufflaw and abandoned vehicles that are being done through that program as well. And that's additional revenue, that's additional vehicles that are being picked up. It's got the list of stolen vehicles. So
if we could have the CAO and CLA work with the department and to see if in fact that revenue now is not going to be coming forward without the program, if there's a program we can design that is neutral, revenue, or cost neutral, excuse me.
Okay.
Let me ask one other thing. When you create that response, could we also look at, and I think it's missing in the evaluation, is that what savings we might have as to LAPD's resources now that this workload is going back to them, as to what they were being saved when they were collecting these stolen vehicles and impounding them and things of that nature.
Okay. All right, we'll take that into account with our report back. We'll work with the Department of CLA on that. Memo number 55. Report back with a potential list of areas, locations where potential meters might be added.
We can refer that to T Committee. And two, I'd like to add, I think we've had verbal conversations with LADOT. We have a community lot in Leimert Park, which we could use the striping, but also the community meters as opposed to individual meters. And then the site of the 39th and Vermont at the old Bethune Library. facility to where, again, where it could be striped and that you can use one of the universal boxes as opposed to individual meters. So we'd like to add those two as potential sites.
What was the second site, Councilmember?
39th in Vermont at the old Bethune Library site. And the other one is Leimert Park Community, our community parking lot right behind the Vision.
And the request is for the pay stations.
Pay station, that's it, I couldn't think of it, the pay stations. Okay.
Okay, memo number 56, just gonna stay here. I think this report back on the risk management, basically request on the cost to restore the risk manager 2 position. Basically provide the, I'm sorry, this is memo 56. And basically provide information on the direct salary costs for a full year or 9 months funding.
So we're returning those positions?
I think this is where we'll have to work, if you so desire, we'll have to work with CLA too.
Because I think they're in the top 10 on liability in the city, and so it wouldn't appear in our interest to cut their risk management positions with that.
That's true. It was not filled this year, but we can ask them to move forward on that.
Okay.
Okay, 57, this is basically a report back, I believe, on the swap of some vacant positions.
Any questions on 57? We'll move on.
Okay, 58, this is a report back on the shared responsibility line item and some of the impacts of the deleted positions on those that produce revenue. We just spoke about the stolen vehicle. There's some information provided on the taxi cabs, some parking operations, and so forth.
On item 4, where it talks about the deletion of the 21 vacant positions in parking enforcement and traffic control, are those not revenue-generating positions? I'm sorry, my page, I only have one page of it, so I don't have it just says 8 traffic officers, 7 senior traffic supervisors, 3 communications information reps, and 3 clerk typists. Whether, which ones of those would actually be revenue-generating?
The department has identified all of those 21 positions as revenue-generating and vacant.
Okay. I think we need the information that says, here's if you have 8 traffic officers and these supervisors and these clerk typists, the revenue you project to receive in those positions during this year will cover the cost of those positions.
I would even go a step further. If, in fact, those positions should be filled, what additional revenue would it generate, not only to pay for itself, but actually to make it compelling enough to even want to go in that direction? I think, that's the point. If, in fact, those vacant positions are revenue-generating positions, how much revenue would they generate? Therefore, is there a rationale that would say maybe we should fill those, if you guys think we should, as a revenue generator?
I think the issue and the problems we face with revenue-generating positions, and especially those that are currently vacant, is that the revenues won't generate on the day these people are hired, but the expenditures will start the day they're hired. And so it's a matter of do we have enough cash flow, do we have enough funds to hire these people, to fill these positions, and hope that the revenue is generated. It's my understanding that there's a reduction, or there's a $2 million revenue shortfall anticipated for this department this year.
Well, it would be kind of nice if that was put in clarity form, so we could say, we don't need to fill those positions because the cost of filling them and the long-term benefit of getting it would be this, that, and the other. It would just help us figure that one out.
I think particularly we're down revenue for a number of reasons, but also the department is going through now and changing parking meter rates and parking signs and a number of things that I think, are going to change, and in some areas are unenforceable until they change those signs. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I think as we do that, Councilmember Rule, there would be additional needs. So right now, we haven't changed out all of the operations through late evenings and Sundays throughout the city, so those would be additional programs where if we don't have enough staffing, we won't be able to manage those enforcements and not get the necessary turnover. So we're happy to provide any additional information to both the mayor's office and the CAO, but I think we provided a lot of write-ups in our report backs on how these different positions provide what we think would be revenue-generating positions for the department or for the city.
Let me ask you, have you given any consideration of how it will impact your department on the change in the special event policy and what you might retrieve as it relates to personnel resources or the subsidies that you would get for the 50% kind of programs, or the council subsidizing them?
I believe there's another memo that we did on the special events, Councilmember. I'm not sure I understand your question.
I'm just saying, have you given any consideration? We've gotten a list of things that are revenue producing that have been cut. Have you looked at it from the other side, and if we've changed the special events policy and a large number of those events that people will go down to street services and pick up their own barricades and put up their own tape and remove DOT out of it, the next level are those in which the council has said you can only waive or subsidize, in some instances 50%, so you'll be getting funds that you used to waive, now you'll be subsidized. Have you given that any consideration as to how that might improve your situation, specifically in light of special events and the overtime that you have to pay to basically supervise them?
I understand the question now, and most likely if there are decisions and policy decisions on the reduction of overtime or specific special events where DOT had to deploy, then obviously we would have to look at and redeploy some of those officers into enforcement duties. So we haven't really looked at that because I think we're waiting on the other special event policy decision, but we can take a look at that and come back with a more detailed response for you.
Okay, but look at the recent ordinance that was passed, and it gave a good deal of guidance as to the large number of special events that are secondary streets and do not come to the level of requiring DOT or the council office that will go to street services, and then those that will be subsidized by 50% nonprofits and things of that nature are those that have been declared are full funded if they are for-profit. So if you look at that, and we'd like to get some assessment of how that might affect you positively as it relates to special events. Now, the one area we had not dealt with is farmers markets. That's an area that will come back in phase 2 or 3.
We'll definitely look at that, and I just know that a lot of those smaller events, Councilmember, we're not deploying now. So I'm not sure what additional, we'll look at that ordinance, but I understand right now that a lot of those smaller events we're not deploying per the ordinance.
Well, I think one of the issues that is somewhat confusing, because most of those motions historically had a cost for DOT listed. Now, whether you were there or not, they at least listed that as a cost, and that's what drove up our figures over $10 million, and people thought we were spending on special events. So we need to get some clarity as to and I'll give you the file numbers, 081303, as to what we've directed as to special events in the future. But we need to report back responding to how that may have positively impact your deployment. And that, we can ask that to go back to T Committee. And then also, I'd just like to ask on your report, page 2, number 6, when it's listed that you've identified 16 positions as supporting grant-funded projects. Now, are those grant-funded projects paying for those 16 positions? And or what is the source of fund for that? Two of your response.
Yeah, Council Member, I think that's referring to the signal construction.
Okay.
And we have several grant programs, the Safe Routes to School program, the Highway Safety program. We have it's called TDA Article 3 funds, which can be used for pedestrian purposes. And, of course, we'll have the Recovery Act funds that we expect to be approved shortly.
Okay, I just wondered, are the grant funds you refer to, are they paying for the 16 positions? And if the 16 positions are cut, who's doing the grant-funded programs?
Well, one example would be this fiscal year. Because of the hiring freeze and because of the extensive vacancies we have in our consignal construction program and maintenance program, in combination with the continuing loss of positions that are bleeding over to water and power, we haven't started any new grant-funded projects for the second half of this fiscal year simply because we have such extensive vacancies.
Okay, so the ones that are all of the grant-funded programs exhausted, so we have none pending that we owe a response to implement? Or I'm just trying to figure out whether if the people are gone and you're not doing the work, do we have a liability as to the grants that are not being fulfilled?
Well, we were able to get a one-year extension on our Safe Routes to School program, but it's the last extension we're going to get for that cycle.
Okay.
On the TDA Article 3 one, I think we've got about another year that we can use to build those projects. On the highway safety, we have about another year. And then we will have the Recovery Act projects that we expect to come online in a few months.
Okay, then are we to assume that on your number 6 that these 16 positions are not funded by any grants? That is just work product that the grants are funding and the general fund is funding the 16 positions?
Correct. There's general fund funding for those 16 positions in the department's budget.
There's no money in the grants to fund positions?
The department can seek to get grant funding to reimburse the general fund for some portions of the work program of those positions or for those employees, but the general fund does provide the full year funding for those 16 positions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, was
any other questions on 58?
No. Okay, so 59, here we talk about special events. And we provided some information, basically response back from the department on there's a summary of some overtime costs, the list of events, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, one thing is that do we know when that new process is going to start?
Do we have an ordinance yet?
Very good question.
The city attorney is working on the ordinance, and my expectation was that it would be to council before the end of the fiscal year so that it could be effective.
Which year?
The current one.
We adopted this in December, okay? We adopted it in December. It is now May 5th. So I think we need a report back next Tuesday with the ordinance from the city attorney's office. I'm not sure where the problem is.
I will let them know.
And Pete will solve that for us.
Yeah, sorry, we're just, frustrated because as much time as this, then we've set expectations that we're going to establish this, and we're not going to be able to do it without that ordinance.
Can we have a brief explanation as to what is that process? Because we've adopted earlier in the GCP a budget, and now we have a DOT who has its own budget for citywide events. I'm trying to get a handle as to how that new process will work and what budget funds we have that fit that budget process. That new process. Can someone explain that?
What was the question?
Well, we have a new process, and we're still trying to understand what that process is. But we're adopting a budget, and there's different funds for special events, and I'm trying to understand how the different special event funds tie into that new process. Because we just adopted something under GCP for council members to use for special events. And then we have the DOT who has its funds for special events. We have a new process happening, but I'm trying to connect the dots here in terms of the new process and all these funds that we have to connect to the special funds.
Lynn, do you want to take a cut at that? And as far as
What's contemplated in the policy and in the ordinance that I have been working on, and I haven't been able to get it out, but I will. What's contemplated is the applicants can apply electronically or a hard copy, but they can apply electronically to street services for one permit for the special event. That if they qualify for a subsidy for the special event, that's determined at the time that application is made. Street Services then contacts all of the departments, the council offices, the neighborhood councils, anyone who's conceivably involved and might be affected by the event itself. And then when they have clearances from all those issues, that permit. If, in fact, there's a subsidy that's authorized, and the subsidy, as I recall, is 50% of the costs that would be incurred.
But it's to nonprofits under...
That's why I say if they qualify, only to nonprofits with budgets under $5 million.
Okay, and what fund would that be used? What fund are we using to cover that 50%? That's the GCP fund that we talked about earlier, correct?
Yes.
Under 1.5.
The ordinance will include a GCP fund, reference to the GCP fund. If the subsidy is authorized, then the Bureau of Street Services, and this is one of the mechanisms I still need to write, been working on developing, the Bureau of Street Services would then notify the CAO of the subsidy having been authorized, and the CAO would, through the FSRs, cause the transfer to be made periodically of the quarterly, if you will, costs that have been subsidized.
Okay, and now we have citywide events, and then we have First Amendment events. What funds are being used for those?
Different accounts within the GCP.
Within the GCP?
Correct. There would be an amount identified for citywide events.
So is that within the 1.5 million?
There's a separate 1 million.
There's a separate 1 million, right? Okay.
The report that the council adopted in December contemplated that there would be $1 million set aside for citywide events.
Okay, was that earlier when we went through the GCP account? Was that in there?
No, it was not, and that was part of the issue.
Oh, okay. There you go.
And then there would be $1.5 million that would be split evenly between the 15 council districts for district-specific events.
Okay, so we're going to add a $1 million account for citywide events, and we have a definition for that, correct? And now, how about for not yet?
I'm sorry. No, we will have a definition, but I have to say that the list of those citywide events, it will be up to the council to adopt.
Okay.
On an annual basis.
And then First Amendment events. Department of Transportation has its own...
Separate and apart. First Amendment events are dealt with by the police department.
How large is that budget? We don't know. And do we go over, under each year?
I don't know.
You don't know that, right?
But we are limited in what we can impose by way of fees. Other than nominal fees, we're severely limited as to what can be imposed.
And under the current structure, all this money is collected in one place, right? We just have one fund for these events, no matter if it's, waived by the city council, First Amendment, or citywide. It's all in one fund right now, correct? We're breaking it out into 3 funds for next year. Is that accurate?
Well, it'd be part of an account. The citywide would be in one account, and then the 15 would have their accounts within GCP. But basically, street service is now going to be the point of entry as far as the applicant.
Yeah. And do we know we're going to have sufficient money for the First Amendment events?
Department of Transportation has overtime money in which they contemplate servicing these First Amendment events. I think part of the difficulty is you can't really predict the size of a First Amendment event, what First Amendment events will come in. But by law, the city has to service those events. So it's with that understanding that funds have been budgeted with DOT, but that's not to say that at some point, if their costs should run over for First Amendment events, that they may have to have an adjustment to their budget.
Got it. And then we have another category, which is reimbursed events, right? So that's a whole other category that we have.
You may be thinking of development fees?
No,
subsidized?
the Rose Bowl, the Grammy Awards.
There's a category in the ordinance and in the policy that's contemplated to be one that is entered into by contract by the city.
Yeah, those are contracts.
So that the city's obligation obviously is to provide for public safety and the minimal level of services that is required for that. Anything above and beyond that would be by contract for whomever's producing that event.
Hey, so I just wanted to point out a couple of things. One is the unpredictability of First Amendment events and overtime that would cost us for next fiscal year. Second is that the $1 billion may be too little for citywide events. We don't know that yet because we haven't defined what a citywide event is, and I'm looking at a few of the charts provided here, and there's a number of them. I'm just looking at what they cost, and so that $1 million might be a little too little. Might be too little for next year. So these are just your thoughts on that?
No, I'm sorry. As I sit here, my thought is that providing that budgeted amount is kind of a two-edged sword. Obviously, it provides some funding, but it also requires that there be priorities set, and once that limit is reached, if you look around and if there's no other money, that's the limit.
Yeah. Because I'm looking at just a few of these, and just a few of these citywide events already goes over the $1 million budgeted amount. I'm just flagging that as something as we move through this process we may have to face next year as a deficit in this area, or we're not going to have sufficient funds for all the citywide events once this policy gets to council and we try to decide what a citywide event is.
Right. Yeah, I think what we're waiting for is that policy on citywide, but we've made a tremendous transition from just waiving and putting all that cost into the department because they just absorbed it and had no way to adjust around it. And we can't forget that when they use the word special event in DOT, it's overtime. And so it's even more so of a hit on them. So we're at least looking at ways to subsidize. And in fact, I think from the city attorney's point of view, we don't use the word waive anymore because we subsidize because it gives us more latitude, and we don't get into a legal issue about determining who we waive for and not waive for.
Correct.
I just think we might have to put some type of asterisk under that $1 million to say, we may have to go use overtime funds. We probably will, unless we're faced with a policy decision to make some cutoffs as to what is a citywide event, what's not, and leave a number out, and that's going to be
But I think we're going to have
awful
that
debate.
We're going to have that opportunity when they come in with the list, and that's why I think every district was asked to get in what you believe is a citywide event, so we can judge that. And then if it doesn't make the list, then you have options of using your own subsidy fee for what's not declared a citywide event.
And I think the understanding was always that the council would look at the budgetary situation, and they would make a decision having to weigh the priorities of not only which special events to fund, but also how much money there really is with other competing priorities that aren't special events.
And I think the other issue is, which adds to it, these organizations are going to have to pay 50%, which we've never gotten before. It was a 100% waiver, so they are going to have to pay 50% also.
Right.
But is even the 50% on our side of it even budgeted?
For next year, no.
So why are we talking about this if we haven't got the ordinance and we haven't got the policy and we don't have the money? What are we talking about?
The one thing you have of those three is the policy. You did adopt the policy.
Yeah, but without money now.
No money.
So if it's not in the budget, the policy becomes irrelevant.
That's why we added.
I thought the 50%, oh, that's right, we don't even absorb the other 50%. That's right, we would absorb 50% from the 1.5, but we don't even have a funding source for the other 50% that we would waive.
Yeah.
So,
Let's see if we can back up a little bit. There is the 1.5 that has been part of the regular GCP for council community services. I think what happened is this year there was an additional description written in that said that part of that would also be used for special events. That was not the original intent when council adopted special event policy back in December. When the council adopted that action in December, the intent was for city attorney at some point to come back with an ordinance. Combined with that action was an additional allocation, two pieces. One piece was $1 million for citywide events that would be defined at some point. In addition to that, there is an additional $100,000 per district for a total of $1.5 million that would be used to subsidize or provide some subsidy to some of the special events that would be occurring in the district. That $2.5 million is not part of the proposed budget.
Okay.
But I think when we went through the GCP, we asked the CAO and the CLA to look at implementing that council file number.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And then, in addition to that, there is another component that's in GCP, which I think is also part of the confusion. There was some funding that was continued from the current year GCP that dealt with development subsidies, and that's a separate piece.
Okay, I just want to make clear, because it seems like this budget doesn't contemplate us adopting that policy. We're kind of catching up, and now we're going to add the $1 million. Anything else we need to do in this budget process to make sure that when we adopt that policy, it takes effect next fiscal year, and we have the funding available to do it?
You would need the funding in order to implement it, yes. So I think Mr. Parks indicated earlier that we needed to figure out how to accomplish that council file, which has already been adopted, with the understanding that the city attorney would be coming back with the ordinance to implement. Yes.
Okay. So do we have everything in this budget other than the $1 million that was omitted to effectuate that file that we adopted?
It would be 2.5.
We need 2.5?
Yes.
Okay.
But I think we have to realize that what went unfunded for years was the waivers.
Right, and the important thing is that the whole concept of doing it this way was actually to generate savings. The cost has been in excess of $5 million. So the whole intent of designing this policy was actually to effectuate savings from it. So we need to keep that in mind as well.
And do we have savings, or is it just a better way of managing the chairs that we have on the deck?
It would be a limitation, basically. It would be limiting the expenditures.
And how much do we anticipate?
By $2.5 million.
We're going to save $2.5 million with this new policy?
It would be a reduction of $2.5 million in expenditures that have been incurring, yes.
Okay.
And I think what's also important is, in talking to LADOT, their response is they will not be responding to these without the subsidy. So it's kind of a short, very short circle. So if there's events that you can't subsidize, they will not be responding to them. All right? Thank you. In fact, let me say for DOT, the question I asked before about whether the impact of the new policy should more rightfully go to number 59, and so that you can send that to the T committee to respond as to whether you see any benefit or savings or enhancements because of the new policy.
Okay, so this should take us to memo 61. I'm sorry, 60. Sorry. 60, it provides some scenarios regarding citation fine increases. Basically, we talk about what could be generated by a $5 increase, also setting some minimum amount of $45, etc.
Let me ask on the middle paragraph, is that a typo that shows 48? Should it be 45? On the third paragraph below the number 3?
With them.
Actually, Councilmember, the department provided the information based on a minimum of $48, not
$48, okay.
So it should be...
We're on 60. Yeah, we just went through 59, yeah. Let's do 60 and we'll come back.
Okay.
Okay? On 50, on number 60, if we can basically have that referred to T Committee and Budget and Finance. Okay, and we can go back to 59 for Mr. Rosendahl.
One thing I just want to highlight, we did increase fines in the current year as well, so...
Yes.
Okay. So you want to go back to 59?
59.
Quick questions. Can we get a chart that has events listed by council districts, if that's going to be impacted? Because in my particular case, and I'll be candid with you, my folks do a lot of block parties, and I just don't know if this is impacted by it or not. The process has started, people are having fun and all that.
Part of the policy that you adopted in December exempted block parties, so that because block parties were going to be encouraged to pick up their own traffic barricades, and there really wouldn't be any city cost, they would still have to fill out an application. But because they're generally small events that don't require a lot of city services, and if they'd be willing to pick up the barricades and return them on their own, there would be virtually no cost for the city. So that was the decision that was made regarding block parties.
Yeah, and that's great, because my folks are very industrious and wanting to do that. Then, of course, I have, like Jose, some citywide areas, which is like the Venice Beach, various different things.
I just want to make the point that the one proviso regarding block parties is that as long as they don't have open flames, because then you need a fire inspector to come out and so forth.
Yeah, but the cost, when the firefighters come with their trucks and all, and the kids play in it, that's just an added plus the fire department's doing as a PR, right? I mean, in other words, that's not going to be a cost factor for us.
Perhaps it could be an educational activity on behalf of the fire department, depending upon the situation.
Okay, very good, very good. And what about that other issue I just said of Venice Beach type projects? We wait for the new ordinance before we worry about that. Like, we have Muscle Beach stuff in the summer, 4th of July this, we do all kinds of things at Venice Beach that end up with barricades and police and all of that. How does that fit in?
I think that's where we're supposed to report back on what's encompasses a citywide event, and that's where we're going to need your input.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be important to reach out.
Thank you.
All right, next item.
Okay, 61 talks about Prop A and Prop C, the impact of the shared responsibility.
Okay, that's general information.
62, we're talking about the DWP water trunk line construction program. This is informational.
Yes. So sorry. See you later.
Any questions?
No questions.
Okay, 63. This is, here again, impact of shared responsibility on the Transportation Mitigation Fund.
Any questions? No questions.
Okay, let's go to, I believe, 113. This is a report back on the local transportation fund projects. We provide a list of the projects that should be funded for next fiscal year.
And this is what under... what source?
This is the local transportation fund projects.
And we have these by council district?
The attachment does provide information by council district.
All right. This is just information. I think if we can just, on that one, basically distribute to each council office as information.
Okay. So SPRF is what? Okay. Since we were talking about DOT, do you want to go to the Special Parking Revenue Fund?
Yeah, okay. Which one is that?
Okay, let's start with memo 16. Just talked about the P3. I think there was a question on some of the revenue that was put into the budget. Just provide some information.
Let me ask you, on 16, we asked, did we ever determine if one of those lots that were being considered is a CRA lot?
The ARC, yes. Yes.
Which one?
It was the ARC Light. ARC Light.
I didn't hear you. ARC
Light.
ARC Light.
Hollywood.
Yeah.
Does that impact us as it relates to reviewing or studying this?
Sorry, Bob, with the CAO's office. It will. We will have to go through the specific documents regarding the ownership, since that's a CRA facility. And also, that facility has debt, so we'll have to go through the documents to see what the restrictions are for that and how we can incorporate that into the transaction.
Okay, so that could delay the analysis?
I don't think it would delay the analysis. It would just be incorporated as we're going through the process.
Okay. The one thing I think when this item comes, we need to highlight it in our write-up in the budget so that we're clear that every council member realizes that what they voted on recently, the 09-0728 council file, was really a $3.5 million investment instead of the $500,000, because I think that took us all by surprise when we went through the analysis during this committee. Any other questions on number 16?
Okay, we can go to memo 29.
And then, let me ask one other thing on revenue. With this, as is projected, this is what we've asked, being that at the last we heard, the earliest any of this could come about, maybe June or July of 2010. We're going to have to address that in some fashion in the budget as to revenue that is not vetted.
Initially, our target is to try to close the transaction by December, so we're still on planning to try to close this deal in December of this year.
Okay, and so in the deal that you're talking about closing, is parking lots, or are you still looking at parking lots and meters?
The mayor's proposed budget includes the figure that accounts for including meters and 6 parking structures.
Okay. The dilemma I think you run into is that I know that many council members have expressed an interest in being aware of the structures, but very few have endorsed the meters, and we understand then if the case is the meters are separated, that the funds could be significantly below what is being projected. And secondly, if I understand the system correctly, we are projecting in our budget 1 year of parking meters as revenue, and if you close the deal in December and parking meters are a part of it, we just lost 6 months of parking revenue. So these are some of the things I think we need to get resolved, and that makes it even more of a concern of relying on the dollars in the budget.
Councilmember? Also included in the budget, in the proposed budget, is the expenditure of 1 year in maintaining the meters and the structures. So if the deal were to go through in December, then the revenues would go down, but the expenditures in the system would also go down.
I know, but I don't think the expenditures for the meters matches with the revenue, does it?
No, it does not.
Yeah, okay. All right, any other questions? So we need to make sure we highlight these things so that they're in the budget and no one can say they didn't know what the gravity of the vote was a week ago and the amount of money, and really, as we said in the opening comments in the budget, the vetting of money is very important so that we're not in any way putting money into the budget and then basically it's not vetted and then allocating it well in advance of it getting into our hands.
Understood. And related to this issue is memo number 103, and this has to do with the $3 million that you just referred to. And the $3 million, how it would, at this point in time, I would be contemplating utilizing those funds, the financial advisor for parking consultants, the transaction counsel, sales side advisor, and then some other expenses and contingency as needed. So.
And I don't know what's the best way to handle it, is whether it should go as a part of the budget for that explanation, or whether the council needs to be re-briefed and brought back on this item to understand of what the overall cost is. And so I just, and I hate, we've already gone into some contract, I believe, for the $500,000. But again, if council members are not willing to spend $3.5 million, we need to know that earlier than later.
The $3.5 million is the estimate that we have calculated to complete the transaction as far as the non-contingent expenditures. So since the proposed budget assumes the $80 million, we have to reflect
I know,
the expenditure.
but I don't think anybody realized that when we voted on it. At least I didn't, and I tried to read it. And so I think the issue is we owe it to them so that later we don't get one of those discussions of saying, I didn't know that. So there's got to be some way that either in the budget or that we reconsider or something to where people understand the entire breadth of what decision we made. And in essence, we're talking about spending $3.5 million to be in a position to make a decision.
You know, we're sort of, we're in your community trying to discuss this and try to, as far as figure out what we're going to do going forward. As far as getting this back to the council and some other avenue, we may not have time. Certainly, we believe that the funding, while it may seem rather large, we don't know exactly how much. It is. I guess the point that I'd like to make, the benefit could be certainly well worth it. Now, we're not saying we're going to use all of it, but
no, I think that it may well be, but I think the council needs to be aware of it so they can make a judgment of how well worth it is. And I think that's what we owe them to. And again, the one thing that I think I've heard from more council members than anything else, they don't want to get pushed into a corner to where it's the only decision because it's the last minute or it's the money's there and why don't we take it. They don't want to be put in that situation. They want to walk into it feet first and see what's going on. But I think we got to figure out timing and how do we get it so they clearly understand what this means in the dollars.
As part of the process, we will be reporting back to council. We will need your input to...
No, but we need that before you go beyond the $500,000 that people thought they approved. Well, they don't want to spend. If you come in and tell us after the fact, that's where I think the dilemma is.
Councilman, I might suggest that you could take the $3 million out of CAP Finance and put it into the UB, request the CAO to come back in June to explain everything to you, and if you take an action before July 1st, you can always send it to council to be acted on the 1st of July or as soon thereafter as possible. And that way, you would have to make a definitive decision before the funds could be spent.
Yeah, but I agree, and I think we need to put that safeguard, but I think also the concern is whether the expenditure of the $500,000 is moving on, and if the council, knowing the full cost, decides not to go forward, then you have the issue of did we spend $500,000 unnecessarily? That's my concern. I think we can put the $3 million into the UB, but we also have to be considerate of whether the $500,000 is being spent in a direction that the council wants to spend it.
The funds for the financial advisor, the $500,000, that's on an hourly basis.
So if the council made a decision not to go forward, you wouldn't necessarily have to expend the entire $500,000. Is that correct, if you stopped them?
It is for our financial advisor. For the parking consultant, we're working with them to divide the tasks of the study into discrete elements so we can ask them or direct them to do certain parts of it without going over the $500,000.
Let me just ask if you could work it out that we need to get it to the council so they're aware of the full breadth of the decision. We don't want to spend any of the $500,000 more than we have to. We certainly don't want to go into the $3 million. So if it means putting the $3 million into UB, but bringing this, and the briefing to the council shouldn't be after the fact. It should be what's going forward. So you can figure out how we can get that done. Next item.
29. Actually, we have 29. I think we just provided just some information on language. We also have Memo 71 that talks about the Venice Beach.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Rosenthal, you have something on 71?
We'll see what the geniuses of this. I understand that there is an interest in looking into it, and I see a one-pager on it. So would you just define that one-pager for me? Because the bottom line is, it's basically saying that the JPA with the county be terminated or modified. The terms of a new agreement or any new operating practice may be subject to the approval of the state of California. The bigger question for me is, do we see a potential opportunity here to take control over our parking lots and the revenue streams associated with it? I found my almost 4 years on the council, I never could get a straight answer about how much money they take in, how it all goes. And it is our parking lots, you know. And I can envision, when I said $5 to go to the zoo, which Mr. Smith says might be $8 million of revenue, that if we could take control over our own parking lots and some of the other responsibility, we might actually be able to, as a city, since 1 million people go to that every year, have some revenue. So it says, you know, should the city desire to take over the operations, the city would be responsible. I understand all that, but we need to get a better handle on dollars and cents on this to know if it's even worth us taking an interest in it. Do you think we can get that?
I would
during the
agree,
process?
and maybe here, use part of that money that we just discussed from SPRF or some parking studies. Perhaps we can use some of that if it was so appropriate to help us out there.
Well, I know it's amusing on one level, but you know, we were under the impression it was $500,000 and that would be everything, and then we see something that was over $3 million thrown at it. And of course, I think Mr. Parks also made it very clear, most of the council isn't too sure what they mean by the meters. How much of an extension, what are we really talking about, what is that doing? And a lot of us personally feel until we really get a meter strategy done, which we don't have meters in places, we could put meters, we don't have the new technology meters in it, we might be selling off an asset in this process that 40 years later, you know, everybody's going to say, why did they ever do that back in those days? So these are real issues for us. But with the Venice parking lots, I think it's something that I would love for us to get the straight answer out of the county and see if it is an opportunity for us to reclaim what is our property in a more positive way than we presently have. Yeah. All right. I don't know if we can get it during this next week or two, can we?
Certainly we can inquire with the county. If they're offered the information, we'll certainly provide it to you as quickly as possible.
Yeah, because that would kind of give us a better, I don't know if we want them or not until we see really what they've done and how they charge and so on and so forth.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Roosevelt, do you want that sent to Arts Parks?
Well, I just don't want it to go down the big black hole somewhere.
Why don't we refer that to Arts Parks?
And maybe also to tourism, since we talk about tourism and that kind of thing.
Okay.
And we could have some
Arts, Parks, and also tourism.
Great, great.
Okay, I believe we got a request to take up planning, which is number 66. And this basically report back responses regarding the status of community plans, the cost, projects taking place in CD11, and some of the MOUs. Any questions?
Okay, let me just, let me ask the general manager if she's here, to just so we're fully aware.
103.
From planning, Ms. Goldberg? Come on.
Rita.
Let me just ask, on the document you've given us on the status of community plans, is this the plan that was originally approved by the council as a timeline?
There are two plans, or two schedules that are attached, and one of them, the one that shows 3-year increments, that is vertically on the paper, that is the original, no, that's the new plan, that's the new schedule that you are looking at, the one that is horizontal. That new plan adds an additional year to the length of time that it takes us to complete plans. It takes them from a 3-year planning cycle to 4 years, and it delays beginning work on a few of the plans.
Okay. And is the cost on those similar to what was originally projected when we approved the schedule for community plans?
Well, it extends the timeline on all of the community plans from the original one. Do you have the original one?
Yes.
We attached both.
Okay, I'm just wondering whether the cost per plan is similar to what was perceived when we projected it, when we approved it.
Yeah, the cost per plan was a combination of the staffing cost and the technical cost, the contract work that we would need to do for both the transportation plan, for the traffic studies and for the EIRs, but the cost of the plans remains the same on an annual basis. This year, instead of getting funding of around $5 million, which is what it would take to maintain the original schedule, I think the funding was only about $2.5 million. And that's causing the delay of the plans.
And then what we discussed with you last time you were here, the issue of priorities in the sense of with the $2.5 million, is that diminished because of work on other activities such as the heritage or the river and things like that?
It's not really diminished so much by the work on the river and those kinds of projects, but most of the planners who are working on community plans are also doing a few cases because we have less staff working on the cases, and we have a legal obligation to process the cases in a timely way. So the lack of funding for all the staff to do cases has impacted the community plans.
Mr. Roosevelt, you have questions on number 3 there, projects in the 11th district? Did you go away?
Okay. Great general manager, that of the department. He's still up there.
Just wondering, on number 66, there's a specific request that you asked for, the projects taking place in the 11th district?
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
Okay. Let me just go with the talking points. In your report back on LAX North Side Plan, I see that you say that the FAA restricts the use of federal funds to work directly tied to LAX. I just want to say that LAX North Side Plan is 100% LAX related, and that these positions would be 100% dedicated to working on the LAX North Side Plan, and is therefore eligible for 100% funding by LAWA. There's no cost that the general fund would have to absorb. In light of this, I'd like a report back from the CAO on specifically how these planning department positions can be exempted from the managed hiring freeze so that planning can do their work needed by LAX. I mean, that's the bottom line. This is a proprietary department. We got FAA support on this. There's the monies there, and we dramatically need to focus on this. Okay? That's it for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Goldberg. I guess we have some more for planning numbers while she's sitting there.
I think it's just one.
Or is that all for planning?
Yeah, I think that was it.
That's it? Thank you, Ms. Goldberg.
They covered it all.
Thank
They were
you.
efficient, and they covered all in one number.
Thank you.
We can go to City Clerk, Memo 54.
54.
We're reporting back on the cost for the neighborhood council elections. We've provided a breakdown as far as the 4.5 or almost 4.6 million for neighborhood council elections.
You know, I'm afraid to ask a question on this because the last question turned out to be $500,000 more money. But, you know, one of the things, and I think when we approve this and move that responsibility over, I don't think any of us perceived that it was going to be a $4.5 million project. And what I'm going to ask is that, once we have how many months is it as far as when the elections will start?
I think they were going to start gearing up in, what, January?
We'll start gearing up July 1. We'll start the processes. I mean, we've already started doing some of the activities, but as far as the actual elections themselves, it'll be early spring.
Okay, so the thing is, we're going to ask, in the sense is that your department and the CAO, CLA get together and really scrub these figures and basically formalize the process for this voting. And what would be the function, the policy committee? That would be Arts Parks?
Neighborhood.
Yeah, neighborhood.
It's neighborhood. The neighborhood committee, so that we can have come before the council what is as close as possible as the formalized and finalized program, and what is the most accurate cost. And we need that as quickly as we can if you're going to have to be moving in July. But we certainly want to fulfill the commitment of the council on these elections, but we certainly would like some review on the overall cost, because it is significantly higher than I think anyone would have perceived. So if we can do that and have this go to neighborhoods and committee and have this scrubbed with the numbers and finalize the process with all of those things you told us about, that because it's not going to be standardized, but all that so that we can get a better sense of it.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else have a question on 54?
Okay, Memo 112 has to do with the budget impact on council and public services. I think we just provide some information. The clerk basically discussed some of the potential impact.
Okay, now, is this where we ask that those services that are council-related, that we reevaluate where the authority is, either in the, under council control or in the, what is it?
I believe this is where you were asking those questions.
Yeah,
yes.
GCP, because we've taken a struggle to get many of these positions in place over the last couple of years, and particularly the additional services on council control issues. And so we just believe that maybe this is a better situation, that it's within the council purview to look at these budgets.
Alrighty.
And this is, ITGS is the functional committee?
Yes.
Okay.
And memo number 115 actually talks about one particular position, the senior MA2, which is actually part of this discussion as well.
Okay. Let's take... on the budget, we can make that transfer of responsibility in the budget, but send these two reports to ITGS to vet.
Okay.
But again, we'd like the budget to reflect that new council responsibility. Now, was 112 and what was the other one?
115. 115 referred to discussion on the senior MA2.
Yes. So both of those will go to ITGS.
Okay, also related to city clerk and actually BOE is the proposed land records function transfer to BOE. This is memo 47.
Jean Wagner, City Clerk's Office. With your indulgence, I just wanted to greet the Budget Finance Committee this evening, make a couple of observations, and then turn the discussion over to staff. In facing our budget cuts this fiscal year, we are facing nearly a 30% depletion of our department. It is our responsibility to point out to you factually, dispassionately, the effects of those changes, what council can expect to receive and what it cannot any longer expect to receive, whether it be quality, quantity, or speed of services. And that we will do, and the staff will speak more on that. In regard to land records, however, this is a little bit of a different can of worms. This is a rather singular situation where an entire division is being excised out of the clerk's office, lifted up, and dropped into Bureau of Engineering. We believe that the nature of positions that are going over to Bureau of Engineering need more study to truly attest that they are the right number and variety of positions to do the job. Speaking simply on the integrity of the work, which is depended on a great deal by many different departments. So I would simply ask the committee, before I turn it over to staff, to consider it is very possible that this is an idea which could work. This is very possible that this is an efficiency that could be successful. We're only asking that it be looked at and that we respectfully respect some input into that process, also being that our office has been doing it for years, if not decades. The entire reason why land records is in the clerk's office is because we have been operating not only the clerk's office but the city for years that it was a charter responsibility. So we would simply find it very helpful if we could get a legal determination if that is the fact or not. And if it is a fact, then perhaps we could get some options on what would be entailed in making that charter change or transferring the responsibilities to Bureau of Engineering. So I will turn it off to staff at this point. Thank you very much.
Holly Walcott with the Office of the City Clerk. Basically, in reviewing the positions that are being given to Bureau of Engineering, what our concerns are largely is that they seem to be mapping functions, and mapping functions are about 15% of what we do. About 85% of what we do is the data management of LUPAMs, which is the property ownership records. Many departments need access to property information for permits, notices, Prop 218, and enforcement. It also, building and safety, and speaking briefly to them, they refer their clients of the public to City Clerk for mailing lists. Also, in talking to Building and Safety, they reported that they get some of their property ownership data from LexisNexis. So it's clear that there are opportunities out there for maybe us all to come together as a city family and work through what the mayor's office has proposed, which, as June stated, seems to be a good idea. We just would like to vet it out a little further. The city clerk has drafted a memo, which is likely not to be released tonight, but you should probably see tomorrow, which for the same money moves 14 positions back into the city clerk for the same money. In this manner, we continue Operation July 1 while we move forward and look at citywide, and we avoid 17 layoffs.
Let me ask, one of the things I think we've expressed some of the similar concerns during the budget hearings. One of the things that I didn't understand in reading the report is it didn't appear that Bureau of Engineering had a good understanding of what tasks they were going to take over, because their comments were, we have to learn the process. And it appears we're moving it in order for the system or the paperwork to be closer to their technology. And yet, it appears clerk personnel would have access to similar technology. And the other part of it that I had an issue with in trying to figure out why we were doing this is whether, in practicality, is there a closer relationship with Building and Safety than it is with Bureau of Engineering?
Well, I think that's why we think it warrants further study.
Yeah.
I think there's some efficiencies to be gained by consolidation. We agree that it should be looked at, but which department is probably something we should all work out together.
Yeah. I mean, because if I understand the process, the fact that people come to your department are generally sent by, Building and Safety, and you give them information and they go back?
Well, our information is actually available on the city's intranet. So we did ask ITA for what the number of hits were. There are about 112,000 hits every month. However, I don't know who that is. They weren't able to break it down any further than 112,000. So to the extent that the last needs assessment was done in 1996, perhaps it's time to look at it again and say who is the biggest user, who does have the best technology, and then work on the consolidation from that standpoint.
Okay. Let me just ask the CAO, on this proposed move, we're talking about moving positions, but also cutting what appears to be some vacant positions?
Two vacant
positions. So removing the live bodies and cutting 2 vacant positions.
Well, they're cutting 19 positions.
But are they vacant?
City clerk, no. Two of the 19 are vacant. They're adding 11 to Bureau of Engineering, and 5 of which are the same classifications.
Okay.
So there's 7 new positions in Bureau of Engineering that are not being transferred, that are brand new to Bureau of Engineering.
So they're adding 7 bodies to the existing bodies that are coming from city clerk?
To the 5, yes.
To the 5. So these are brand new bodies that are being given to Bureau of Engineering?
Right.
Okay, and the 2 vacancies that you have are not being filled?
Correct.
Okay.
We would lose all 19 of ours, and it would likely result in 17 layoffs.
Okay. Any other questions on item
In reading the
47
workload and backlog statement, it says approximately 70 to 120 new lot splits are discovered each year. How are you discovering? I mean, shouldn't we just get a list from the planning department, and wouldn't that be it?
I'm going to introduce Alan Ugay from our Land Records Division. Okay. He has worked in the Land Records Division for 32 years.
We provide the lot split information to planning. We are the source for that information. The way we...
what do you mean you provide it to them? They're the ones that grant lot splits, so...
But when a new lot split occurs, we're the first to know.
No, planning's the first to know because they grant it.
No, lot splits can be accomplished by simply granting a portion of a lot to a person. In other words, if you own a lot you grant half of it to me, a lot split is created.
Oh, so you're talking about a grant deed split, not...
We're not talking about subdivisions or
okay.
approved lot line adjustments,
I see.
that kind of thing.
All right, so this is a grant deed split, and the lot split is a formal zoning action that would formalize it if they want to use it for something else. So there's actually that many people that split lots without a land use approval?
Because they're not aware that they're not supposed to. Technically, it's illegal to do.
Yeah.
And you can't, of course, grant a building permit for it. And at the request of Building and Safety and Planning, we notify them as soon as we discover them in the process of updating our records.
Do they go out and see if something illegal's been done with that lot? Presumably, that's why you do a lot split.
Well, for Building and Safety, they want to know so that if an applicant comes for a permit on one property or the other, because they're both just as illegal, then they won't grant inadvertently a permit where they're not supposed to. So they want to know, obviously, as soon as possible.
But is Building and Safety or Planning going out and checking to see if they've already done something without permits?
They don't have to go out in the field. They should have their own records. For example, planning, if a variance...
Not if they built something illegally without permits.
Oh, well, in that case...
I mean, if they're dumb enough to do a lot split by grant deed without telling anybody, they're probably trying to do something illegal in the first place, or else they're really dumb. One or the other. Either way, they're probably doing something they shouldn't be doing.
Planning is supposed to, from my understanding, notify upon notifying them, they are supposed to notify the seller and the buyer that they have a potential illegal split, so that the sooner they know about it, the better, because then they don't develop
That's
it.
very enlightening. I need to ask the question then of those departments, what are you doing with the stuff when you get it from you? That's, okay, thank you.
We're going to defer to them.
We'll do that. Unfortunately, they just left, but we'll get to them.
Questions on 47? Jose? Let me ask the CAO, just to walk me through this. On your memo, it shows city clerk number of positions impacted is 19, Bureau of Engineering is 11, so it's a change of 8. If I understand the comments that were made earlier, is the 11 total, are they new positions that are unfilled at this time?
When you allow with the CAO's office, if you go to attachment B, we compare the two departments. So for engineering, yes, these would be, quote, new positions, except for anything that's transferring over from the city clerk.
Okay,
if
so
they're the
these are
same
new positions
classifications.
that are not filled.
They're not filled. Not in engineering, they're not filled. They
Okay.
could be filled in the clerk's office.
Okay, all right, so when you look at this chart, the 11, does it show that these are positions that are being transferred over of the 19? Does that represent that, or are these brand-new classifications?
Okay, if you look at, for example, the senior clerk typist, right now the city clerk has 7. 6 of those are regular authority, 1 is a resolution. Engineering has requested 1. So there's 1 that would be coming over.
Okay, let me tell you what we need to do so that you can figure it out for us. First of all, I think that this has to be vetted a little bit more, but we don't want to cost the budget any more dollars. And so whatever we have to do to not add funding to Bureau of Engineering at this time, but allow the 17 positions that are in city clerk to remain, and ask the CAO, the CLA, and the mayor's office, and the departments of the city clerk, the Bureau of Engineering, and Building and Safety to get in a room and figure out how best to make this transition, and then present to the council a transition plan that would be best able to resolve these issues. And so effective July 1st, our expectation is that this transfer will not occur unless we can get those reports back that tell us the best way to do this. But we need to do it at cost neutral. So when you look at what's existing versus what's new, that we put in place what we should do on these positions to not cost us any more money. But not fill positions until you resolve what part or if all should be moved to where? And my understanding, these positions for city clerk are over at Fig Plaza?
Yes.
Is it Fig Plaza?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so they're in a specific office to themselves?
They're at the one-stop location,
Okay.
the construction.
Do they share a office space with other city employees or just city clerk employees?
Just city clerk
City
employees.
clerk. Are they the total number of employees in that office? Or are they other city clerk employees that do other duties?
No, just land records
Just
division.
that group. So if that group moved in total, it's a matter of reassigning it to another department or its functions to another department. But we need to resolve, I believe, these issues before that transition occurs. And I think we need a transition report that tells the council how we're going to do it and how these positions will be dealt with. And basically, what we should not be moving forth to July 1st, all of this is going to transpire without some vetting. Okay?
Councilmember, we'll move forward with the mayor's office here. We'll move forward on that plan. It was our intent always to go for some efficiencies, and to the extent that there's maybe some other departments that this may be a better fit, and I think we're definitely open to those.
Let me ask, on the policy committee, is that Public Works? As far as, or is it ITGS or?
City clerk usually reports to ITGS. I don't know about Bureau of Engineering.
Engineering usually reports to Public Works.
Probably both.
All right, let's look at the committee's directing the involvement to look at this, and that it should be referred to the Policy Committee of Public Works and ITGS. Did we miss anybody? Okay, all right. So, and then we'll get a transition plan and have a better understanding. Okay, that's on 47.
Okay. Moving to 48, it's CDDs. Report back on details of some of the geographic areas served by the Lincoln Heights Work Center.
Let me have that number again.
This was 48. Yeah, Lincoln Heights. I think this is a question raised by Councilmember Weezer. So,
Jose?
We did give him a...
On number 48, do you have any questions about Lincoln Heights? Feels like the...
48?
48, the Work Source Center.
Oh, yes, thank you. Can you elaborate on this report, please?
Yes. The report indicates that over 144,000 clients were served through the city's workforce development system. 3,028 of those individuals resided in the Boyle Heights area, or approximately 2%. In addition, WDS provided intensive and case management services to over 4,200 individuals, 148 of which resided in the Boyle Heights community. To date, this amount, 2,071 reside in the Boyle Heights area. In addition, WDS provided intensive services to 3,300 overall and 95 residing in Boyle Heights. The report does not indicate the number of summer youth, but that is approximately 500.
So we have a relative, it's a pretty low amount of people from Boyle Heights working. This is for the Lincoln Heights Center, correct?
Yes, the Lincoln Heights Center.
So we have 3% and 2%, right, using that center. So my question was, when we set up this center in Lincoln Heights, and we were told that this would serve Boyle Heights, and then it seems, looking at this data, that there's very few people using this site from Boyle Heights, but we know, given the demographics of that area, that there's a huge need
there. Yeah.
So initially, I think some of us looking at the plan when we started the Lincoln Heights site was we accepted the fact that, hey, this may serve this whole large area, but now we're seeing that in practice, and we have some empirical data, that in fact, not a lot of people from Boyle Heights use this site, and that's their only option. Well, they're the closest option, so that's our only option, but our intent is to serve that area. So this really gives us some empirical data to say we need something in closer proximity to Boyle Heights or in Boyle Heights. Would you agree with that?
I think the data would suggest that we consider that and look a lot closer to determining that would be a better arrangement, yes.
Yeah. And so what are the plans to expand these sites? I know you, do you have any plans to expand these sites? When would you re-examine this, or what would?
Well, without additional revenue from the Workforce Investment Act, we probably would not be looking to expand, but to improve the services that are already there. Should we realize increased funding revenues, then we could look at expansion as a possibility.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you. This is, I know you have the same commitment to make sure that all parts of the city receive or have access to these sites. And like I said, on a map, it looks in very close proximity, but you look at the topography of that area, you've got, railroads, you've got large institutional hospital buildings and other things that old industrial vacant buildings that separate these communities, that in fact it seems not too close as it is. And on top of that, you have people who are public transit dependent, and the way to get there, it's a very difficult journey for them. So I know we don't have the resources right now, but we have the data now that shows us there's a need to better serve this community. I would hope that in your thinking, when we do have that opportunity to expand, that you reflect on these numbers here and think about how we can improve that. I know in about 2 years, we will open up again the Boyle Heights Civic Center, as we call it right now. Your office has done a tremendous job in helping us get that site going again after the earthquake. That might be an opportunity site to put a workforce center there.
Yes, once that opens again.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for your work on this. But we're in this together. We see there's a real need here, and I appreciate your commitment to really look at these numbers and make sure that all Angelinos have access to these centers.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it? I think that's it.
All right. Thanks.
Moving to CRA, we have memo 40. There was a request for some information on whether CRA could fund proactive code enforcement positions and extra position in EAD for brownfields. And unfortunately, there is no money provided in the budget for either of those two functions.
Okay. Next.
Okay. 73. I think we provide some information on the city infrastructure investment, on how $4.4 million was budgeted in 2008-2009. Just an informational report back.
Now this is the kind of information we were asking in the future when we show the 1% infrastructure, that these type of figures would be captured in addition to general fund.
I think this might have been a part of that, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Memo 98. One of your favorites, I think we have a report back on AB, this is on AB 1290.
Yes. Okay, I don't have a 98.
Do you need a copy of the memo?
Yeah, thank you.
This explains how the funds are determined.
Okay, and I think when we had the general manager here, that her projection was for this upcoming year was significantly below the $10 million mark?
Yes, I believe that she revised the number downward to 6 point something or other.
The CRA looked at the economic downturn, and they revised the number down to approximately $6 million, $6.5 million.
Okay. And then we move this money to the UB, contemplating discussion with council offices about existing funds that are, I believe this is new funds, but existing funds that are in either allocated or earmarked, so we can get a clearer picture of what each council district has already allocated in their fund. So until we can get those things resolved, we'll keep that in the UB.
There is still an outstanding budget memo that hasn't been received yet that talks about commitments for the funds.
And we asked also that we have a different accounting to identify within there what's earmarked versus allocated versus what is unallocated. And also, the general manager mentioned that in the future, we'd be able to get reports per district as to when we share CRA areas, that we know what part of the area and council district basically created the revenue, so we could be aware of what part of the 1290 came from each district.
Yes, we have an outstanding memo for that, too.
All right.
So yes, we'll work with CRA to get that information in as quickly as possible.
Can I clarify that? I had the same question. You have an outstanding memo on the land acquisition information that we're looking for? Is that something separate?
Yes, we have two memos. They're still outstanding. The first question is, what is the overall impact of AB 1290 loss on earmarked projects? Provide a list by project area and attempt to identify committed funds for future projects. We're still waiting to receive that one. The second one that I believe you were talking about is provide round numbers for tax increment shares by council district and project areas crossing multiple council districts, and that's still outstanding.
Okay, and I think there may have been another one on the land acquisition fund.
Yes, there is one more on the land acquisition. Report back on recent council actions taken with regards to land acquisition funds.
Okay, and
And both of those are informational, so they wouldn't affect the budget.
And I think, let me ask, because you're so kind, one more. I think we did not ask at the time, but we should have, when the lawsuit was resolved of the $15 million that the state had borrowed or loaned, and we won the lawsuit, what is the expectation of those funds, those $14 or $15 million? Where are those funds going to be allocated, and where were they taken? So we're going to have an idea what is the game plan for that $15 million.
Certainly, we'll report back, and that's certainly a part of the larger state issue as well. I don't think we've heard the last of that yet.
Yeah. But I think the issue is what they told us. We won the suit, but we had not distributed the funds, so they're still in hand.
We won in the Superior Court, yes.
All right.
Councilman, I just want to, since you're talking about the state, we just recently, within the last hour or so, heard from League of Cities that the Department of Finance has suggested to the governor that in his May revise that he take 8% of property tax receipts from locals, and for the city that would be about $68 million. I mean, it hasn't been done yet, but it was suggested.
We'll just put it in the budget and spend it. Thank you, Lynn, for that very positive news at this late hour.
You know, I don't want to hold anything back from you.
Thank you.
Are there any parking lots the state owns that we could take and sell?
Yeah, that's it.
Eminent domain or something?
One on 3rd and Spring.
I'll see them. Let's.
Yeah. Okay. Next item. No more news flashes, Lynn.
Let's bring up cultural affairs and start with memo number 84. And this memo refers to grant sources and amounts received. So the informational memo.
Okay.
Okay. 86, this is a status report on the mural restoration program.
Okay.
Okay. 90 is information regarding the Los Angeles County Arts Department.
Just information. That just compares.
Comparison, exactly. And then I believe the last one is memo number 94. It talks about the 1% for art development fee program.
And that's just info also?
Yes.
Okay. Next.
Okay, disability.
While we're on cultural affairs, if I could, and Mr. Rosendahl, you might find this in. I noticed in their grants that they give, I think it was $23,000 some odd to KCET for television community funding. And as much as that's a wonderful station, I just have a hard time giving money away to KCET when we can't keep Channel 35 operational and we're going to lose Channel 36. So I'm going to ask that we reprogram that money and give that instead to Channel 35 to keep some of their cultural programming going.
If I may ask, are you talking about the cultural grants program that is listed in the special appropriations?
Yeah, special 2, special 1.
It would be a special one, and the only caution I have with those is that those grant programs are selected through a peer review panel process where we identify peer experts to come in and facilitate the grant applications. So when you choose to not fund a specific grantee, what you're essentially doing is negating the grant selection process. And so this may be a function of who submits grant applications, first of all, constitutes the pool of, who's going to be available to receive money, and then from there it becomes a process of how they score among those peer panel of experts. So, the Channel 35, whether it's, I think one of the first qualifications is that it has to be a nonprofit organization. To the extent... If it's a nonprofit, they're certainly eligible to apply for the grant process.
I think the point that Mr. Smith is making, we're in the most difficult budget process in the history of our great city. Every penny counts. And we love KCET. In fact, I think they're a great public service channel. But it's a question of feeding the mouths of the hungry here in the city versus anybody else.
What's the source of the funds?
For the special appropriations, it's transient occupancy, TOT dollars.
TOT?
Yes.
So it's our money we've given you, and then you go give it out in an RFP.
And I'm not negating that fact. I'm simply saying that there's a bigger overall selection process here,
Okay.
and I just want to...
And there's a bigger overall issue, and if you want to play that game, then I'll bring a motion that we take 10% of the whole TOT money that's given to you and give it back to the general fund for Channel 35. Then you won't have to worry about allocating it, because you won't have it. You want to do it that way?
I mean, really?
I simply want to, ensure that, we could certainly, simply want to underscore that, that we have this process, and so...
When is the process allocation end?
Well, it's a 2-year grant, cycle.
When does that end?
It's going to end we just started one cycle, so it'll end in fiscal year 10, 10-11.
And it's predicated on TOT, which is down?
Correct.
So is your allocation down?
For our grant special appropriations, yes, it is. We did make a reduction. And we specifically targeted large and mid-sized organizations so that we wouldn't impact the smaller operations.
Okay. Mr. CA, would you report back to me on the opportunity to reduce funding to cultural affairs and TOT funding commensurate with monies we need for Channel 35, and see an additional report back before we finalize the budget in the last committee meeting in a week or so?
We'll do that.
Upon reflection, I just want to give him another chance to answer that question.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to respond to that again?
Well, I think we could certainly come back and respond. I think if you take a look at the money that's available for KCET, we could probably find that source of money to see how we could weave it into Channel 35.
I think that's what the request was, that you find the money for Channel 35 and 36.
We will do so.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to disabilities, memo number 76, and I believe report back from the department on the impact of the shared responsibility sacrifice, as well as some information back on the HIV testing.
This goes with the GCP request we had earlier. So if we can use that as a basis of looking at a line item for testing. And again, they were going to get us numbers on what they can test but my understanding is they're significantly below cost for anyone in the region.
Yes.
And we haven't allocated any money, we just like to put a GCP line there that we can come back to.
Understood. Okay. Memo number 70, moving to El Pueblo, talks about the lease agreements.
Number's that?
This is number 70. I think this is basically an update, providing an update on the status of the merchant lease agreements.
Rizar, you have questions?
Yes, I just want to mention for the record that there are some verbal discussions here that I think we need to hold to in the previous discussion with the general management of El Pueblo, and we will be sticking to those timelines, which is by December, have the leases squared away and taken care of. So reading this right now, we don't really have, it doesn't really reflect that discussion, but I think that verbal discussion we had, we have some certain timelines there that we all agreed to through this process. So hopefully, Mr. Andrade, we could hold up to those deadlines to execute the leases.
That's our commitment. I did have an occasion to speak with representatives from the mayor's office today as well regarding lease negotiations, and that's their expectation as well.
Okay, so we're on the same timeline? Everyone's on the same timeline? Okay, great. Thank you.
Next item. State it again, what you said about going after. How many leases need to be negotiated?
61, sir.
How many have been negotiated?
There are 78 leases in total. Approximately 17 have been negotiated under prior administration under different terms. And at one point, then the city ceased negotiating, leaving 61 operating on a month-to-month terms.
And your office obviously has done an analysis of what the market rate would be in the perfect time.
We've worked with General Services Department, and through an RFP, there has been a study completed by a third-party firm to ascertain what would be a range of fair market values for the businesses on Olvera Street. Yes.
And what's your sensing of timing now? Here we are, May 5th?
Today is Cinco de Mayo, that's right.
There you go. So what's your sense? By the end of the year?
By the end of the calendar year, we hope to bring forward to the full council leases that would be signed or for your approval by the end of the calendar year.
We look forward to that. I guess Mr. Huizar and I have been on the council a little less than 4 years, and it's been a question we've had every time we've had an opportunity to raise that question.
We believe that we have we certainly internally understand the terms and conditions. It's a matter of getting agreement within the city family going forward and being aggressive about it. We have the authority to execute. We have the authority to impose if we so choose.
Is it possible that you could give a report back, not in this budget process, to the appropriate committee in 3 months? What would be the appropriate
I believe our memo indicates that we would be reporting back in September. Remember, we were talking about September 16th, sir, and that would be appropriate time for that as well.
Very good. Look forward to that. Thanks.
Thank you. Next item.
Okay. EMD takes us to memo number 2. Here, we are reporting on the positions in departments, substitute resolution, and the new regular authority position, and their costs.
This is one that we asked for as early comments about the preamble of how many of these we have throughout the city budget, so is information.
Yes.
We use that as part of the write-up.
Yes. Okay. Memo number 5, here again, is information that talks about the shared responsibility and sacrifice in EMD and the reduction that would be needed to offset that.
Okay. Next.
Okay. Environmental affairs, I believe we're starting with 25. This was a report back on the mobile source trust fund And the question on the cost allocation rates, I think given the over 100% in the central services rate, this has generated the question.
Yeah, I think this is one that we'll ask that this go to Mr. Luther's study as to the two report backs that we asked about on the CAP report when it was approved by council.
I think we need to take a look at looking at this 103%. It's something that's not quite right.
Yeah. Yeah. So the thing is, I think that we need to have that evaluated, and but with that, we can make that inclusive of the larger report that's being done?
Yes, we can.
To respond to this? Okay.
Yes.
We don't need this resolved before the budget? Okay.
Next.
You don't need this resolved before the budget, because isn't that the part of the budget predicated on these numbers as it relates to positions and authorities and...
As it relates to that schedule, yes.
So you want to resolve this before next week, is that what you're saying, or...?
We can attempt to take a look at it, see if we can get to the bottom of the 103. We'll need some assistance with the department and the controller to actually go through those numbers.
Okay. So that would be a CAO report back? So this won't be included with the larger...
I think the issue, you're right, if you want to make adjustments to that particular trust fund, then we need to do them very quickly,
Okay. All right.
in the
So
next
we
few
get
days.
A report back for CAO. Okay, next.
Okay, 26.
Okay.
This has to do with the mobile source, again, and the cash balance and potential funds that could be used for the climate change work.
Let me ask you, what number are you on?
This is 26. Just
Okay.
flip one tab on over.
Okay.
And we are mentioning, or talking about the prior year unexpended appropriations.
And I think, I think I would recommend that we look at number 25 within the context of also memo number 65, because they relate to Schedule 10, so that we take those together.
As Dee just referred to, actually 65 provides a lot more information, more detailed information regarding mobile source.
So you're saying 25 and 65?
65 it actually provides much more detail.
Than 26?
It's 26, I'm sorry,
Okay.
26 and 65.
Okay.
65 actually talks about.
Okay, that's information. Okay. Next item.
I think what we'd like to do, if we're going to come back in a couple of days, because I think we need to resolve some of this with regard to what's being recommended for Schedule 10, that is a part of the budget.
Here on
And so-
number 25, we're going to ask the CAO on the report back to resolve that issue of CAP 31.
Sir, I think as Dee is referring to, 25, 26, and 65 are all related because it deals with the mobile source. And I think there's some issues with the schedule and available funding. And as it relates to prior year unexpended appropriations, the cap rates, et cetera. And so we're going to need to quickly come to some resolution.
Okay, so that the three of them, we have a report back?
Yes.
Okay. So report back on 25, 26, and 65.
Yes.
Okay. Next.
Okay. Memo 27 is a report on status of sustainability reports submitted by its department. I think the EAD provided an update.
Let me just ask, when we do the annual report, is there going to be any attempt to address any cost savings or efficiencies?
Yes, there will be attempts to do that, as well as perhaps recommended further actions that we need to take based on what we've seen over that year. So some direction for council, and hopefully also some requests to get some outside funding to help support this program.
Okay. Any questions on 27? You go to 28.
28 is informational, talks about travel. The question came up regarding travel for the department.
And Mr. Smith asked this.
Yeah, I appreciate the list here. Now, is this a menu option we can pick and choose from? Because it's like the $4.5 million that we started off at 4, now it's 4.5, so.
What we were proposing to do is to highlight the funding and to see, as we looked at revisiting Schedule 10, to see how much of that possibly we could take out of Schedule 10. It may not be all of it, but as we look at the reallocation, the unexpended, to see if we could get some of it out of Schedule 10 that related to the work that we're doing on Schedule 10. So that will be part of that discussion that we come back to.
All right, good. Okay.
So now we're adding number 28 to 26, 25, and 65.
Do we have anything we're not going to do that with that we can do today?
We just need to resolve Schedule 10.
Okay, that should take us to 44. This is a report back from the department on the grant process.
44?
44, yes.
Okay. Information, what's the next one?
45, this talks about the local enforcement LEA positions. And there are some questions regarding those and whether they're fully fee supported. Information elsewhere as well. Any questions?
So we're saying that we're doing the work, but it's not fully reimbursed.
The schedule in here also includes the 103% central services amount.
Okay, so that's one that we're working on. But let me ask, on the $365,000 in 0809, so we've not provided 9 and 910, but we're still going to do the actual function?
I'm sorry, I missed your question.
I'm just saying, we said here on the last paragraph, page 2, number 45, we estimate the cost of inspecting city facilities to be $365,000 for 0809, but have not provided an estimate. So this is work we're doing that is not funded?
Correct. We do not charge our city facilities for our work. We continue to do the work, and there's been some discussions about, as we look at the budget, about, whether we should be doing that, and it's about that amount of money. And so we don't have the estimate for 910, but that's a decision that we'll have to make.
But this is one of the functions we asked you a while back to look at how you can be the overseer of the city's environmental affairs.
Actually, this is a function that we have done as a part of the LEA. We have private facilities and we have our own city facilities. And we have been inspecting our city facilities and not charging the department for those inspections. And so that's what we're estimating that's about what it was last year.
What you should do is charge them with your cap rate.
Exactly.
You can then fund your budget.
Exactly.
And your cap rate obviously is a lot higher.
Yes.
But, Dick Reardon had started a system, not that I'm proposing necessarily that, but on these kind of things, of chargebacks years ago. And then we kind of dropped it because the bookkeeping was more than it was on some things, was more than maybe some of these things, though, you ought to look at that concept again, and more to the CAO. Some of those kind of things ought to be chargebacks to departments when you do a service for them.
Absolutely.
Ray, I know we dropped that years ago because of the cost factor of keeping the books, but sometimes it's worth it too.
That's true. There's been a lot of questions, especially when it comes to liability, that actually harken back to the chargeback days. And actually with the new FMS system, it actually might be a little bit easier.
Might be easier, yeah.
in that
A lot
direction,
easier.
so.
Okay, so, summer study, I feel, coming on?
2010-11, perhaps.
I think we would probably want to look at something a little bit sooner than that. We're trying to account for the time we're spending on a number of things and actually just beginning to do the record keeping a little bit different so that we can account for that, because it always comes up during the time of the budget, and so we want to be able to tell you this is actually what we're doing to substantiate what's going on there. So we're, as a department, wanting to look at that more and more and be able to track that time so that we can have a realistic picture of what we're doing to support those departments and where there are opportunities to charge those departments or some other kind of avenue to do that, so that we can continue to keep our workforce at a level that we can actually perform those duties that we need to do, especially as it relates to regulatory authority and compliance.
Next item.
They're still talking.
Okay. We're just having a little sidebar conversation regarding some of the sanitation facilities and so forth, and we'd like to sort of take certainly a closer look at this.
Because some of these departments do have a source of funding that they're doing something and you're doing this element of it, and they may have ability to charge it to another resource that they've got that's bigger than yours, so.
Correct.
Okay.
So, Ray, on this, are you going to report back, you're going to go back to the
Yes, let's
policy
report back on
committee or
this.
through budget and finance?
We'll report back to Budget and Finance. We might want to hear it through Public Works, perhaps, but certainly through Budget and Finance.
Okay.
Two-thirds of Public Works is sitting here, so it's just send it to Budget and Finance.
I think the last one is Memo 50.
Go see you too. Yeah.
And it talks about the greenhouse gas inventory. Yeah. Submitted for informational purposes.
Okay. Next department?
Thank you.
Or do we have one more?
I think that's it. I think we covered them all.
Okay.
65 we covered
already. All right, next department.
So Finance, I think it takes us to memo number 100.
Thank you.
This essentially was your question on the revenue-producing positions, the shared sacrifice, shared responsibility and sacrifice, the impact of that 10%. I think one thing I would like to highlight is in the third paragraph, we do talk about the number of substitute authorities that have been carried for this department. And with your instruction about bringing these forward in the budget, we need to take a close look at this.
Yeah, particularly in highlight, as I look at it, they're talking about 10 tax auditors, 9 compliance officers. Those are the folks that make us more money than they cost. So that would be just not a smart thing to do, I don't think.
I think certainly those we'd like to bring on. There are 6 positions that we've been carrying for quite a while due to some prior layoff avoidance. We would recommend that those actually positions go, but the department be able to use their as-needed authority to fill in as needed, because basically these help out depending on the workload.
Is their auditing function cyclical along with a tax year, or they just kind of keep constant all year long as far as the penetration?
I think they're continually going through the audit process throughout the year.
Throughout the year, okay.
Good. We'll move that item with those instructions.
Okay. I'm not sure what the instructions were. If we go to GSD, should be memo 49. There's a question regarding the impact on fleet services in regards to the sidewalk replacement program.
Yeah, this is just a correction.
Yes, the basic informational, there's two positions that would not need to be continued.
Okay. Next item.
Okay. Housing 41.
Sorry, last item, that assumes we're not going to do the sidewalk replacement program, right? So
Yes, if you do continue, then you'll need to.
we do, okay, just want to be clear on that, thanks.
Okay, 41, this has to do with the rent stabilization trust fund adjustment. I think we're recommending a technical adjustment. Okay, any questions on, basically we're requesting the reallocation of $270,000, so shouldn't be a problem.
Next item.
Okay, memo 68 is actually, is it 68? It's, okay. I'm sorry, this is a LASA memo. It talks about the streets or services program funding, so.
Information.
What is the status of that? Can we use some of the new monies that we make, stimulus money for these services?
We are in the process of...
Can you identify yourself, please?
Hi, Steve Andrzejewski with LASA. We are in the process, we have working groups for both the CDBG and the HPRP funding. We're looking at program design, and we are looking at the regs further to see if this program will fit within those programs.
So we can't determine that right now then? Is that the answer? Okay. And we're short how much here?
About $520,000.
500, okay. But do we know how much of the stimulus money is eligible for LASA-type services?
Well, HPRP has $29.4 million, and the city of Los Angeles is getting $19 million in CDBG stimulus funding.
Okay, and so you try to determine whether it does fit in there, and there's a whole priority process that will take place.
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
And we will certainly look at this target population as we define the programs that we will be targeting.
Okay, thank you.
On that report, we'll support the CAO's recommendations, last paragraph, page 2.
Okay. Next memo is to be 104, and it's human relations. And actually, this has to do with the Human Services Department. There was a discussion on as-needed staffing. As we report in the second paragraph, there's been, through May, for both CCYF and HRC, there's been roughly about $152,000 spent on as-needed staff. We provide this for information, and if I'm sure the department would request to have some as-needed staffing for next year. So we'll work with the department and COLATA if you so desire.
What's that number again?
104.
104.
Requested as needed, or?
No, I'm sorry, the 104 was the memo number. Yes, I was just reminded it's almost 9 o'clock, yes.
Yes.
Basically, what we reflect in the memo that through May, both departments have spent roughly $152,000 for this year through May. They've requested that funds be provided for next year as well.
And I personally think it's critical. I know we are in a very difficult fiscal situation, but we are asking 3 divisions to come together. And although we are doing that for fiscal reasons, we do have some savings. This may have been an oversight in order to allow these 3 divisions to continue to provide the type of service they provide. This is sometimes seasonal work that requires strategic and quick implementation of resources in crisis times, such as in human relations. There's incidents, you need some people out there right away and additional resources. Same for CCYF. So, Chair, I leave it at the discretion and the other council members, but this is something that, we're asking three divisions to come together, and we need to make sure we support them and not come back and say, oh, this failed, when we didn't give them the resources to succeed. So this is probably an oversight.
I think when we had this discussion a few days ago, we recognized there was going to be a bleed-over time frame to work out all these issues. The question is, do we need to pay for this for a whole year? Couldn't we do it for a 6-month funding and then come back at mid-year and see if we need to extend any further?
Yeah, I think that's the transition report that we asked for, understanding that this can't happen July 1st.
Right.
Right, I think the main thing is Cheryl Soriano's not able to be here this evening, but for CCYF, the as-needed positions are definitely something that are needed. They were funded at $79,000 last year, and if we could keep that funding at the same level, not increasing that, that would be helpful to the department.
That's kind of defeating the purpose of the consolidation. I think what we want to do is provide a transition that was smooth and seamless, and I'm not so sure a year of funding is necessary to do that. It would seem to me 6 months would do that, and then if we needed to come back, we could talk about coming back for additional time frame in the mid-year FSR.
I wanted to remind you that the Human Relations Commission component of this particular memorandum deals with an arrangement that has been in existence between HRC and the fire department with reference to certain training personnel who have been under the aegis of HRC for a few years. Their actual compensation is covered by the fire department, so this has really nothing to do with the transition or responding to a crisis should one occur, because these people are beyond our ken. As a matter of fact, I would recommend that part of the arrangement, inasmuch as we have been cut away from any relationship with the fire department with reference to the work that we have been doing in previous years, I would recommend to complete the separation by having those people currently assigned by the fire department to do certain work using the Human Relations Commission sort of as the cover, that arrangement stop, and that the fire department take on the full responsibility of these people. Because otherwise, there is the misunderstanding that those individuals are available to us when in fact they're not.
That's about $41,000, right?
Correct.
And there's 151 that are expended total, so that would leave CCYF with about 110,000. We could either do the 110,000, or as Mr. Smith suggested, to do 6 months. That's half of that. I'm not sure if that... Is there any administrative problems with
as I
that?
mentioned earlier, if we could work with the CLA and the proposed merger to identify some funds, I think there's a need for them to leverage some of those, and so this...
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what you're recommending what?
We're going to work with the three, and then also CLA on identifying appropriate amount. So.
Okay.
And on the fire department issue that the rabbi, that Dr. Arquette.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Ray, is that going to be part of the overall transition report? Or is that going to happen before?
The transition report.
I think it'd be probably more prudent for us to identify now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next week's report.
Yes.
All right. Okay, that's on 104. Next.
Okay, that should take us to ITA.
There's two more members.
What are the numbers? 109 and 110, I'm sorry.
Which one?
109.
There are two memos that deal with us.
It's not on our list.
Which one?
109.
Because they're under the new department name.
It's okay.
There is another one.
Okay, let's see. 109 is a report on the potential savings from consolidating the departments into the new entity.
Is the aging DOD pieces.
Okay. And I'm sorry, this is sort of deals with information on the larger consolidation, rolling, or I should say folding in disability and aging into potential human services.
That was my request.
So, yes.
Now, when we talked about that during the hearings, Ray, did you mention that this was going to be a phase 2, or?
Yes, I think we need to move forward with the 3 and then revisit this at a later point, a later time. I know there's the motion that Councilmember Smith floated, and so I think we're going to have to sort of step back and take a larger view.
Well, I understand the aging issue. I think that is worthy of further discussion. The disability issue, you're leaving a department out there with virtually no budget and no staff hanging by themselves. And I thought one of the values of this consolidation was to provide more resources to some of the small agencies, and it certainly is a social service agency. So why not include disability at this time?
I think right now, part of it has to do with logistics. I think disability is on Spring Street, if I'm not mistaken, 3rd and Spring. So basically their office is off-site. I think these departments are all consolidated.
So it's a stacking issue.
So it's a staffing issue, but your point, though, is well taken. It's something that we can't drop. I think we need to continue to take a look at it.
Okay.
Let me ask, you're going to go to number 110 on the transition plan, and this one, it would appear that as you go through that what would be the policy committee? Is that Arts Parks or?
Neighborhoods and families. Neighborhood and families.
First committee. Policy committee. It might be several. We'll work with CLA.
Okay. Because we need both of those to transition through the policy department as to the final outcome.
And I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask them that we also get a report back at some point to this committee on an evaluation of how this new division is doing, because, we want to see whether if it's succeeding or not, and maybe we could ask that we get a report within 6 months after July 1st to the Budget and Finance Committee on an evaluation of the progress of this merger.
Good. We can add that to number 110? Report that. But I think also we need to think about the likelihood, well, we've already said this is not going to go operational July 1st, so the transition may be several months.
Yeah.
So 6 months later might be into the next calendar year.
Yeah. Or some appropriate time after.
Yeah. 6 months after implementation?
Yeah.
Then we can revisit the mid-year funding issue as well at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks good.
All right, any further questions on these departments or one department?
Yeah, we just need to figure out for 109 and 10 what the functional or policy department is, and then add Mr. Weezar's comment on the 6-month after action report for evaluation.
Sure.
One other question. Do we finalize what the 3 commissions, if they're going to merge or still stand alone? We're going to have 3 commissions for one division?
Well, that was the proposal, unless there's a change in that proposal, a change in direction from that.
How many people are in each commission?
It's a total of 33 people.
That doesn't make sense.
Human Relations Commission has 11. Children, Youth, and Families, I think, has 15.
15, and we have 7.
That doesn't make sense. That has to be fixed.
But I think when we
have bigger commissions than departments.
When we went through the budget process, I think one of the discussions was that it was going to allow the 3 commissions to get together and to resolve many of these issues as we go forward.
Yes, because, at that point, you really are talking more about the policy aspects of this, and so we'd rather have that.
But how do we ensure that the council has a role in that? Is there going to be some type of report back to this committee, or, we're taking some type of ownership by approving this merger here, so we want to...
Well, it would have to, because the commissions, as I understand, are established by ordinance.
Okay.
And so there would have to be an ordinance change.
Plus, the transition report has to come through the policy committee before they even implement.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm just curious, Rabbi, how you view this going forward in terms of what you've seen as basically the core mission of your organization as we see this merger going.
Well, not to be repetitive from the other meeting, but I believe that it's terribly important for us to concentrate on the core values and the mandate and mission of each of the three standing commissions, and to take the time to, in a very innovative, dynamic way, meld those missions together so that the end product is a department which is truly representative of the work that has been performed by each of the commissions which collapsed and are replaced by this new entity. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to require a tremendous amount of forethought and conversation, not only by the commissioners and by the current staff leadership, but also, as we indicated the other day, input from council, input from the community, and looking to see if, in fact, there are some voids that can be filled through the process of putting together this consolidated department. From the human relations point of view, as I said before, I believe that this is an opportunity to bring what is often referred to in our shop as the human relations lens, so that those individuals currently working for children, youth, and families and status of women have a better understanding of what can be achieved within the community when in fact these skills are applied when working with individuals and groups which desperately need us. So that I think over time there is a chance to expand the human relations climate, if you will, so that the larger community is even better served. But never ever forgetting the reason why the Human Relations Commission came into existence, what its history has been, and what the needs are, and especially at times of crisis, such as we're living through at the moment.
If I could ask the mayor's rep, just the total number of folks existing right now through the three commissions is what, and what are we reducing it down to, and how do we go about doing that? Who makes the decisions, determines it, and is that over the next 6 months?
Are you referring to the ones, the city employees or the commission? The city employees, there's 43 positions in total when you combine the three different departments.
Yeah.
The proposal is to reduce it by 8. So 8, of which 6 are currently filled. So there would be a potential for, because of the 6 that are filled, there might be a potential for 6 layoffs related to this consolidation. You heard earlier in full council some of the efforts that would be made to place some of these personnel, and these 6 are part of that 400 that was in that motion mentioned earlier today. So it would be, they would be part of that group that, where the layoff process would be initiated.
Let's see, but the general managers of those 3 departments?
The general managers, there's 3 right now, and obviously there would only be 1 position to fill that leadership role. And the 3 positions, there were 2 of those, 2 of the spots, 2 of those general manager positions would be eliminated as well.
And what kind of time frame would they be given? I mean, what's your timetable from today, assuming we go forward with this consolidation for those general managers?
Depending on the direction of the council relative to the proposal, if there is consensus in the council and it is part of the adopted budget, I think the work has to start immediately in terms of this consolidation. As the chairman said, we don't necessarily expect this to be all done July 1st. And in fact, there's going to be some transition period for this all to come together. But it's something that we're going to push hard to do for as early as possible next fiscal year.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, 109 and 10 we'll go through the policy committee for the transition and addressing the issues on 109 and 10.
Okay, so take us to ITA, Memo 51. There were various questions.
Ray, can you do me one favor? Could you give us, because we've jumped around, a little recap of what's left?
So we have ITA, neighborhood empowerment personnel. We have one memo for the board, engineering, sanitation, treasurer, library, rec and parks. We have one for airport and a few general ones. So we have a few.
All right. 51?
51. This was based on the various questions. The department responded to the various questions for information purposes only.
Next item?
It's next item is Memo 69. And here we're talking about the TDA fund. Providing some information.
This is the fund that we requested the general manager, along with the CAO, to look at this whole issue of the 40%, how it's used, and how it can be maximized, particularly in light of the PEG information.
Council members, good evening. Mark Wolf with ITA. In working with the CAO's office, I think as was touched on in the budget hearing, the amount that from the 40% that is going back to the general fund is approximately $6 million this upcoming fiscal year. So it's really a policy decision for this council to determine if any of that money would be redirected for any of the public education or government access channels.
I think what our mission for the budget would be that I don't see there's any funds to retroactively send money back because we swept it, I think, around July. But for next fiscal year, the 40%, there should be a game plan of how to maximize the usage so that towards the end of the fiscal year, there's no money available to be swept. And I think that's the game plan.
If I could take that game plan, I don't know if we're on the same wavelength or not, Mr. Chair, but if we were to figure out how to spend that 40% of the 100% of which 60 automatically goes to the general fund, I would strongly suggest that that remaining money be used for the PEG access issues, for the public access. I know this is a policy decision that we're going to have to make, but I would move that it goes to public access, supporting public access, and it would also go to Channel 36 as part of that package of going forward with it. The additional 1% we get of capital dollars brings the total picture to 30 million, 25 million already, and the 5%, another 1% is another 5 million, so that's 30 million. You can mix the 30 million, use that 1% for capital use in one facet, but it would still allow monies to be used for public access. And if in any way, shape, or form we appreciated the variety of public access producers who came in and spoke about First Amendment rights and spoke about what their challenge is, I listened to them and I heard them, and I'd like us, at least I want to go on record and say I would like to see that part of the 40%. And if you're telling me now it's as high as 6 million, where last year was 3.8 million, there is enough robustity within that 40% to continue public access or to help keep it going.
Councilmember, just to clarify, the 10 million, which is the 40% that you're speaking of, is in the TDA. It's used currently for telecommunications needs and PEG programming. It's used for Channel 35. The 40% is not used for Channel 36 in the proposed budget. The 6 million is not actually technically swept. It's budgeted as a transfer to the general fund. Were we to... Is
that the 60%?
No, so 6 million happens to be 60% of the 10 million this year, but the 60% is a direct general fund receipt. That's $15 million next year. So of the 10%, Of the 40%.
40%.
Which is 10 million, about 6 million is a transfer in the proposed budget to the general fund. That's what we frequently refer to as being swept, but it's not actually swept. But if we were to provide more funding for PEG programming or any other telecommunications needs, then that transfer to the general fund would be reduced. We would need to find some way to cut expenditures or make up new revenues.
Let me understand. Are you saying for 09-10 that their 40% has already been swept?
No, sir. There's in the proposed budget, there's essentially an appropriation back to the general fund. So it hasn't been swept, but the budget anticipates that of that 10 million, 6 million is essentially programmed as a general fund.
Okay, but that's the 60%.
Sorry, the 60% is 15 million. It's confusing. There's $10 million is the 40%. If you look in the Schedule 20, there is funding for PEG programming. Everything, and that comes out of the $10 million. Everything that's left after the proposed spending of the budget for PEG programming and other telecommunications needs is considered to be a receipt or a transfer back to the general fund. This year it's $6 million. It just so happens that's 60%, but it's not the other 60%.
Let me try to understand Mr. Parks a little differently on this. Look, you're getting 6% now, so it's 30 million, okay? That's the additional 1%. So it's not 20 or 25 million, it's 30 million. $30 million, if you put 60% in the general fund, which was a policy decision made before, that's 6 times 3, that's 18 million is going into the general fund, okay? Then you got 12 million left. That is the 40%. The point I'm making is I don't want to ministerially sweep it into the general fund. We are the policymakers to determine if that 40% stays in the ITA budget, which the 40% is 12 million. Forget 10, it's 12, okay, as of January 1. And of that 12 million, I'm proposing that whatever we need for Channel 35 and all of that issues is part of it, and instead of sweeping it back into the general fund, unless my colleagues, a majority of them, want to do that, you don't have the authority to just sweep it into the general fund when there are real needs in public access that I think, and Channel 36, that I also think need to be addressed. If my colleagues say no, let's just consider that not Channel 35, and we want to sweep that remaining 40% of the general fund, I expect the council to make that decision so that public access users can appreciate. This is what we did in the budget process about 2 months ago. We acknowledged that of the 40%, there was automatically swept whatever was left over. We're not saying sweep it. We're saying public access is about to be extinct. If we believe in it, we will want to keep it. Channel 36 is a standard, good analog channel that I don't want to see go foul, and those people could use support. If my colleagues in this process don't want to do it, great. But I just want to make sure that you don't think you can just sweep it in there to meet the general fund. And if everybody around the horseshoe says, let's do it, fine. But I will stay with public access since I happen to believe it's a valuable electronic soapbox and a First Amendment right. And when the cable subscriber, and I'm talking now from a personal standpoint, when a cable subscriber paid a franchise fee, they assumed that 5% in those days went to upkeeping upkeeping the government channels, the education, and any other issues on customer service and so forth. I don't think they even realized back in 1995 that we took 60 cents of every dollar and put it in the general fund. Believe me, I don't think anybody knew it. I didn't know it, and I was a cable executive at the time, and my customers didn't know it. But going back to today, 2009, the real question becomes, do we let public access go by the boards, and do we frankly let Channel 36 either halt or fall apart or not? If we think, yes, let it go by the boards, we have other priorities, then we do. But I think that 40% and the part that isn't used, has to be teed up for my colleagues and I to legitimately either weigh in it or not weigh in it. And I'm certainly not speaking for anybody but myself.
Correct. Yeah, and the budget, I agree with you, sir. That's correct. The one small correction, actually the 1% money, 100% goes to TDA and stays in TDA because it's restricted. So
we know that. It's capital dollars, but when you get a pot of $30 million, some is capital, some can be used for other.
Right.
It's $30 million that the account has.
Right, and the amount that goes directly into TDA is actually 15 million, because it's 5 million if it's restricted, and then the 10 million, which is the 40%, not 12 million.
Let me just ask, on the 1% is rolled over each year because it's restricted?
Yeah, we're going to roll over it. It just has come in the first time around now. It began in the second half of 08-09. There's a reserve in the schedule to keep all that capital money in there so we can make sure that the part that isn't appropriated this year for capital expenses will be used in future years for that purpose.
Okay, I want to take one more attempt at the 40%. All right. The 40% goes into the fund for the TDA.
Correct.
Okay, we then allocate it for certain expenses for the year in the budget.
Correct.
But then what we don't allocate, we sweep immediately.
It's budgeted for a transfer to the general fund. It's a line item.
Before they go through their fiscal year. It's not an end-of-year sweep.
It's a budget decision, budget time decision made by the council and mayor.
It's not really a sweep. It's basically, it's an allocation.
Okay. I mean, but I'm just saying is that depending on what time of year, it could be a sweep or an allocation. It's just...
If we do something after the budget is adopted and we make an adjustment to an FSR, then one could assume that's...
Okay, but the thing is,
that is sweeping.
I think the impression that many of the council members have is that the 40% has been there for them to use, and that in many instances they believe that it was swept for lack of use. We're saying it was allocated before they had a chance to use it.
It's in the budget each year. It will go back to the general fund.
Okay.
As opposed to an administrative action.
No, you are correct in the sense that a portion of funds from the TDA is budgeted back as your general fund receipt.
Okay. Now the issue is on those funds. How do we determine their needs? Is that what they budget for? Is what we leave there, and we give them no additional funds other than what they budget for?
Correct. What is determined in the budget as the appropriation, as a need for those, for whatever
and
those.
that's primarily related to Channel 35.
Channel 35, it's Channel 36. There are other telecommunications needs, including funding for the city attorney. There's leases for Channel 35. There's cable oversight funding. There's Mark, are there other things?
So I think you covered it.
So Ray, you're saying if you unravel that allocation of the remaining 40%, you then create the hole on the other side.
Well, exactly. The mayor proposed this transfer back from the TDA to the general fund of over $6 million. So if you were going to make adjustments to that, then we would affect our revenue.
And then we gave ITA the responsibility to look at that proposal that people came in during the budget process as a joint partnership, as to the public partnership that people wanted to recommend. Have we looked at what the cost of dealing with PEG and whether it fits within the 40%, or is that, do you need more money, or is there less money, or?
Councilman, we've done a cursory review of the proposal that was submitted, and the year one request for budget is $2.6 million. Of that, $300,000 is coming from the unrestricted 5% funding, and $2.3 million is being requested from the capital 1% fund.
And that does what now?
As I understand it, the proposal lays out a plan to operate both a public access station as well as 4 public access studios. The year one request is for putting in place the first of the 4 studios, as well as operation of the channel. And so again, the cost requested for year one is a $300,000 request on the 5% funding and $2.3 million on the 1% funding.
Okay, has that been placed in your budget?
I'm sorry?
Was that amount placed in your budget?
No, that is not in our budget.
And again, so that's your first step of getting PEG back online?
Yes. That is, again, for public access.
But now, if you have the 1%, you can do the $2 million.
That's right.
You're short of the $300,000. Is that what you're short?
Again, I would say that that's a fair assessment. The other thing that we'll need to be, of course, looking at is, as we go forward, is the capital needs for both Channel 35 and Channel 36 as
Okay,
well.
but that's part of the 1%.
That is correct, Councilman.
All right, so the thing is that for your first year of operation, when you said it's not in the budget, but you have total access to the 1%.
The city has the $5 million available for public education government capital cost. And
Okay,
so
but
it would
do you have access to
really
it?
be a policy call on how that money
I'm
is.
just wondering, do you as a department have access to it?
We don't have direct access. I believe CAO can chime in without going through
Where
the
is the
council.
1% if it's dedicated?
It's in the TDA again, and currently the balance for next year that isn't already appropriated for Channel 35 or Channel 36 is in a reserve. So if we were to use that for something different next year, it would come back to council and mayor for approval.
Okay.
Obviously,
But is part of the plan is to fund the $2 million that they are asking for this coming year?
That's not in the budget at this time, seeing as the proposal came in a couple days ago, and we haven't been able to review it. City contracting requirements, do we need to do an RFP?
Is all the money that's in the 1% already allocated?
No, sir, there's a surplus that could that is greater than that $2 million.
Yeah, the bottom line, Mr. Chair, is Leslie Dutton's proposal is doable if the policymakers wanted to support it. There's money in the 1% for capital, and out of the 40% of that $25 million, there's obviously, if we don't let it get swept into the general fund, money that could obviously support it. So it becomes a policy decision if we want to go forward.
The thing is, I haven't seen the proposal, but what I understand is what you're talking about is separate from the proposal. The $2.3 million.
The cost that I summarized is actually laid out in their proposal.
So it's in their proposal?
Correct.
Okay, so you studied that already?
We've done a cursory review, and we really focused on the cost information and pulling out some of the highlights of the report of the proposal, including the information that I shared regarding the plan to open 4 public access facilities and to operate a public access channel.
Okay, why don't we do this then? If your task was to review their study and bring it to ITGS, the funds that are restricted for the 1% is not going anywhere, so their proposal at a later time could access that, and you have more than the $2 million. So the issue we would have to resolve at a later time is the $300,000 above the operational cost or the infrastructure. So why don't we get the report that you're working on to ITGS that basically makes the recommendations for the use primarily of the 1%, and let that committee review it and evaluate it, and then we'll address the remaining for this first year, the $300,000 during the financial year, during the fiscal year.
And Mr. Parks, if I could ask you this, when we know that 40% of the 5% has been slated historically for operations by ITA, and if we do sweep a percentage of that, can we hold off on the sweep of that, or at least let the policymakers decide if we want to sweep it, because there is enough money in there, obviously, to do public access in Channel 36.
I think the dilemma I have on that is we don't have a $6 million plug, and if we take the $6 million out of the budget, then you can start rolling back how many positions that is lost. But I think if we can get the first year of the infrastructure, the 1% done, and that we make a commitment to find the $300,000, if that's your first year, the expectation is not going to spend more than that in 1 year. So if that's the 1 year, we can then begin to work towards the following year of not allocating that 40% before they get it.
But then you're basically saying for this particular year, the 40% that is partially swept, which is $3 or $4 million, that they would be allowed to sweep that into the general fund.
Well, it's already allocated. It's not. I mean, the thing is, what I understand
hasn't been swept.
It's allocated, right? It's allocated. It's already in the budget.
It's part of the mayor's proposed budget.
Yeah, it's
his budget, but we didn't approve. Remember when we
What I'm saying is that I think we'd have to come back with a recommendation of how do you feel the $6 million that is in the budget. So I'm saying if we can get 1 year reprieve and get done what they're recommending, we then have a whole year to figure out how much of the 40% remains there.
Anyhow, I made my point. Thank you.
No, I just think the $6 million is a harder hole to fill.
Maybe you hold 300,000 of it, from that.
I know, but I'm
which is
saying that's
part of
what
the 40%.
we have made a commitment to find, but the $2 million of it he needs from the 1%, which doesn't affect the budget. And the $6 million makes a major effect on the budget. So that's the give and take in the sense of trying to get both of these things resolved.
Okay, any further questions for ITA?
Are we finished theirs?
I think we're done. I think we now move to neighborhood empowerment, starting with memo number 67.
And then it's a matter of the speed of ITA, of how quickly you can get that before the ITGS to deal with the 1% and what you're recommending out of that joint effort with the public.
We'll work with the CAO's office and the CLA's office in preparing that report and getting that to ITGS as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, memo number 67 is basically a report back from the department regarding various questions. The neighborhood council unspent money, requests on ethics training in neighborhood council board members, and also about outreach. And the fourth item actually had to do with using street services or working with the neighborhood councils to work on some beautification projects.
Okay, that's just information.
Informational? Yes. So the next one is 88.
Oh, let me just ask one thing. The list of unspent monies, okay, we can do that. Let me ask you this. Let's hold neighborhood council stuff until Mr. Smith comes back because he has some questions, and let's go to the next.
Okay, personnel 43. Number 43 was about the medical staffing equipment for the new Metro jail facility. And basically, the committee asked the department to report back on resources needed.
This is above and beyond what's already budgeted?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the next one, basically, they're asking for a reconfiguration of classifications.
I'm sorry?
On 64, one of them...
64 talked about, refers to, there's some questions regarding the city of San Francisco.
Okay, I thought they had one where they were asking for a change on classifications.
I think we have one for the police department. They requested a reclassification of some positions, and they were going to be sending those position descriptions to us so that we could do that.
As far as the jail?
No, it wasn't related to the jail. Can't remember what it was. It was a police administrator for something.
Or SID.
CompStat, yes, for CompStat, police administrator.
Yeah, well, UB?
Yes.
Okay. But let me say, this is a request for additional positions for number 43.
43, yes.
Okay. We'll take that under advisement and move on.
Okay, 64 is basically this information requested regarding San Francisco.
Okay. The one thing on this item, and I'd like to send this to what is our health committee, plus there was a motion I made a couple of years ago where we asked the county to look into this San Francisco system, and the uniqueness is that the San Francisco as a county gets to make greater decisions about their health care. And so if we can attach that motion with this report and send it to our health committee.
Okay.
I mean, what is it? They got the right title? Is it?
Arts, yeah, Arts Parks.
Arts, Parks, and Health?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And I think that's it for personnel.
Okay.
Did we talk about this one?
We've done
Before you
planning.
threw the extra nurses?
Yes. He's taking it under advisement.
Okay. Thank you.
For Public Works Board, memo number 17. This one talks about the proposal for the consolidation of human resources. And this was sort of a report back on basically the impact of the 10%. We provide some information regarding this.
What I didn't understand on the change, they were transitioning to move the positions to the board and save, what, $1-point-something million, and then they decided to move the same number of positions back, and in the paragraph, the last line of paragraph 1 on the CAO note basically says the reduction would be converted from structural and ongoing to one-time full funding. The positions would be restored to the Bureau next fiscal year. I don't know how we could make that commitment when our budget for next year is going to be in worse shape than it is this year. So I don't know, in the sense, for them to say they're going to save money and then revert the positions at a higher cost for 1 year, doesn't seem like that's reasonable.
Well, that's part of the issue that's related to this proposal, that basically if the positions go back, the bureaus are saying they would absorb the cost of those positions, but we know that's only a one-time saving, and certainly you go ongoing, there's going to be costs to all of those positions. So.
Well, see, I think the issue is, then, do we know what changed the direction of the original proposal? Because the original proposal seemed to be reasonable that they could do a function centralized at the board level and save over $1 million.
Well, the bureaus, Jim Gibson, the Executive Officer for the Board of Public Works, the bureaus felt strongly that they needed to retain these positions, these human resources positions, and that it was a matter of efficiency. Certainly, you'd probably want to hear from each of the bureaus with regard to their specific concerns. But it was the bureaus that said, look, we really absolutely need these human resources positions. We're willing to give the savings that would result from this consolidation, and in so doing, we would essentially, what would happen is that they would cut funding to those positions by about 50% and find savings elsewhere.
Yep. Yeah. The thing is they'd have to do that as a structural, permanent reduction to make sense of that. I don't see how, and again, for next fiscal year, I don't think we can make any commitment that we're going to be able to restore full funding to anything.
Understood.
And the bureaus have indicated that they would commit to actually funding those positions only at 50%.
Councilmember, I think you're absolutely right in terms of, you know, in our original proposal, we were looking for those efficiencies again that would be structural. We did receive notice back from the 5 bureaus impacted, strong opposition to moving in that direction. What we indicated to them was that we'd be open to any alternatives that they may have, and this is the one that they came up with. Obviously, it's not the same structural change that we had originally proposed, but in the interest of giving them some input as far as moving forward, we indicated we'd be open to at the very least having some type of a transitional period where the bodies wouldn't necessarily change, but I think the dialogue would continue relative to some eventual.
But we're moving 27 positions back, and on these personnel positions, one department has as many as 12. If I'm reading the report right. I would ask that the CAO and the CLA and the mayor's office get together with the departments. I would think if the original proposal was 14, someone did some analysis to determine that that was an adequate number, but to return them and turn them into 27 doesn't make any sense at all to me. Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I can just make one comment. Realizing that this is going to be a transition period with regard to the bureaus, what we could do, realizing that the bureau is only getting, or the bureaus are only getting half of the funding for these 27 positions, there's two ways to handle it. We can either match the positions in the bureaus with the amount of funding that would be available in future years, or we can make a decision here that the bureaus would get all 27 positions, but they would only get 50% funding from here on out until there is some resolution on a permanent basis. That way, you maintain the structural savings. It gives the bureaus a flexibility, but that would have to, you can handle it one of those two ways. So
The concern I have is that if we leave 27 positions on board, even though we give them 50%, we're still paying 100% medical, 100% pension, and all of those costs.
Well, not really, because they would only have 50% funding, so they would need to figure out which 50% they would fill.
I know, but I'm saying if they found the money and filled 27 positions, we can't get away from paying full freight on all of the administrative overhead.
Well, if they are able to find savings from within their bureaus, it means that they're saving pensions and medical on those wherever they found savings from. So there's a net zero gain if we're just saying they're only going to get 50% funding from here on out.
Well, let's say this, if the 50% of the money's there now, that I would not like to make any commitment that next fiscal year that is going to come up to full funding.
Then that's what I'm suggesting, is that we would make a decision here today that even in subsequent years, they would only get 50% of the funding. So,
but when you said earlier, do we have the ability, you say, to match positions with the money? How many positions would that money equate to?
well, let's look at, for example, the Bureau of Sanitation. They have 12 positions. They're going to get $534,000. $534,000 does not cover the full cost. However, if we make a decision here that they would keep their 12 positions, they would also only get $534,000 in 2009-10, in 10-11, 11-12, until we figure out.
Okay, let me just say, what I would prefer to do is figure out what does the $534,000 pay for, and give them those positions.
That would be the other way of handling it. Yes, it's one of two ways.
Yeah. And so if we look at the dollar amount and match positions, then it's a permanent structural change.
Yes.
And if I could say something more, what Sharon is saying is that the bureaus would have to hold a like number of positions vacant so that they wouldn't have those positions. As you say, they wouldn't be. It would even out in terms of the overhead and the pension and that type of thing, because they would be required to hold a like number of positions vacant, and they've agreed to do that.
Okay.
You can also, too, revisit it next year. If, for example, these positions were maintained, they may decide at some point that they're not going to fill, like I said, with sanitation, they may not fill 3 or 4 different classifications, and then perhaps next year, then you can bring it down to only 8 positions to match the funding. What we're saying is we're going to stick to the funding. Whatever the funding that they're getting, we would stick to that funding, and then they would have to figure out which ones they're going to hire.
How many of these 27 are filled?
I think we'd have to ask the bureaus. Is all of them? I guess they're saying it's all of them.
Okay. The thing is, what I would want to do then is that we funded at 50% for this fiscal year, but that we also ask the CLA and CAO to review this, and what is hoped is that as positions attrit, that we need to attrit them down to the dollar value. And hopefully that's done during this year. So next year, we'd end up with $1.2 million and whatever positions that pays for.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes, yes.
Right. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, I just have some difficulty understanding. I got that, what was said, but whenever a department comes up and says, we're going to absorb this amount of money, I would like to see exactly what that is. We just can't say absorb it, and then we know there's service cuts, whatever it is, and to me, that's not part of the budget process. There needs to be more specifics related to that.
I would absolutely agree with you that there is no such thing as absorbing a position within a department.
That's the premise we started with today, so we can't...
This would go to Public Works? As you work
Yes,
through this?
with regard to the status reports, yes.
Okay, so we would refer that to Public Works Committee with those updates and reworking the numbers. But again, for this fiscal year, it's 50%, and during the fiscal year, for next year, that we reduce the positions to match the dollars. And we send that through Public Works to work out the details. So the dollar value doesn't change in the budget. Okay, thank you. Next one.
Okay, would you like to go back to Dunn?
Yeah.
I think we started on memo 67, and this was their response to a number of questions. Had to do with the neighborhood council money. Had to also, the report back mentioned ethics training, outreach to neighborhood councils, and also the ability to use street services to spend some money on beautification projects. So.
Mr. Smith, you had some questions about the dollar value.
Yeah, and did I see Mr. Kim here? I thought I saw him here. There he is. Just FYI, you need to know, and it wasn't me that brought this up, so today in council, Mr. Zine suggested that neighbor council shouldn't get anything rather than just a 10% cut. I explained to him that you took the cut like everybody else did. That's a fair thing to question. The question I had asked the other day was about the balances that exist and whether there was an argument for keeping those balances, unexpended balances of prior years. The report says that you don't know what the number really is per what the aging of it is. All you get is a general idea of how much it is, which is 1.55 million. Is that correct?
That's correct. By Wen Kim Neighborhood Empowerment. Yeah. That's correct.
So that is the balance estimated for, what was the time frame? March as of now. And that's unspent monies from previous years, or that includes this current year?
That's the amount that we project to be rolled over to the next fiscal year.
Fiscal year. So on July 1st, you get the new allocation of somewhere around 4 million, whatever that is,
yes,
with the cut, and this will be the surplus carryover.
That's correct.
And so the question I'm asking of the committee and CAO and the mayor's office is, can we justify keeping that money and not using it for other things when it hasn't been spent by those departments and those neighbor councils? And the general rule of thumb is around here, if you don't spend your money by July 1, we sweep it. We've given them an exemption over the years because we could. I don't know that we can this year, and $1.5 million saves a lot of jobs.
You're right, and it's a policy decision that this council can choose to take a different direction than what's been proposed. I'll just say that we have met with neighborhood council members. We hosted the community budget day. We had the survey. We had several meetings with neighborhood council members, and one of the things that they came back with was, they see themselves as part of the city family and wanted to be treated no better, no worse than the rest of the city family.
Yeah. And to that, we sweep everybody else's money. So
that's right.
If that's what they want, we can accommodate. So Ms. Kim, please.
If I may, there is currently a city policy and ordinance in place that does allow neighborhood councils to accumulate the funds. So if you wanted to do that, you would also have to change the policy.
I understand that. And with 8 votes, we do that.
Right.
The question is, from you as a general manager, and I know you haven't been there a long time, but are there expectations that people are actually spending this money right? In other words, have they got projects they're working on, they want to use the money on? They don't encumber money because they know the check is there, basically. So would it be appropriate to say we were to, say, sweep $1 million of that and leave the other $500,000 there for encumbered projects that are being worked on, and you can determine that need? We'd rest in your trusted hands the ability to determine what projects really are to be, continue to be funded, that may be worked on right now that they just haven't spent the money on? Or...
That would be pretty tricky for us to do because we've never established any criteria around which they could encumber funds. I can just say that this would probably come as a shock to many neighborhood councils.
I have no doubt.
Pink
slips are going to come to a lot of shocking things that people
and
do.
I'm fully aware of the budget crisis, and neighborhood councils may be a little more distant from the city departments, but I would try to craft something that would be a little softer landing. Doesn't occur to me right now, but I think taking $1 million from them would be a significant impact that they have not anticipated.
Perhaps looking at this another way, rather than taking money or changing the length of time that they can keep unexpended funds, you could reduce the amount of new money that you would be giving them in 09-10. There isn't anything in the charter that says the amount that has to be given or appropriated to neighborhood councils every year. It just says we will appropriate an amount.
Okay. So we've, with the 10% cut, it's, what is it, 4 million-ish? What, 89 neighborhood councils?
Yes, that's correct.
89, so that'd be $4.1 million approximately. So that's with a 10% cut. So if we were to say, well, you got $1.5 million hanging there, you keep it, we're going to just allocate $1.5 million less in this year's money, so the shock is not, we're taking money that you were working on, but this year's allocation go forward is less, which meets to what Mr. Zine was saying today, and that is that, maybe this is a great way to shock the neighborhood councils into the realization of what's going on in this world we're living in right now and what's going on in this city. And more importantly to me is neighborhood councils do some really cool stuff, and I really love what some of the things they've done. Not all of them, but most of it. I really do love it. It's good stuff. It's neighborhood stuff. But at the end of the day, if I'm sending people home with a pink slip, that hurts me a lot. And I'd rather not do some good stuff than tell people, go home, you don't work here anymore. And so as we look at this budget, and we're talking upwards of a couple thousand layoffs to take $1 million out of the neighborhood councils and say you're not getting as much money to spend this year, don't spend it, but we're going to save 100 people's jobs or whatever. That's a pretty big value to me. So, Lynn, I think maybe that's a good recommendation. I would recommend then that we reduce the amount by the $1.5 million, which is equivalent to really what the carryover is.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that recommendation?
There's currently $1.5 million in their reserves, so we'd reduce this year's allocation by an additional $1.5, which is the equivalent of what they're carrying over.
So that would eliminate
it and put it back in the budget. And as we look at a few things here tonight, we're talking about trying to find money to do a couple more things. I think that would be a proper way to look at it. I know Mr. Rosendahl is trying to save valiantly Channel 35 access. Neighborhood councils use a lot of Channel 35 access, so there's one opportunity, or whether it's sidewalks. That goes into communities. I mean, all that's...
I think at the end of the day, we probably won't be able to take all of it, but there should be some amount.
Well, they're going to still get $3.5 million, or $2.5 million.
To keep their 45?
No. They won't keep 45. They'll end up with about 30,000-ish.
Okay. Well, we should do something. This is a lot of money that's being carried over, and I'm thinking in particular about what it's going to cost the city clerk to run some of these elections that may cost us more than we've anticipated. So while we have this $1.5 million sitting there and not being used, and it's probably going to increase next year, I'd rather see it go to use, and possibly for the city clerk, who may need some money to run these neighborhood council elections. So I think it makes sense. I'm not quite sure I agree to sweep all of it, but it makes sense to not have this 1.5 just sitting there and put it to proper use, because we do need the money elsewhere in the budget. So
let me ask something, is that if we had the 1.5 rollover, which is money that's in their accounts that they're making plans for, or that's they're holding, and I don't know from of the 90 or whatever, how much each one of them has, but if we then, in turn, for this year's allocation, provided another $1 million, that would give them $2.5 million for the year. We would then have $3 million in the general fund, and we're still trying to figure out how to fund $4.5 million worth of elections. I mean, so I think the $3 million is better served. I don't know how many jobs that would save, but it would certainly save more than what we create by spending it with the neighborhood councils. And so my recommendation is that you keep the rollover because you've been using it or expecting it, but you get $1 million divided amongst the 90 plus, and you get $3 million back to the general fund. And then you have the ability to at least fill some of those holes that we've created by some of the changes we've made today. We still don't know where the election money's coming from, but these are all things that are in the hopper. We still want to do something with PEG. We talked about the 1 point dealing with $2 million on the infrastructure part. We still money to do the other part of it. But I think it's a matter of looking at what can we afford. And we would have to then, I don't know whether it's an ordinance or what, we'd have to then suspend the council policies on rollover and suspend the council policy on $50,000 per year.
Is there a policy on that?
No,
There's no policy
there
on
is
that.
no
It's just a-
policy on the 50,000, it's just past practice.
Okay, I thought
There
that-
isn't a charter amendment or a council policy that dictates 50,000 annually per neighborhood council. I just also wanted to comment that with the change from the neighborhood councils holding their own elections and the city taking over that function, we are really saving them the cost of holding their own elections.
Yeah.
But
if we divide the cut by whatever number of neighborhood councils there are, what are we reducing it by? It's going to be from 45,000 to what? We don't know that yet.
if you gave them $1 million, is 90.
At 1.5, it would probably be more like 30,000.
30,000 per
Well, the 1.5 is already in their account.
Well, I was talking about the New Year's allocation.
The New Year's, if we gave them $1 million, that's 89 into $1 million, whatever.
10,000 each.
Yeah.
It's 10,000 plus.
But the thing is that...
But that does save, and this is a better plan because it saves our general manager here the problem of going back if we cut that 1.5 and then trying to figure out, okay, who gets that, who stays with what, it avoids that mess, and that could get messy.
Yeah, we don't have a clue what they've done or what... or what the 1.5, but we certainly can decide what we give them for next year.
But clearly saying that they would approximately get, where they were getting 50, we first went it to 45, in other words, a 10% cut. They get about $1,000 to $1,500 bucks.
No.
I mean, 10,000.
10,000.
10,000 to 15,000 in that bracket, right? That's what we're looking at, going from the 50 to the 45 to 10 to 15,000, right? When you hear Mr. Clark?
At the 1.5?
Yeah, they keep the rollover at 1.5.
Yeah.
We give them $1 million, which is basically divided equally, and it goes whatever the money they have in their account.
25,000 per.
Well, there's, what, 93, there's about 93 neighborhood councils.
89.
90. There's 89.
89.
Yeah.
The impact of that is because, as Councilman Weezar was saying, that all the neighbor councils have varying levels of rollover balance.
Forget that.
That would be, some who have saved money would have more. Those who've been spending at a faster clip would have much less. So that would be the effect of the rollover. And then the new allocation would be just evenly distributed across all neighborhood councils. So that would be the impact of your decision.
So, I mean, if there are 89 and we gave them 10,000 apiece, that's 890, and if you're going to give them $1 million, it's somewhere over $10,000 each.
It's $10,000 each, so we're going down from 45 to 10,
No, I was just saying, if you assume that there's 89 and you gave them 10,000, that would mean we would be budgeting $890,000. So we're budgeting $1 million, so they're going to get something over $10,000. I just can't do that math in my head right now.
Now, the other way, if you want to be equitable, would be we take the $1.5 million and add $1 million to it, it's $2.5 million, and then allocate that across the board, which would be $2.5 million would be about 20-something thousand per neighborhood council.
Except that you create the problem with the councils that have squirreling away money and have more saved than others that would create the problem.
That's why I think
it's 11,200.
I just don't think we want to get into the 1.5.
$235.
But I think if we looked at this and said, the 1.5, whatever they have, they have. We come up with $1 million to spread amongst 90 or 89 or whatever. Now, the other part of it is to free up our issues is that if we use the $3 million that we keep and put it into the UB for elections, we take the 4.6 that is earmarked for elections and put it into the general fund. We've now created a situation to where the general fund benefits.
And we've saved the neighborhood councils, as you said, whatever their costs were for the elections.
And we also asked city clerk to do an election at $3 million, as close to it as possible.
Well, just as a correction, the election costs, most of it was borne by the department. Neighborhood councils put a minimal amount of money into their own elections. So those funds were actually taken from our department the past fiscal year when the money...
And what is your department's, what, between 2 and 3 million?
Our budget currently is 3.3 million. And we were administering elections as part of our other functions back when we were doing all the neighborhood council elections.
That's about, I just want to point out, it's about a 25% cut, right? We're going from 45,000 to 11,000. I'm just guessing, right? Is it somebody better than I went to law school, so I don't want to do math, so anybody else? It's about a 25% cut, I'm guessing. And it's more than 25%.
That would be significantly more.
So that's a very significant cut. I'm just 60%. I'm just thinking, it's a drastic cut, and we are getting a lot of savings for purposes we need, but if we do a 1.5 and distribute that by 89, it won't be as drastic as the cut in 1 year. I mean, that is pretty drastic for the neighborhood councils in 1 year.
It is a very significant
And I just don't know, council offices are taking 10%, the mayor's taking 10%. Given that they are part of the city family, we're asking other departments to take 10% cut if need be. That's a pretty drastic cut, and I know it gives us significant money where we need it, but perhaps a smaller amount. And I'm do the numbers real quick on 1.5 million and see what that gets to each one, but that may be a more appropriate.
Well, ultimately, council member, it's really for your committee to decide how much you want to provide to each neighborhood council, because there's no requirement to give them a set amount, so you just need to come to a consensus on how much you want to provide. This is true.
That's about 16,800 for each one.
And I think one of the things we have to keep in mind is that we saw the debate today about 400. Just start the process to give 400 people, in a sense, not even notified them. Just start the process in personnel, and we spoke for 2 hours. And so the issue is that if we have the ability to save a job or two and not have money sitting in an account, I think we do a service for everybody involved. And again, the issue is it's not done punitively, it's just that you don't have the funds to leave in an account.
And I fully understand the implications of the budget decisions that you have to make, and it's very difficult to compare jobs with funding for neighborhood councils. I fully understand that, but I should also just caution you about that that significant a cutback in the funding program, I'm afraid, would affect the volunteer spirit around the neighborhood council. So that would be my only word of caution in terms of the degree of the cutback.
One thing about that is that I think we have the same issue about a 30% cut in the libraries, the same issue about a significant cut in public street services where we're not paving streets or fixing sidewalks. Every one of those constituencies will have basically a concern. And I mean, in some of them, when you look at the 3 levels of cuts in this budget, from the vacant positions to the positions that deal with salary savings, and then a 10% on top of that, there are severe cuts on personnel and services in the city across the board. And so I think it will dampen a lot of people's spirits about the city and a variety of things. And again, it's a matter of trying to figure out where best to use the money, because we don't want to close a library, we don't want to close an after-school program, and we don't want to close a park, but all of those things are reality. And so I think we just have to realize that the spirit of a lot of people are going to be damaged as this budget goes through, and we're just trying to share the pain. So, anything else, Bill? So and the thing is, it always can be, as we discuss it, but I would recommend that, like I said, we not tamper the 1.5, that we leave that as is, because that's what's in their accounts, that we give them $1 million. We move 3 to the UB for elections. We take the 4 point whatever and move it into the general fund. And then we asked already the CAO to work with city clerk to keep the cost down on elections as best we can. Because as you know, we can't afford a $4.5 million election. So I would agree. That dance we can deal with. Okay, next item.
Okay, I believe there's memo number 88, which we kind of just talked about, so we can move on. And I think there was 117, which we just talked about again. So I think we're done with done.
Okay. So it was 88 and what was it?
And 117. So this should take us to engineering, memo number 7. There's a question regarding the zoo bond program and whether funding was available for the senior, for one position, the senior MA1. The question is whether there are any special funds to pay for the position, and unfortunately there are not. Okay. Next memo, 21.
So this stays in the general fund?
This is one of the positions we were not continuing.
We're not continuing?
Yes.
Okay, so the general fund savings?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
That is the, sorry, that's for the, does that affect the expo line?
No, this was only for the zoo.
No, it's just the zoo stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. I got some highlighted stuff here that highlights the expo. Okay, got it.
Memo 21 is information requested on the resolution authority for various construction projects. We've provided a list of positions.
Okay, that's where I thought it would affect the expo line.
The expo line is on the list. If you look at the first page of the list, the 3rd and 4th positions are for the MTA expo line.
So those won't be affected?
No, those are not affected.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Memo number 74. This was, you had the request regarding the Resol Authority position for Bring Back Broadway. I guess part of the discussion over the past year, there has been some NICOLA financing for the particular project, but you were inquiring whether funding for the positions.
there was a number of other programs, unfunded programs, that were listed in the original report that perhaps will not have sufficient staff for those. It wasn't only focused on bringing back Broadway, so we didn't do that analysis, right? This was just focused on bringing back Broadway?
The memo, this particular memo, yes.
Okay.
This memo is only for bringing back Broadway. From a general perspective, if you're talking about pre-planning work, it cannot be MICLA finance because MICLA financing is for leases and we have to be able to attach costs to an actual physical structure. So if you're trying to do exploration research to determine what to do, then those costs cannot be MICLA financed.
Okay. And if we undergo the construction of a garage this coming year, fiscal year, would that need some BOE support? And how can we finance that?
If you're undergoing a garage parking facility and you've identified the site and you have a budget, you would come back to committee, identify the different phases of the project so we know what you need to issue, and at that time, the staffing cost to deliver that specific project would be built into that budget. And if the committee wants to finance staffing costs, we have done it in the past on much larger scale projects, it's a decision for the council.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the engineering memos?
No.
Wonderful. If not, we'll go to sanitation. I think the first memo talked about the wastewater schedule. Basically, it's a technical correction in the proposed budget. It was inadvertent additional revenue that was added to the schedule, and it should not be there.
Okay, this is number one?
Number one?
Number one, yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, and then 77 is the second memo. And we will request a report back on some of the basic deletions of the positions, wastewater positions and other positions as well. The Bureau requested to have some further discussion on actually what gets restored.
Jessica, see this?
Okay, so this is something you've worked out with him? And it's cost neutral?
We've arm wrestled with them and
we're very close to working it out. I think we can do it here at the table.
How close? What's your proposal?
Well, I had, the last hearing, I had asked, the proposal initially from the mayor's budget had a reduction of 167 positions in the wastewater program, 192 positions total for the Bureau, but wastewater 167. What I proposed was 100 positions and an increase to the salary savings. Now, that did not get us to the same reductions in dollars as initially proposed, but what I will say today, if we increase our salary savings higher, as indicated in the memo from the CAO, from the 5% to 9%, and keep the reductions of 100 positions, then we are now in the same balance in dollar reductions, which is about $14 million reduction in dollar amount. So now it'll be the equivalent. This gives me the flexibility to manage a program that's got some critical components, and particularly, the treatment program at the wastewater treatment plants and the collection program that includes pumping plants and other critical pieces of the infrastructure. So that's the kind of flexibility that I would ask in keeping the reductions to only 100 as opposed to the 167.
Let me ask the CEO on your comments on that.
Emilio Rodriguez, CEO. By our calculation, yes, the additional 5% would provide cost neutrality in terms of what's presently in the proposed budget.
Basically, we are in agreement with the proposal. I think the one caveat is we will continue to work with the Bureau. They've had a high salary savings or vacancy rate over the years. One of our concerns has been we've budgeted a certain amount of related costs, but when we get to the end of the year, since we don't spend it, we have to then go ahead and repay the fund. So those were some of the things that we were dealing with, and so we just asked for the opportunity to continue working with the Bureau to sort through some of the issues.
So the issue is that you support the recommendation, but you need to fine-tune it?
Basically, continuous fine-tuning, yes.
Okay, all right. So
Continuous calibration, isn't that the word used in the budget?
all right, so we'll support the alternative with the request the CAO continues to work with the department.
Calibrate.
To say about Enrique, I think that kind of creative leadership coming from you is outstanding. And I think you are a role model to the other general managers. They should come up with these creative ideas as well that meet our needs and also don't lay off workers, which is critical. Hats off to you.
Thank you.
He's from Zacatecas, you know.
Arriba. Thank you. Thank you. So I think we are now Memo 99 with the treasurer.
Just while we're waiting for the treasurer, just some good news. The Dodgers won again tonight and broke the National League record. So awesome.
That's much better news than what Lynn had earlier.
Yeah.
We should do all the special ones for free now.
Yeah, I think so. We may have to do.
How about that gas line?
We should come with that slide now.
Yeah. We'll give him a free gas line. Okay, next, what, 99?
It's 99, yes. This is basically a report back on the some of the positions that were deleted and the treasurer's alternate proposal. Given the challenges and some of the responsibilities, function that the treasurer provides, those critical functions, I think there's a need to restore some of the positions. I think we're going to work with your CLA to probably identify some of the additional funds that will be needed to restore some of these things. So.
Let me ask Ray, on what's unique about the treasurer and finance, do we have the ability on looking at the fact that, particularly in light of the, $30 million above projection to resolve some of these personnel issues and things within the funds they generate, as opposed to going through this step-by-step process on the budget?
I think that's something we have to sort of take a look at it. The treasurer has floated a proposal, basically charge off some of their services, basically do a fee-for-service, charging against the various special funds that they invest and then deal with. I think we're sort of looking at that. At this point, I think we need to work with the CLA in sort of identifying some funds to perhaps restore those positions. At the same time, I would offer, I know the treasurer mentioned the $180,000 for the investment advisory contract, and there is some prior council instruction on that, and I think it's probably time for us to take a look at that.
What's the issue again?
This is the investment advisor contract. The treasurer had mentioned, basically had offered up to $180,000. She said that was no longer needed, I believe. This is sort of part of a larger issue going back several years. Has to do with the creation of the IAC, and that committee hasn't been meeting for a while, and I think it's time for us to revisit that and decide what we're going to do on a go-forward basis. Many of those policies were put in place for various reasons several years ago, and it's probably time for a re-evaluation of that.
What is the name of the committee you mentioned?
It's IAC, and it's the Investment Advisory Committee. So bottom line, I think we're going to need to restore some funding to the treasurer, and we'll have to work with the CLA to identify that.
All right. Very good. And thank you for putting that bond edge in their budget.
You're welcome. Okay, 83, this is a memo on the library. And basically, this is purely informational.
Okay.
All right.
With that, we can go to airports.
Can we do Rec and Park already?
I forgot, just Regina's back there. So Rec and Parks, 78. This was a request on the feasibility of consolidating some of the graffiti abatement services. And basically, the department reporting back that they have on some of their resources that provide the graffiti abatement at parks and facilities. So, informational?
Now, the thing is, they said verbally in the meeting that they agreed, is that? Accept. So currently they have 6 full-time authorities? So how are they going to handle that?
I'm sorry, I'm asleep.
That's not a good thing.
Take more money, quick. We take money from people who sleep on us.
I'm not going to tell you what I was going to say when I got up here. I was going to say, I'm asleep, I'm tired, I'm hungry, take whatever you want. But that's not what I really meant. John would kill me. Regina Adams, Executive Officer of Recreation and Parks. For the graffiti abatement consolidation, we do concur, especially if this would have efficiencies for the city. There are some things that we have brought to the attention that we would like to see if this does happen. One thing is that for our employees, they're all fingerprinted because they can come in contact with children. And also, too, we would just like to make sure that for our facilities, we try very hard that when we do have to paint out graffiti, that we try to make sure we match the paint with our existing facilities. And since we have such a varied type of facilities out there, we try to take care in that. And we also try to have our staff, once we have graffiti reported or we see it, to try to take care of it within 24 hours. So those are just some of the things that we would like to see in place if this does happen.
Let me just ask if we could ask the CAO-CLA to work with the department and Clean and Green to resolve these issues and create whatever the standards are that they have an interest in. And my assumption is that you then have resources that you can put on other rec and park activities if they're not handling graffiti.
Well, for graffiti, we have 6 painters, and of course, depending on how our budget comes out, we'll have to look and see what we might be able to do.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but it gives you the flexibility to have them paint other stuff.
Well, we have many other things that we paint, yes.
Okay. In fact, I have a monument at Martin Luther King I want to talk to you about. Okay. All right, so then CLA and CAO to work with the department, and also, on something like this, do we need to go through the policy committees, or can we just resolve that with you working it out with the 2 departments? And also, general services should be a part of that discussion.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Policy? Yeah.
Since this is changing the way we do business, we should send it through the policy committee.
Okay. There's Lynn again. Okay.
Sorry.
We'll send this to, Arts, Parks, and Public Works? Okay.
Okay, Memo 79, I talked about the impact of 10% reduction. This is roughly $10.7 million, which is equivalent to 187 full-time positions.
Okay.
Memo A is for informational purposes. Here again, it's referring to naming rights. Okay. Memo 81 is report back on the use of Quimby funds.
Okay. Let me just ask on the Quimby funds, if I understand that Rec and Park is going through a complete reevaluation and also looking at the city standards. Is that in the process of going on?
Yes, we're working with our planning department in that effort.
Okay, when will that report be done?
It all depends on planning department, since they are the lead in this process for any of the zone changes that might be forthcoming. And so we're waiting for them to get back with us.
The planning department's role, because
they are the repository of the funds?
No, because they are the ones, as far as for any of the zone changes, we're working with the Planning Department and the City Attorney's Office.
So the zone change prompts the Quimby funds?
Yes.
Okay. The thing is that, so you're working with planning to create a different view of the usage and the variety of things that, as far as planned, so we're not criticized for having multi-million dollars stockpiled and not used for green space.
Correct. And also, too, one of the main things that people have asked about is about expanding the radius of how the funds can be used.
Yeah. Okay, when you get that report, you'll be sending it through Arts Parks?
Yes, we will.
Okay. Now, I guess, does that go through Plum also, or just Arts Parks?
Well, I'm assuming also, too, for Planning Department, for,
Okay, Arts Park, referred to Arts Parks and Plum for the overall report.
Yeah, Mr. Parks, can I suggest it also go to Plum? That does have some implications about development.
Oh, yeah, we got Plum and Art Parks. Okay.
City Attorney's Office also has to look at the history of those rules and laws and the way the developers looked at them and the way community looked at them, because they're within a certain radius of an area. So I think the City Attorney's Office needs to weigh in as well.
Well, certainly. Yeah, okay, we'll include the city attorney. Okay, but that's a report that's forthcoming to the two committees.
Yep. Memo 82, here again, we're talking about the 10% reduction, and there's a request regarding the clustering.
This is a carryover from your original report that you did a couple of months ago.
Yes. What we stated in this memo is that we're going to have to go back and revise that draft plan that we had presented before.
Okay. When you do that, would you make sure, as you did before, that you work it by council districts and make sure it's distributed so they're fully aware of what these cuts may bring?
Yes.
But this would only happen if you get the additional 10% cut, the shared responsibility, or is this included in your...
Well, there are, besides the 10%, there are additional cuts that are in the proposed budget, so we'll have to look at everything.
Okay, so do you know if you're going to do clustering as of now, if we get the budget as it is now?
More than likely, we will have to do clustering in some fashion. The original plan that we had presented a couple of months ago, we had it broken down by each council district, but also, too, from input that we received from the various council members. We're going back and redoing that effort. We may have some parts of the city that clustering may not be the way to go, but there may be some parts that it will work.
There'll be some opportunity for input on those, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, memo 85, and let's see here. Report back on the economic stimulus money for increasing parkland. This is provided for informational purposes.
Okay.
Yeah, and right now, it does not appear that there's any funding that has been set aside, so.
Okay. Next.
Okay. I think we're done with Rec and Parks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, 114 is response, I think, regarding the airport. I'll pull that out. This had to do with the taxi cab holding lot issues, and I believe the department provided a response. I think they are basically engaged in the RFP process to select a new vendor, so they'll be coming back.
Okay. If we just have them come to T Committee to give us an update.
The Commerce Committee, which has the oversight of the airport.
And if they can work it before the RFP is resolved, they can work that briefing before the RFP is selected and all that.
They should, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's done. Okay, I think we have some general report backs. Make sure at this point, make sure we've covered them all. I think it goes back to memo number 10. There's an inquiry regarding council discretionary funds, and so we've just provided a list. What's the list? number 11. This had to do with the state propositions, and as stated a little bit earlier, that there may be a proposal floated by the governor to raid local government. Certainly we'll follow that very, very closely, given that the proposal is almost $68 million of our property tax.
What number?
The memo number?
11.
It's 11, yes.
So we stand to lose, would you state that again? When May 19th happens, if it isn't approved by the voters, we lose $6 to $8 million?
A proposal is to basically raid local property tax dollars. For us, it's just shy of $68 million.
$68 million. That would be a hole in our general fund?
Yes, it would.
68 million.
Among other things.
Is there any other damage to us
Street tax.
if it doesn't pass?
Gas tax will go. Prop 42 is going to, all the 1A protected stuff's going to disappear now. But the only good news in all that is this is the last time they can do it to us in this 10-year period of time, which goes through 2014, 15.
What is it, 3?
And they do have to pay us back.
They do have to pay us back, yeah.
Sometime in that time, in the next 3 years. So, it couldn't come at a worse time, but the good news is they're just borrowing it from us, and that's the last time they can touch it for the next 5 years, 6 years.
I'm wondering, is there anything else besides that $68 million that we can quantify at this point, that if in fact if people don't approve it?
That's the only thing that I've been aware of. I don't know if CLA or the mayor's office have anything else, but that's...
The only thing we were made aware of earlier today was the same report that came out of the League of Cities relative to the $68 million.
And that came out today?
It came out today.
Scare tactics.
Golly.
Okay, with that cherry news, I think item number 13, I think there was a request, a report back on implementing a fee for bounced checks.
But, Ray, the only thing I was going to ask on that, and one of the weaknesses in our program is that we don't have any ability to centralize this kind of information. We went through a great deal of effort to identify bad contractors, but yet it's left to almost every department has to call on an individual list. We have the debtors list now that people aren't paying their taxes, but there's no centralized way that people know immediately if you are going to apply for something that you're on the list. You got to go check it. And now if there's somebody that writes bad checks and is a routine, again, there's no knowledge about it except for the people that are handling it. And it just seems like we need to have some form of centralized system that people can check and find out who are the folks that are debtors, who are the bad contractors, who are the folks that write bad checks, so that everybody has access to every individual department's information.
I would agree. I think certainly the capacity to do that is somewhat limited right now. I think as we look forward to FMS here again, where we have a centralized billing system, we'll be able to basically have all that information in one spot. So.
Okay.
Ray, on memo number 10. On memo number 10. Council discretionary funds, I see a list, attachment B. I'm also told anecdotally that it doesn't include all of the special funds, like the pipe fund that goes through a bunch of districts and a few others. So what I'd like, if we could, is a more refined analysis of attachment B. That might
and a few others.
Yeah.
The pipeline.
Actually, the pipeline and others that I obviously can't discover because I don't know about it. I want an inclusive of everything. And then I'd also like, if we can do this, a dollar figure next to it, to these accounts. So we get a real sense of what we're talking about here.
But, Bill, I think is part of your real property trust fund.
It goes there, okay.
Yeah, it's a sub-account of your real property trust fund.
Okay, but I mean, when this says other special funds, I'd like to get some dollars and cents as to what we're talking about in these funds.
We have that information and we'll provide it to you.
Great. And then, of course, some of the others that aren't on this list that need to go on this list too. So it's more inclusive.
Okay.
The only one that I couldn't find is we just created as a subsidy fee. Otherwise, I think all of them are. You don't have the pipeline? No, it's within, the pipeline's within your real property. There's a sub-account of your real.
Okay, I'm sorry, going back to memo 13, did you have any follow-up questions on that bounce check?
No. Has anybody got any questions on 13? I just want to keep it in mind that the centralized feature that we need to have access to on checks and debtors and all that other, that every department doesn't have their own file.
Councilman, perhaps you could instruct the Department of Finance to report back on what it would cost to get the system that's used in commercial establishments where they just run a check through to see if it's good or not?
Yeah, well, let's do that. Let's request as a supplemental part of number 13 that we ask the Department of Finance to come back to us as to technology that may aid us on these bogus checks.
Okay. Good. Moving to, I believe, memo 34, you requested information on the funding required for new regular authority positions, and so we have that amount slightly over $6 million. Memo 35, there was a request regarding the salary savings rate by department, and the attachment provides the proposed rates for departments. Okay, memo 39, there's also a request for the cost of all new resolution authority positions, and that is slightly over $10 million. So I think these were just bits of information that you had requested on the first day. Okay. No, not yet. Okay, memo 105. It's report back on the status of fee adjustments for 2008-9 that have not yet been implemented. There are basically only two that are remaining. But these are basically involved with the film permit and the spot check program fees. So here again, we had the discussion and what else?
Based on that, we also need to add to the budget instructions for the city attorney that all necessary ordinances are done prior to July 1st for full year retrieval.
Yes. Okay, 91. This has to do with the report back on allocation of money from the reserve fund into a rainy day fund. I think this goes back to discussion on establishing that budget stabilization account with the $8,000.
What number is that?
This is memo 91.
90.
We already spent that twice.
You think Fitch would be impressed?
If we can add a few more zeros to that, they certainly would be.
Okay, so we got that, yeah.
Okay.
And just a reminder, we'd like to make sure that definition is added to the reserve fund.
Okay. So with that, then you would like to make this separate account within the reserve fund?
Within the reserve fund, so we count the reserve fund, we know the total then we can break out the contingency and rainy day, but again...
Emergency.
And emergency, but we need the definition of them so people, when reading the reserve fund, will know what each one of those accounts represent.
Okay, we'll work with the CLA and basically refining that definition and how we will get money within that account. Going back to memo 87, I think there was a question on Quimby funds to the MICLA program.
Hold on, can you, this was on the park, correct? I'm sorry, the pools.
Yes.
Was this the question on the pools, right? There were several pools listed that several $1 million, and then...
Exactly. Yeah, it was basically your pool, and you, I think at some point there were some Quimby funds allocated for a portion of that. 130.
From a financing point of view, we have these large projects that are about $9 million, and we're asking for MICLA to be funded by MICLA. Then we use about $100,000 from Quimby. I'm thinking, why not just do, why not just fund the whole project with all MICLA? Why tap into Quimby when we could just finance the whole thing using MICLA funds? Why do that? And it was pretty consistent for about 5 pool projects, so I'm wondering what is the policy or the reasoning behind that?
I think as we had mentioned in earlier, that the project had basically been deferred because of lack of funding, and so I think at some point the Quimby funds were added to help keep that project moving, and so at this point what's being proposed is to sort of complete that project. I think the issue, it becomes, could be other uses for the Quimby funds, but at the same time, the more we spend on MICLA, the more debt service we're going to be paying.
Okay. And what is that rate generally, about 3-4%? The rate on Quimby?
Well, actually long-term, it's more getting to about 5% now.
And Quimby funds are less flexible than MICLA funding, so the policy has always been you use the least flexible money first before you use the flexible money.
So can you repeat that?
You use, on projects where you have several different pots of money, you always use the least flexible first. You use that up first, and then you use your more flexible money to make the difference.
And MICLA's and Quimby's least flexible.
Yes, it has many more restrictions.
It's got the type of project that it goes into, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, and what if some of that money had already been programmed or perhaps can be used in other projects?
I don't think it would have been programmed for the pool if it had been programmed for something else previously.
Okay. Well, I know there were some discussions and there were some decisions being made whether the money for the Costello pool in particular, if those Quimby funds were used for a Hollenbeck Park, a park nearby, or the Costello pool. Now that there was a decision made to go with the Costello pool. Would it be possible to use all MICLA funding for that particular pool? It's about $113,000, I think. I don't have it in front of me.
If it's a capital project, it's a policy call.
Okay. We'll find that out before the end of the budget.
But also, aren't we limited if you aren't going out for Quimby funds at that time as a timing issue? I mean, if something is more, if it's an urgency or you're doing something more quickly, that Quimby funds you may not be going out for the bonds at that time, and that the more readily available funds might be Quimby for getting something done more quickly? And plus, it's less expensive?
Well, it's definitely less expensive.
Yeah.
If you're talking about timing issue, yes.
Yeah.
Right, with commercial paper, what we do is we issue commercial paper first, and then we do the long-term financing.
But I mean, the issue is that if you had some immediate need to fund something to get the final part of it completed, and you're not prepared to go out for commercial paper or anything else, Quimby may be a quicker source of getting it done, plus it's less expensive to get it done.
Correct. Definitely less expensive.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Next one.
Okay, memo 92, we provided a list of unfunded resolution authority positions, informational purposes. Okay, memo, actually, 106, talked about positions again here. We talked about substitute authority. I know you had a question, you wanted to sort of bring some of these into the budget discussion. Normally, the substitute authorities are not, basically not to allow significant changes in the work programs. There are reasons for those. But one of the things I would like to sort of highlight, and you have certainly brought this up, is there have been a number of substitute authority positions that have been carried, and we need to address those, many of those in the budget process. The substitute authorities with Office of Finance and a few others, so.
Yeah. Because generally, we've always looked at it as temporary.
They should be based on peak workload, there might be someone that's on long-term leave, et cetera.
But we also, those are generally funded through existing resources. We don't normally put money with those.
That is correct. Basic departments, if they have, they're authorized a sub, then they need to find salary savings to pay for that. Yeah, what was 108? 108 is provided just for informational purposes. It's basically reporting back on the cost of 6 months funding for the existing resolution authority positions. That's roughly about $25.8 million.
For 6 months?
For 6 months, yes.
And the reason I was requesting that is from the number of positions, whether funding only a portion of them at the beginning of the year and giving a chance to scrub the remaining half during the first 6 months of the year, whether we can do some permanent cost savings in the sense of determining whether there is a need to continue the funding, plus what our financial conditions are at the time. And so that was the reason for asking for that, to give us more flexibility and more review during the fiscal year.
I agree, and certainly we'll work with CLA and the mayor's office to, whatever questions we have. Okay, going back to memo 97, this is a revenue update. I think there are some questions regarding some of the revenues, some of the changes. We do note some of the changes, some of the positives in the current year, property tax being one of them, but certainly there are some negatives as we go forward, looking at the utility users tax, the TOT, and so forth. So we did provide an update, a couple charts. Attachment 1 refers to the change in GDP. I know we are projecting roughly about a 5% decline, but that was revised a little bit higher based on some recent information to 6.1. Attachment 2 is just an illustration of some of the changes we have seen. This chart reflects the cost of the natural gas, which is part of the utility user tax and franchise, so it sort of plays into a couple of different things. Any questions?
Let me ask you, what report we were asking to look at on the reserve fund, what our cash flow might be? Is that a memo that's pending, or?
That's something that actually we are still working with the Controller's Office to try to look at the potential cash flow. I know in talking with them, they are concerned that given the existing payroll and where, what the budget is laid out, if there's no changes in that payroll, that it creates a well over $300 million problem. So. Okay. I think that takes us to the last one.
Oh, yeah, we got a whole bunch more motions coming.
Some people are ready, excited, ready to go. 102 talks about Exhibit H. So I don't know if you have questions or would like to go through each of the items in Exhibit H.
Now, do we need
Have we decided on H, how many of these are necessary for the implementation of the budget?
Yes, Matthias Farthon for the Office of the CAO. Yes, there's actually 38 items listed on Exhibit H. 24 of them are necessary to implement the budget. 14 are instructions and other miscellaneous items that wouldn't necessarily be required.
Okay.
In the budget memo, it does go down each of the items, and it lists whether or not it's an item that is required.
Okay, so is this our last item?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we might as well go through that because, okay, why don't we go through what, item by item, and we can get a better sense of what it is.
Okay. The first item that we have is the TRAN, and most certainly we need approval of that to move forward.
Okay, that's a yes.
Yes. Next one is the building safety for the fees, and that is another yes.
Now, do we know what the fees are and how much the fees are?
I don't have the detail on the specific fee amounts which changed. I know in our book we talk about 880,000. Yes.
Was that on that list we just did about 15 minutes ago of fee changes that all were done except for two?
With those, the billing statement we have here would be on a go-forward basis for 2009-10. What we just talked about was the current year fees that haven't.
Okay. Do we know how much they're going up per fee as opposed to the gross amount?
You know, we're going to have to get back to you on that. I don't recall.
All right, let's move on that one, and we'll get that on the report back.
Okay, the next one is basically for CRA. This one does not require, we don't believe this requires any type of an ordinance.
Yeah. I'm just wondering why we're asking for this in the sense of it's not done for council offices, it's done for departments, but why are we singling out the mayor's office for reimbursement?
Councilman, we believe this is a policy issue and it should be sent to HCED for consideration.
Do we have any rationale for it?
The rationale behind this proposed change is to reimburse the general fund, not individual mayor's office budget, but the general fund for services that are provided in terms of the policy direction and oversight of CRA.
But doesn't the mayor has a position funded in his budget out of CRA funds? Or is it Prop A or whatever?
You're referring to there's a source of funds in the mayor's budget, that's Prop C.
Prop C. Yeah. But I thought it was another fund we saw. There was Prop C, and it was another special fund.
There's from the Workforce Investment Act, WIA. There's funding in as a source of funds for the mayor's in the mayor's budget.
Okay. Let's record with CLA. Let's do them at the HCED.
And on this one, Pete and I were just having discussed. We need to just double check on that particular section. I think Pete was saying when it comes to CRA, there may be some things that were actually called out specifically. So we just need to just follow up and make sure we're all on the same page.
Right.
Okay,
We've already got our CRA attorneys looking into the need for an ordinance, whether one is needed or not.
Okay, the next one has to do with changes to the Arts and Cultural Facilities Trust Fund. Given the discussion that ensued tonight, if you wanted to go down that path, then you would need to change the ordinance.
Okay, let's just eliminate that one.
But I'll hold it. Huge yes.
Yes, you can take that. 26, I'm sorry, the next one had to do with any particular ordinance or changes to transfer the land records function.
We can hold that until they finish the review. In fact, when they finish the review, then the ordinance can come with it.
The next one has to do with removing the exemption, governmental exemption from provision of the street vacation fees, and we believe this needs to be.
And how much additional revenue?
It's about $20,000 per application. Last year, there were 10 applications. We don't know what it's going to be for this year. So that's $200,000.
Now, who would we be dealing with primarily? Is that like school district?
School districts, any government entity that's currently exempt.
Okay, we'll move on that.
The next one has to do with the Engineering Special Services Fund, basically to use those funds
CAO approval.
Yep, as we understand it, just CAO approval. This item and the next item, I believe we actually had for the current year as well, but there was no movement on.
These were two ordinances we requested in the 0809 Exhibit H. They have not been sent to council yet. One is with the city attorney's office for review. The other one, the bureau is still working on. So we repeated them for 0910.
Let me ask you, these new ordinances, or these...
No, these are existing ordinances that we're asking to amend. The first ordinance...
What are we amending?
On the Engineering Special Services Fund. This is a fund where engineering deposits money from developers and other people who ask them to do work, and there's interest earnings that stays with the fund, and if any money that doesn't belong to a developer, we're amending it so that the city AO would have to approve the use of the fund. Right now, the city engineer can use it.
So you're saying there's a review. Issues, the CAO will be in the review
We'll review
process.
the use of the funds.
Okay. Do these funds go into the general fund, or are they kept in a separate...
They stay with the special fund.
Special fund.
They're special funds, and we were looking at these because we wanted to find out if there's any potential to reimburse the department in any of their activities that are related to the counters.
Okay.
You know how much money we're talking about in those funds?
The amount in your Engineering Special Services Fund, I believe, off the top of my head, around 700 and something thousand in interest earnings. The amount in your Engineering Equipment and Training Trust Fund, that's a more restrictive fund. That's over, hold on. $5 million.
All right.
But the Engineering Equipment Service Fund is what we call the 7% fund, and it's a surcharge that's on your permit, so it can only be used to support public counter permit issuance work. What we propose here is, on the years where the fees that we collected does not get us the full cost recovery, we can go back and get the full cost recovery shortfall for that past year.
I'm just curious, when we were looking at eliminating 7 or 8 or 9 engineering positions over there in West LA, which I'm 100% against, it's outrageous and wrong, can we use some of this money for that?
That elimination is not due to a revenue shortfall. That is the general fund. We're already collecting it.
I see.
So, no, we can't go there and say, pay it out of it, because we're already collecting fees for those positions.
But we didn't get a report back, Ray, that I know of, on those elimination of those West LA engineering positions.
There was not a request for a report back on that item?
Oh, there sure was by me. I was very much against the whole idea of doing it to begin with. It's a one-stop shop. Building and safety is in the same building. 25% of the folks going in for engineering work go to the West LA office, and I want to report back, and I do not want to eliminate the West LA operation.
We'll report back on that issue.
Okay. Let me ask, what was the dollar figure on the, let's see, the Engineering Special Service Fund? $700,000, and the other one is the one...
745, 186.
And then the training fund was $5 million?
$5 million, yes.
Okay. And both of these changes is merely adding the CAO?
The change on the Engineering Special Services Fund is adding the CAO. The change to the Equipment Fund is to allow the city to get to full cost recovery on the years that we don't get there.
Okay. So we move both of those.
The next one refers to the consolidation of the 3 small departments into the Human Services Department.
Okay. We'll hold that until they resolve that transition.
Actually, on that, could we ask the city attorney to begin preparation?
Oh, yeah, I think when they resolve it, the resolution should come with the ordinance.
Right. We started work on that already.
Yeah.
The next one is regarding Measure R, the local return, and I think this is just an ordinance to basically establish the fund.
Okay.
And there's actually 2 of those as well. One is the local return, and the second one is for the bus operations.
Okay.
Okay. The next one refers to the transfer of responsibility for setting mileage reimbursements. This does not, I don't believe this requires an ordinance. It's simply a policy change.
We'd recommend this go to ITGS.
Okay, ITGS.
It's in the admin code.
Sorry, is that referred to ITGS?
Yes, refer it.
The next one refers to providing rate flexibility to departments operating parking facilities as appropriate, basically in order to keep the lots competitive with surrounding areas. We do not believe this requires an ordinance.
Now, you're saying that the local entity will set the parking rates as opposed to who sets it now?
I believe council sets all the rates right now as the ultimate owner, and therefore as a legislative function of what will be charged. What we have discussed, or what General Services has discussed with us on a number of occasions, is the ability to compete with other parking facilities around the area and to set the rates similar to that, although they have only cited the need to increase rates, not the need to lower them. So I'm not sure how that enables us to compete. Nevertheless, one of the concerns that we've expressed to them is that there would need to be some kind of index or indicator for them to tie that delegation of authority to. Again, the setting of these types of fees is a legislative function for the council, and if you're going to delegate that authority, it needs to be tied to identifiable criteria for them to either follow or to report on a quarterly basis to you what they wish to set it for the next quarter or the next 6 months and the like.
So should that go to DOT committee then? Currently, do we just set one fee for all our facilities citywide, or
no,
each lot?
It varies depending on the recommendation from the department.
And is our assumption that all lots are managed by General Services?
I beg your pardon?
Are all of our lots managed by General Services?
I believe that we are talking about all the lots that are managed by General Services, including even the ones at El Pueblo that they manage for El Pueblo.
Okay. On that one, then, let's...
Is it different?
Let's have that go to ITGS to set the policy.
Could we get a list of all of those parking lots.
Yes. Good Christmas this year, huh?
Okay.
Yes.
Go to ITGS.
Okay. The next one refers to the planning fees, and yes, most of this will need an ordinance.
Okay, we have the amount is going to increase?
Yeah, right now, the budget assumes $4 million in increased revenue.
Okay, okay, we'll go with that.
And I might just note that the ordinance, such as this one, that require the setting of fees for cost recoveries will depend a great deal, the timing of them will depend a great deal on the department working with the CAO and getting back to us to let us know what the rate will be to include in the ordinance. So we'll work with both with planning and the CAO, or the appropriate department and CAO, on all these fee ordinances.
Yeah. On that direction I gave earlier about the city attorney providing ordinances before July 1st, we just add in there that we direct each department to cooperate with the CAO to make those findings.
In terms of timing, what are you assuming? That's a 12-month? Are you assuming we're going to have the ordinances in place before July 1st? Are we assuming we're going to have the ordinance in place before?
No.
Okay, so
that's 4 years.
this is assuming how many months of revenue for fiscal year 09-10?
I believe it's roughly about 6 months.
6 months worth of revenue?
It is 6 months revenue, but if I recall correctly, Ms. Goldberg came in earlier in the week talking about that there was a discrepancy in her budget and there was going to be a need to provide some additional funding to her budget. So if I recall...
About 1.7.
Right, so there was some talk about reviewing, you were going to consider this fee, maybe perhaps in your committee, Budget and Finance Committee, as soon as within the next month or next few weeks, so that we could actually get additional revenue from this in order to fund...
Her fee study report should be on Budget and Finance June 1st.
So
that's the overall fee study report.
Right, and so if it is approved in time, it would likely generate more than 6 months' revenue and be able to fund the cost of the positions that Ms. Goldberg had indicated.
But in order for us to, how much of this are we going to count towards the general fund that we could, because it was 1.6 that there was a discrepancy?
Yeah, I think that the proposed budget includes $4 million. There's discussion about adding additional 1.7 to deal with the inadvertent salary reduction.
So in order to add this to...
Your committee will continue to look
to
at
add this to the plus column in terms of our accounting here in this budget process, it's, how much is it? It's 3, it's 2.3, correct?
No, we'd be talking about 5.7.
But she had there was an additional 1.7.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, basically 4 and then the 1.7 on top of that.
Okay, good. So there's about a 5.7 that we have in the plus column.
Correct. 4 of which is already counted in the budget.
Okay.
So 6 months is $4 million. If the fees are increased as early as June, and with the ordinance, et cetera, you could capture up to 9 months funding, in which case you would generate $6 million in revenue.
But her report is going to cover a multitude of fees.
That's correct.
A whole study that she's done, so it could be more revenue than we're counting.
Okay, the next two ordinance changes that were being requested is basically to eliminate the curbside recycling trust fund. It was the one fund, and then also the city facilities recycling trust fund, and to roll those into the solid waste, to roll the curbside into the solid waste resources fund, and to roll city facilities, that's why I need to highlight these. City Facilities Trust Fund into the integrated, it's long evening here, Solid Waste Management Fund.
Easy for you to say.
Was that integrated?
I hope so.
What day is trash fund?
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, see, there's two meetings.
Yeah, we could
I mean,
move
back-
those two. Okay, we'll move those two.
Okay. No. Okay. Page 4, okay. The next ordinance has to do with folding or actually moving the Street Banner Revenue Trust Fund under the control of the Bureau of Street Service into the Bureau of Street Lighting. And
That's just a function we're moving.
this is a local change, I believe, an ordinance would be required.
Okay, and no cost or anything?
No.
Okay. All right.
The next one has to do with the point of sale, and most certainly we would need an ordinance for that, to move forward on with that policy issue.
Okay. We need, Mr. Rosendahl, from your committee, when will that be coming out of the committee?
I'm sorry.
We can't move forward until it comes out of Public Works.
Yeah, it's got to obviously be brought into Public Works. Our last discussion on it with Bill Robertson was about 9 months ago, so we need it resubmitted to us and taken from our committee. Well, we can waiver it.
Well, the thing is that it should be in the committee because I don't think it's come out. I mean, it was a motion and they've been back and forth, so if it's, and I don't think it's moved to another committee.
It's not been moved out of our committee.
Okay. So if we can ask you on that one, we basically asked our committee chair to get that point of sale moving so we can get the program, the legal issue that deals with transferring the responsibility from the city to the community and all those things wrapped up so that when it comes to council, it can implement this program. So we asked Public Works to facilitate getting that out of committee and with the program, working with the city attorney and street services.
Yes, and as we go forward, if your body so approves, we would basically need to sort of divvy up that instruction. I think we have it in one instruction now, but actually we need to have two separate instructions. But
Good.
okay. The next one is talking about the Special Parking Revenue Fund and sort of continuing this surplus declaration for 2009 and 2010. And certainly we need this as the budget assumes $146 million.
Well, what about that now? What are we talking about? Just dumping it into the general fund?
That's it.
As proposed.
Were there any side agreements with anybody historically about some of this money to go back to certain structures in certain areas and the sensing that there was that? I'd like to get an understanding of that.
Certainly, we had some discussion earlier this year when we were trying to find some monies to actually make up for the transfer to the budget in the current year.
Right.
Roughly, there was $8.1 million from unallocated amounts that the cash was swept with the commitment that basically those appropriations would remain, and once cash was available, then those would be available to council members in the future.
Let me ask you, what memo did we have where you created some wording about the loan?
For last year, you mean?
No, this, one of our memos.
The loan based...
We could include that loan language in this one.
Okay, but what memo was that? Because...
Oh, it's number 29, but we'd recommend that instead of saying an active project, the word active be changed to identified project.
I went through this, let me give you an idea on some wording. In looking at it, where we start on number 29 with the quotes, funds, and we should say instead of taking funds loaned from an account within the Special Parking Revenue Fund to contribute to a surplus transfer to the reserve fund should only be on a temporary basis and must be returned in the same amount to the affected account. And I think we need a time period. Within a 2-year period as determined by the mayor and council.
Yeah, but how does that affect?
As opposed to availability of funds, because that could be forever. So, but the thing is, with that, if we can create the wording that talks about funds loaned and take out an active project and just say from an account within the special parking revenue to contribute to a surplus transfer, and then we, down towards the end, we don't call it project affected account within a 2-year period as determined by the mayor and council.
Okay.
I would just like to forewarn you, or just to offer up that we are, as you know, in the current year, we are anticipating a sizable amount to be transferred from SBRF for the current year budget. We've made the transfer of basically $56 million, and we're in the process of releasing our report, which is going to recommend another roughly about $38 million. We do acknowledge the concern that council members have had about the amounts in some of the accounts, but given our concern in the current year, if we do not do this, it will create additional $38 million, or actually almost $40 million hole in the current year.
See, I think the thing that, and I agree that we have to be concerned, but again, I think the other side of it is what the reason that the fund was set up and the reason we're collecting revenue from parking meters and all that other is with the expectation that we're going to create parking out in the communities that need parking. And I don't think it was set up to where we sweep it in large sums and put it in the general fund and spend it the way we want it, or else we need to change the policy as to this special parking fund. But the other thing is, I mean, it could be one of those issues that the number of things that are put on hold by a district because they don't have access to money could be looked at in the sense of whether interest should be paid. I mean, because you're putting things on hold, the community's not being served, and we're using it as a piggy bank. And the intended purpose of it, and I don't know of any fund that we have that we take out and we never pay back. If we were taking it out of the sewer fund or the public works fund, whatever those funds, the very specific direction has got to be paid back. But if we're going to keep the criteria for the special parking revenue fund, then it should be there for the purposes, and if you loan it, it should go back. Just as we loan money from different CRA areas, you got to pay it back.
I would agree. Just, as you are well aware, there's $112 million that was programmed into the current year budget, and we have 56 of it now. We were going to recommend another 38. Now, part of this is we've had discussion about, like Vine Street was a particular project that we were going to use MICLA and pull out the cash, but those are some of the issues that we're going to be releasing in the report fairly quickly.
But if we had that language and we understood the fiscal year and we could make the ordinance effective, the loan policy 2010-11?
I'm sorry?
I said if we're concerned about what we've already done for this year, we can create the ordinance that makes the loan policy effective 2010 and 11 from that day forward.
Well, certainly, we are, in the report, we're mentioning sort of the, as I say, sort of the prior agreement on the 8.1 about basically when funds are available, then they would be returned. And we acknowledge that. I think in this report that we're going to release, we're just going to talk about trying to close this year. But the issue does become exactly, if you're going to borrow from the fund, what are the commitments in the appropriate ordinance language to either restore the funds or...
Because the concern I have is that last year they took funds and with a note saying we're going to pay it back. This year they took funds and didn't even acknowledge last year's note. I mean, so it's one of those things that we should have some language
in the fund that says what we're going to use it for, or we need to alter the fund, alter the language, and if you take it, we should get it, it should be paid back. There should be some expectation that we're going to use the fund for its intended purpose.
Understood.
And the thing is that, again, that we understand this year, but I don't think it limits us from creating that language effective next fiscal year, not the current next fiscal year, but down the road. And we start anew with language that says if you move this money, you owe it back in 2 years.
Just want to be sure, 146 million we're talking about here, is there any way interacted or related to the P3 business? Explain that.
$80 million of the projected $146 million transfer from the SPRF to the general fund is basically the P3 deal.
Wait, we don't have a deal.
Well, it's a projected revenue from that deal.
Assuming we have the deal.
Yes.
But are we assuming the deal is the parking lots or the parking lots and the meters?
The mayor's proposed budget assumes both parking lots and the meters.
Okay, but I mean, we got to be clear on real dollars here. First of all, we haven't approved it. Second of all, many of us don't agree with the meter issue, so that might change this figure, right?
If the council's decision is not to include the meters, then you would have to determine what value you could get from pursuing a deal on the structures only. That could potentially reduce the amount of this transfer. You're right.
No, I understand that, but to be candid with you, I don't think the deal is a good deal. Meters are a huge issue in our great big city. It's a big flat piece of land like a pancake. The opportunities are phenomenal, and I just don't understand why we're budgeting it as if we cut a deal. If I was on the other side of the table, you know, the guy who wanted to buy this relationship, I would say, you're just giving me a gift horse in the mouth.
Well, I mean, we're looking at this deal with the potential of the same type of revenues that were generated in the Chicago deal, which brought in over $1 billion to deal with their own budget issues. I mean, here we are talking about layoffs, we're talking about service reductions, and this is an opportunity that we see that could potentially help mitigate some of those really tough choices that we're dealing with today and that we're going to continue to deal with over the next several years.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with your logic, but I'm just saying, Ben, we're counting our chickens before they hatch.
Which is basically how budgets get developed. It's projections on revenues as well as projections on savings and projections on what we plan to expend in the fiscal year.
I understand that, but I know a lot about chickens, and this this is over the top. Sharon?
With all due respect to Mr. Seha, with revenue projections, there's a long history of projections. We know roughly the percentages, and we have a history. This is a deal. It's a new deal. We haven't embarked upon this, so it's a little different. I just want to make that point.
I just want to be clear that we don't have any mirrors of smoke in our mind here as we're looking at these numbers or looking at deals that haven't happened and projecting where they all go. That's all. I just want us to be clear. It isn't a simple $146 million that we actually have in the can that we're passing over.
You're right, and you know, it's the mayor has put this in his proposed budget and is going to work, you know, as hard as we're going to be working as hard as we can to continue going on this path. And you know, the budgets historically have a history of deals that are part of the budget. You know, last year there were several deals that were part of the budget, and so this is another one of those deals that, you know, it's.
I understand, but I just want to go on the record and point out that I have some real concerns.
And I think one of the things is that, again, I think it's been clear, at least every meeting I've been in, is that the meter deal didn't resonate with many people in the council. And the parking lots, people had to wait and see. And now that we find that it's a $3.5 million wait and see, it's one of those issues where, again,
unlike our other revenue sources, this is one that if it doesn't come through, just like the 10% rollback doesn't come through, we're talking about thousands of people that could lose their job. And I think the dilemma that, just to let you know, talking to many council members, what they're fearful of is not being put in a position of a rush or an emergency as though they have no choices, to where, look at all these cuts, we got to go sell something. And I think Mr. Smith's remarks at council the other day are right on. One of the last things you do is sell your assets on a down market. And these are all the things that we wouldn't do in our own household. And so we're just trying to ensure that we not put the city in jeopardy. And so that's why we said early on, any money that's not vetted will be put to the side, and we'll only deal with money that's real. And so as we move forward, that's going to be the premise that we work from. So we have, in the wording on that number, what is that, the loan, I'll offer that to you, that, again, I don't think we have a concern of, because of the financial year, to move it effective with the fiscal year 10-11, but we have to have some language as to payback and to go back to using the funds as it was intended.
Okay. The next one is sort of a continuation of the existing change to the surplus property ordinance that we saw for this year. That basically it would continue, they basically eliminate the sunset clause and allow that 100% proceeds be deposited into the general fund.
The thing is, we agreed to that for 1 year last year, and I would think from council members understanding the necessity that we may go another year, but I don't know if there's an agreement that we eliminate it forever. And so on that one, if we make it 09-10, as opposed is that we do it for 1 more year. But again, that was a major ask last year, and we saw immediately, even with the when the properties were put on, how many council members removed their property. And so the issue is, so it's pretty clear there's not a consensus to make that forever, but if we can make that 9-10, we'll do our best to sell that for 1 more year.
How about 2 years? I mean,
this is the second year.
What was that?
This is the second year. That's when we're going back.
Yeah, we're going to go 9-10, but we know that 10-11 is going to be just as bad as this year, so, you know.
But I think it gives us a chance to discuss it in one more time.
Yeah, the next 5 years are going to be bad.
I know. See, but it saves all those motions of taking my property off the list.
That's true. And the next one refers to the Venice.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Talking about it.
The Venice Area Surplus Real Property Fund.
Yeah, obviously, I'm not in favor of it. I mean, that would be a no-brainer for me. Do we know how much we're talking about and what the suggestion is?
Right now, it's the policy recommended is simply just to move this area align with every other area in the city. We have not recommended any particular properties to be sold in this area. It's just a matter of equalizing, equalizing the city as far as falling under the same policy.
Yeah, well, we're going to take it out, and you put no dollar figure next to it, so as far as I'm concerned, it's not part of your budget to begin with, and I'm going to recommend we take it out.
You recommend to remove it from consideration?
Yes.
Okay, we'll move that one out. Next one.
How is this, let me ask, how is this different, why is this pulled out from the general policy?
I'm not quite sure on the history of it, but some time ago, a special fund was created specific to the Venice area, where any surplus property sold in that area would go directly to the Venice Property Trust Fund.
It was part of a legal settlement that this trust fund was established.
It's a trust fund, so...
Then we have to do it.
That's the only reason, I mean, because we've got this large category, right? And then there's this separate... And it's just, the only difference is that it goes to a different fund? Is that it?
It's any surplus property in the Venice area, and there is, the ordinance has, the trust fund has a designated area description that's sold. The revenues from that sale go to the special trust fund for the sole use of real property and other types of services in the Venice area.
This has been around since the 80s. It was put in place by Pat Russell. It's a strong ordinance and a strong law. You're going to raid this, we'll go after a bunch of other funds with council members that are in a different status. This is part of the law. This is part of what has been in operation, and I'm removing it from the list. It's not even listed as part of his budget monies to begin with.
Okay, the next two refer to suspending for both basically the tax reform fund and the affordable housing trust fund, that we just extend the suspension of the monies deposited into those funds for an additional year. And we do need this implemented as part of the budget.
What was that again, Ray?
I'm sorry?
What was that last one?
Basically, there's two funds. This has to do with the tax reform fund and also the affordable housing trust fund. It's just extending sort of the provision to suspend the deposit for an additional year.
Okay. That's the two on page 5?
Yes. Any questions?
Okay, so this is just basically allowing it for one more year?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, on page 6, we're talking about sort of general instructions. These are, I think, where we get into some policy issues as well. The first one talks about the GSD and the asset management structure.
Now, one thing, when we were dealing with the budget with general services, there was an item that made the positions resolution authorities and talked about a pending study. Is this the study?
This is the study.
Okay. And that's going to be outside or by the CAO?
We are going to try to work inside, but we may need some outside assistance on actually performing the study.
The results of the study should go to ITGS.
Okay. So that's outside consultants?
Yes.
And then the results go to ITGS, okay?
Yep. The next one is for our office to work with all city departments on advertising opportunities.
Okay. And then those two memos that we had for naming rights, libraries, and Rec and Park should go to, those two memos should go as part of that instruction to be included in that review.
Yes.
Report to ITGS.
Memos and ITGS.
The next one authorizes the controller to continue the voluntary furlough program and to record this time as appropriate.
Okay, that's currently what's going on now. What is the figure that we have on the savings so far?
I think we have less than $2 million. I think it's $1.96 million achieved thus far this year.
Okay. So we continue that rolling, okay.
Which is short of the 3.1 or...
Now, what was the game plan if they didn't reach it? What was going to replace those funds?
I believe that there was discussion of a potential mandatory furloughs being instituted this fiscal year. So that's my understanding.
Okay, so the plan for this year was to go with a mandatory furlough instead of voluntary?
Well, the original budget proposal and what was adopted in the budget was for a mandatory furlough for this fiscal year. As you may recall, the civilian unions came back with a counter proposal saying that they could achieve savings, or rather use savings that were generated in their health benefits and apply those to offset the mandatory furloughs. That did not cover the entire amount. Part of the deal was that they would then make up the rest of that with voluntary furloughs. As the CAO has reported, that's is falling short of what the gap was, and we're at a point where I think there's going to have to be a decision made with the council and mayor as to how they would want to make up the remaining gap. One option could be a mandatory furlough.
Okay. The thing is that that we will agree to that, but we need to add language as to resolve the issue of the shortage and how we're going to resolve that, of the shortfall.
The shortfall is a current fiscal year issue, so I would recommend that be something not included in Exhibit H, but if that's a separate instruction, I think that should be taken up sometime in the...
We're in the process of actually gathering information for our year-end report, and once we get all that information, we'll be able to report back on where we are.
Yeah, I think the thing is for this year, that was the agreement, and I wouldn't want to separate the shortfall discussion into next year when it was the agreement was for this year. So I think when you do your year-end, we can at least find out what they intend to do about what is it was supposed to be $3 million?
Yes.
Okay, so they're short like 1.1 million or so.
Yeah, to paper 22, it's only, I think, 1.96 million.
On that item, is there a typo on the required to implement the 09 budget? It says no, but could provide savings in 09-10. Should that be 10-11?
No,
That's going to give us some savings in the following year.
Basically, we continue with the program next year, we generate some savings.
So we're giving them the ability to do the voluntary furlough program, and we don't know how much, and that's why we're not counting it towards the budget, but it will give us some savings.
No, I think I want to just remind the council that part of the menu of options that I've alluded to throughout the council hearings has been furloughs, mandatory furloughs. Now, if that is part of the eventual solution for next fiscal year, then one would argue that if there's mandatory furloughs that are going to be done, then not too many people would probably do the voluntary furloughs.
Well, let me ask one other thing. As we move forward for next fiscal year, leaving this furlough issue in there as voluntary, the same deal as far as the medical savings is not part of upcoming year. Okay.
We may be able to take a look at it, but I don't believe that we will have the savings that was available for this year.
All right. So we'll go to the next one.
The next one is Basic Instruction Convention Center and the CAO to look at the public-private partnership to operate and maintain the convention center.
Okay, so that's a study, and that should go to what, Commerce or
I think Commerce
tourism?
and Budget.
Commerce and, okay. Okay.
The next one is one of your favorites on AB 1290.
Yeah.
And this is where there is approximately $10 million revenue assumed in the budget.
Councilman, I believe this one, you might want to change it so it's only for next year.
Yeah, well, the thing is that we have that in the UB to consider, do we need this policy change, being that we're considering it in the UB now?
I think you need to take a look at, because if you're going to put it in the budget, whether it's program revenue or in the UB, you're putting it in the budget and you're actually recognizing that revenue, so.
Okay, well, let's do this. Let's, until we make a decision on the UB, let's just hold on to this and we can process them at the same time.
For the committee report.
Yeah.
Did that answer your questions, Mr. Chair, about whether it's earmarked or even, not officially, but there is some plans out there someplace to use these?
We don't have that information. That's why we have the UB until they clarify.
Okay. Yeah, that's...
Okay, the next one has to do with suspending council policy for El Pueblo, and basically allows them, to suspend the policy to reimburse the city for related costs.
Just for the record, I had a discussion with the general manager that we intend for the year 10-11 to be self-sufficient, so this will no longer apply that year. So one more year, hopefully.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that's a yes on that, for one more year?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, next one has to do with the Public Works, instructing the Board of Public Works to take whatever actions are necessary to implement some fee increases. These are related to Bureau of Engineering.
Okay, they would implement them and they come to council, or we get notified, or what?
The fee increases that are listed do not need to come to council. The board has the authority to make those changes.
Okay, do they notify us afterwards?
The board action, well, we have responded to the COA in terms of the fees that are proposed to be increased, but they don't usually notify you afterwards now. You can ask them to if you want to know.
Okay, why don't we have them, once they make those the determinations, to notify the Public Works Committee?
Okay. The next one instructs my office to prepare a report for the Executive Employee Relations Committee, talking about structural changes in relationship to the cost of the workforce, and looking at the menu of options.
Okay, one of the things that in our opening comments, we asked for a report back on a scenario that lists this menu of options as to cost and recovery and timing. Do we have that report back?
We have the information, and we can very easily put it in a report back.
Okay.
Pete, is this going to be a bunch of motions? Because it seems like some of this is meet and confer, some of it's negotiations, some of it might be by right. A bunch of actions. So we'll be able to look at each one individually when those come back as to what they are. Okay.
I was wanting to see, the intent is to put this all in one report, right?
Yes, and we can do that, and we will forward the information to ERC.
Okay.
Okay, next one is talking about IT and IT functions citywide, and instructs ITA to sort of review and survey the various departments regarding their IT functions and resources.
Yeah, I was just wondering on the one on instruct the city administrative officer to prepare. Could you just read what that is? I think people need to know this, what we're talking about.
The menu of options?
Yeah.
Okay, the menu of options is as follows: reform the city's retirement system, such as increasing employee contribution rates, defer or eliminate cost of living adjustments, defer or eliminate special adjustments, special salary adjustments, implement furloughs, implement no-pay holidays, change all bonuses to flat amounts instead of percentages, defer or eliminate bonus compounding, defer or eliminate unnecessary bonuses, reduce or eliminate or reduce injured on duty basically the window. Reduce the Fair Labor Standards Act overtime exemption threshold. Reform mileage payment process formula. This is basically changing the reimbursement process. Freeze salary step movement. Change health care plan provisions. And lastly, change overtime calculations to reflect actual work hours.
When we talk about structural changes, these are the options that we're putting on the table for people to appreciate the gravity, frankly, of what this is all about.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. On the ITA survey, and this is for the new report back, I think whatever they report back is going to go to ITGS.
Yeah, and also the couple of memos, particularly the fire department, and we added the police department, that we include those memos as part of their study.
Yes. The next one referred to the council policy on the neighborhood council funding program. This refers to the reduction from the 50 to 45, but obviously whatever your committee does will be admitted as such.
Yeah, I think on that one, what we'd recommend is the 1.5 remain, and that 1 million be allocated for 09-10, and that the 3 million that was a part of the proposed budget be put into the UB for the election of the neighborhood councils.
Okay. The next instruction is to the Personnel Department to review and survey all personnel and human resource functions and needs across the city for the purpose of developing a strategy for possible consolidation of some of these functions. And this would end up going to Personnel.
Personnel Committee.
Next one is for my office to review all engineering associate 4, pay grade 4 positions within the Public Works Bureau to ensure that there's sufficient justification to support the existing pay grade levels.
Okay.
And this is something that ended up going back, potentially Personnel.
Personnel Committee.
The next one requests or instructs Transportation with the assistance of the CAO to present an analysis evaluating the performance of all of the city transit routes and provide recommendations for improving services.
Okay, that's T Committee.
Next one is to instruct GSD and the CAO to complete a study on the feasibility of parking at the zoo. We talked about this a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and we're going to send those memos that were attached.
Yes. And then lastly, it is for the zoo and the CAO to complete a study for possible viability for a public-private partnership to operate and maintain a zoo.
Okay, and both of those are what, arts parks?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the number 1 on the technical corrections, would both asterisk 1 and 2 be a part of the request of the Public Works Committee to move forward on the point of sale and include these 2 issues?
That's correct.
Okay.
And then we have one more that should be added to Exhibit H, and this is to authorize the Controller to appropriate and transfer funds pursuant to the terms of the approved MOUs between DOT and GSD for the maintenance and operation of parking facilities.
Okay. So that's on Schedule H with those amendments.
and request, as we've discussed, so we'll move that item. So is that it?
I think that's it.
Okay. Let me just make a couple of comments that we can give some guidance to the CLA in preparing the report for next Tuesday. First of all, we had requested in one of our original, when we did the April 24th letter, we did not get into functions and responsibilities, but what we need is to ask each department, based on the mayor's budget of recommended cuts and reorganizations, to prepare a report as to how their department will be aligned and deployed for this next fiscal year. So that would be a request from them now that we've gotten the information about the authorities and the number of authorities. We need to ask for functions and deployment. Okay. One of the things that in going forward and giving direction on the preparation of the committee's report, what I'd like to ask is that we create in the beginning or summary of the report the information that provides all of the relevant information about the current budget issues at the state level, the city level, as it relates to our funds and revenues that we have expressed concern about. We'll also comment on the issue of addressing the cash flow issues within the budget, and as we move forward in reflecting the decisions that we've made, that we identify all new positions, whether they're resolution authorities, permanent positions, and identify those costs, that we identify items that are in the UB with the rationale of why they are being held for review. As we stated, one of the first things in our preamble when we got started is that the key factors are that we're going to create a budget that is based on valid and vetted revenue and documentation. We want to, as was stated in one of the H items where the CEO is going to do a report, we'd like to give an overview of all of these menu of options and what the potential savings, what the timelines are, the scenario issues that we just mentioned. And with that, let the report reflect all the things that are currently being considered. But then once we have laid them all out clearly, we need to assess that if these items partially or fully are not forthcoming, then the budget as we are going to present it will reflect what we have identified as cuts as recommended by the mayor, and also that we're looking at ways in which reorganizations and a variety of things. So we want to lay out that scenario in the menu, giving full justification as to those efforts. But again, if they're not partially or fully realized, then the budget is what we present. One of the things will alter somewhat from the original comment in the sense that we would encourage, based on all of the financial information we have, we'd encourage the council to endorse a hiring freeze for the city of Los Angeles. That is something that should be explored and considered. The other issues in the sense of dealing with the dealing with the whole issue of all of the, laying out the potential budget cuts, and particularly highlighting the deficits in the pensions, to show not only what we're hitting this year, but what the impact is on for next year. Also, I'd like to also comment on, we could make an impact, although moderate, in the next 8 weeks if we make some action towards the end of this fiscal year, and how those
actions could make a dramatic impact on next year's budget. I think the issues that we've asked that for long-term, we need to comment on the issue of restructuring our medical plans and our pension plans that are viewed as being unsustainable, that those studies should be supported and move forward, that the issue of that our emphasis on liability and talk about departments in those top 10 or 12, the 90%ers of how we're going to make an impact to save money on the issue of liability. We can comment on the number of fees that are raised, the revenue that's going to be generated, but clearly we must show that those are not going to be sufficient to close the budget gap. And so those are the kinds of things I think we need to give a very realistic budget and in the sense of what we know is currently occurring and not be limited to just the City of LA, but all of those forces that may impact us on the federal, state, and county level. You got anything?
I just want to say how much I enjoyed the sleepover with all of you. I think this sets an all-time record, though. I remember a council meeting going until 10 o'clock once on the budget in 1980. This is by far the record maker.
I just want to thank you, Bernard, for your leadership and your thoroughness and your sensitivity to details and the follow-through. It's magnificent watching you operate.
And also the entire staff, all of you staying here tonight.
Everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Kumbaya.
So we thought you were cardboard cutouts for a while. Jose, you had something?
Yeah, with the outstanding memos that weren't presented today, we will hear those at the next meeting with the CLA report. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Christmas is good.
Mr. Chair,
Sorry.
with the outstanding memos that weren't presented today, we will hear those at the on
We should
Tuesday.
hear those. We'll recess today and be back Tuesday. And with the report, but before the report, anything that's outstanding, we'll clean those up.
Okay, sounds good.
We'll continue that forward.
Thank you all.
Thank you. So we'll recess until 9 o'clock Monday, right?
Tuesday.
9
Tuesday.
o'clock.
Tuesday.
No, 1 o'clock Tuesday.
1 o'clock.
AM or PM?
1 o'clock.
And you better adjust the police department overtime account because those guys are racking it up tonight, man. Green time.